Diary of Broken Kids, written and read by Yulia Panfilova. To my Tanya, you made my childhood worth living. To all broken kids of Donetsk, to all who stayed and to all who left. Prologue. The Underworld Empire, Unique Insider's Perspective, 2 messages. From Mykola Valushka to Dr. A.A. Volkova. Dear Dr. Volkova, I'm a criminal non-fiction writer. You may have read my best-selling non-fiction book, Under the Roof, about the mafia in Dnipro. Now, I'm working on a similar project, uncovering the underbelly of organized crime in Donetsk, from when it spiked after the fall of the USSR until the time it gradually precipitated in a form of legit, good-on-paper business. Through my initial research, I came across your name as someone who grew up in an influential family in Donetsk at that time. I believe you may have some valuable information that could make my story more colorful. I'm particularly interested in evolution of your relationship with B.N. Volkov, aka the Wolf. Not many people could cope with his authoritative personality, but you were very close to him as a child. I wonder how what happened in the late 90s affected you and shaped you and the successful person you are now. I understand that discussing your past may not be easy, considering how it all ended, but I assure you that any information you provide will be kept confidential. Thank you for considering my request. I look forward to hearing from you. Sincerely, independent researcher, writer, Mykola Valushka. Email from Dr. A.A. Volkova to Mykola Valushka. Dear Mykola, your email created a dust storm in my head, like one of those that engulfed the entire planet of Mars, disrupting our research and surface observation. It can last for months. I don't want this happening to me. After we left Donetsk, I made a colossal effort to move on. I built my life from scratch and I have no desire to catalyze this dust storm by rummaging in my memory. However, I believe I can still help you with the materials for your book. When I was in my senior year, I kept a diary. It will give you some insights into my relationship with B.N. Volkov and may answer your other questions. Please provide your postal address so I can send the diary to you. P.S. Before you read it, make yourself a drink. I'm not talking about hot chocolate. Sincerely, Dr. A.A. Volkova, Chief Executive Officer, Astrochem Science Group. Part 1. Entry 1. Call her Piglet. Tuesday, October 5, 1999. 26 days until regionals. 5:02 a.m. I wasn't asleep when it exploded. I was lying in bed, staring at the chandelier's shadow, whose sharp silhouette weirdly resembled a funnel of a black hole. It was a mesmerizing illusion to watch the ceiling tiles bending, wrapping and twisting as the inexorable gravity pulled them towards the unknown abyss. I wondered what sort of abyss consumed Yana. What sort of gravity pulled her away from me? She hasn't been to classes since last week. She disappeared drastically, with no warning, which was annoying. Without her, boys are such jerks to me. I wasn't sure how much more of the disgraceful, childish attention I could take playing cool, acting like what they say and do doesn't affect me. Because it does. It does even when I'm not at school, even when I'm supposed to be sleeping. So, when I heard the burst and the creak and the squeak, I jumped out of bed and peered through my window down at the front yard. Are you freaking kidding me? I muttered to myself, watching the wings of our imposing gate being tortured in flames. "Deda!" I yelled to my grandfather. "They did it again! They put us on fire!" In just a second, I heard a train of swearings and the clapping of Deda's slippers against the marble steps. Then I saw him crushing outside through the front door, wearing nothing but boxers. He banged the fire extinguisher off the ground. It erupted, spilling the white foam first in the air, then as Deda's hands got it under control, it gushed right into the epicenter of hell, coating the fuel, separating it from the fire. Next, Mom stormed outside. Her usually faded skin and dull blonde hair came alive with raging orange colors. She covered her nose and mouth with the sleeve of her robe, but started coughing anyway. Deda looked back at her. "Marina!" he yelled, shaking the last bits of foam out. "Why are you standing like Pushkin's statue? Get the fucking hose!" Mom did. Deda hurled his exhausted fire extinguisher against the fence. It smashed the mailbox and knocked over the rubbish bin. He snatched the hose off Mom's hand, and the battle with the fire continued. Although our family has always been hated, the real war started about a month ago, when someone threw a brick at our street light with a message to Deda, "Volkov must die." But Deda, being the boss that he is, had the street light replaced the same afternoon. A few days later, haters came back with a full-on attack that I named the greatest rain of meteors. Hundreds of frogs bombarded our house, breaking inside, trashing our fancy bohemian vases and lilac crystal sculptures. Deda was so mad that he destroyed what was left of the crystals. When he calmed down, he put up a steel canopy around our property, making us looking like a freaking Alcatraz. But even that didn't stop the haters. The third attack was the most insane. Right across the fence and the new canopy, they spray-painted lies about us being dirty thieves and ruthless murderers. Those words were so ridiculous that Deda didn't even bother washing them away. I begged him to clean them. I was so afraid that Yana sees them and starts hating me too. But Deda only gave me his famous drilling look that makes other people wet their pants and said, "Aliona, those lies are our reminder to stay vigilant. People outside Volkov's back cannot be trusted. Anyone could be one of them. You hear me?" He grabbed me by the shoulders and shook. "Any fucking one!" 5:18 a.m. The last flame of the fire died. "Fucking cowards!" Deda yelled. He dropped the hose off the ground. It swirled and jumped as if it was celebrating its freedom. "Turn it off!" he ordered to Mom. She did. Before he dashed inside, he looked up through the window right at me. It stopped my breath. He gave me a thumbs up and a smile augmented with his golden molar. I gave him a thumbs up in return. My smile wasn't that spectacular, so I didn't bother. I felt a tiny bit sorry for him. Yes, Deda was rough at times. Some people called him Wolf. But he did nothing wrong. Nothing except he became rich in a country where money equals evil. But that's okay. Deda and I came up with a perfect plan to stop the haters. 6:30 a.m. I stood in front of the closet deciding what to wear to school. Something to look hot or something to look smart. Considering the high uncertainty around Yana's present today, I went for smart, to dial down boys' attention. I flipped the wooden hangers in the closet. They slid over the bar and clunked against each other in rhythm with my thoughts. Why she hasn't been to school? No warning, no heads up. Except, did she tell me something, but I was so busy with my supernova competition that I missed it. I didn't notice any changes in her behavior lately. She was unforgiving and bossy as per usual, maybe even more so than before. My hand stopped. I was looking at a red buttoned-up dress that arrived last week from Italy. It was perfect for this occasion. Shirt-like collar, long sleeves, slim fit. I slipped it on and looked in the mirror. A blonde girl with 2 Neptune blue eyes gave me a bashful glance back. I put my hand on the mirror, covering up her dull skin. There was some work to be done before I could look at her. I used a thick layer of cream compact and delicate pink blush. Then I stroked smoke bronze over my eyelids, brushed my eyelashes with a dark volumizing mascara, applied pitch pink lipstick, and put on my diamond drop earrings. The final touch was my white with red stitches boots from the Moschino Couture collection. They were Deda's super expensive thank you after we finalized our anti-haters plan. Through my window, I heard the rustling of tires, then doors slamming, hectic and awkward phrase exchange. I glanced outside. 3 black cars were parked in the driveway. Deda's Lexus, Uncle Gena's Infiniti, and Uncle Vova's Mustang. The wolf pack was assembling. 6:45 a.m. I came down for breakfast. Mom was mixing eggs for the omelette. Both of my uncles sat at the table, waiting for food to be served, while watching Deda striding from the window to the doorway and back, yelling into his cordless phone. How could he be gone? Why not a single jackass told me he fucked off? Have you forgotten who pays your debts? No, I don't fucking care. You, all of you, I pay you to protect us. He slammed the phone against the dining table. Slacker! Why am I surrounded by fucking parasites? Tell me! I told you this would happen, Dad, Mom said, pouring the eggs onto the frying pan. I told you, one day they'll come after us. She shouldn't have said that last bit. It made Deda even more upset. He grabbed the lilac bowl with M&Ms from the table and hurled it against the wall. Mom's shoulders twitched, but her eyes were glued to the omelette. Deda, it will be all right, I said and walked closer to him, but not too close. We've got the plan, our plan, remember? Deda exhaled loudly. His eyes bored into me, shrinking me to the size of a hydrogen molecule. He does this to me when the uncles are around. I couldn't figure out why. When it's just the 2 of us, he is completely different. He treats me with respect. Is he ashamed of me in front of others? Aliona, it's not a good time, Uncle Vova said. Better go clean up that broken glass. Gosh, I hate Uncle Vova, but I did what he said. Listen, Father, Uncle Gena said. That pathetic bunch of haters have been too damn annoying lately. It's time for us to step up and handle our... There is a reason they've lost their fear, Deda started. They are getting more numerous, more resourceful. Where the hell did they get the fucking dynamite? The law better be on our side. You hear me? Don't worry, Father. We got this. Good. Not waiting until Mom had finished cooking, Deda snatched the frying pan and the spatula from her. He divided the omelette into quarters and dropped them on our plates. Even if the eggs weren't ready, passing through Deda's irritation field would have fried them all nicely. 7:05 a.m. I had barely taken a sip of my tea when Deda abruptly stood up. Igor, we'll take you to school now, he told me. Aren't you coming? I mumbled. Aren't you going to the office? Have you seen this? He pointed his finger through the window. I've got to deal with that mess, haven't I? Uncle Gena stood up too. Better go, Aliona, he said. He took me by the elbow, pushing me in the direction of the hall. He helped me to wear my perfectly fitted, cream-colored coat and opened the front door for me. It'll be fine. I know, I said, but I didn't. 7:10 a.m. I stepped into our front yard. It smelled bitter, like baked potatoes, and looked scary like Judgment Day. The cobblestone choked onto the puddle Deda created with the hose. The once imposing metal gate hung inwards, barely clinging onto the frame. A pile of white powder, which looked like snow or ash, covered the tipped-over, half-burnt rubbish bin. Its contents spewed across the property, plastic bags hooked on the bronze oak tree, wet newspapers sprawled like birds on a desiccating table. Seeing my home like this jammed my heart. The most painful of all was seeing both wolf heads that guarded our entry gate lay broken and defeated, their fangs now reduced to sharp pebbles under the high heels of my Moschnos. "Good morning, Aliona." Igor, who has been Deda's loyal driver since like the Big Bang, opened the Lexus door for me. "Don't worry, we won't let it slip," he said, smiling. I frowned at him. Recently, Igor has been trying to convince everyone, including himself, that he is not just a driver, and that he has some influence on how Deda runs his business or resolves problems. And that was pathetic, because the only things Igor can influence are gearbox, indicators, and the steering wheel. Well, if I'm completely honest, I'd say that sometimes Igor can influence my mood. He has this special way of complimenting me and looking at me like I'm the 14.62 carat Oppenheimer blue diamond. It's especially flattering when I look really shitty after a sleepless night of studying. "Look what I found!" Igor showed me a large envelope. The water had blurred the calligraphy so much that I couldn't even read the sender's name. But I recognized my own name scrawled in the middle of it. "What's that?" he asked. "Oh my God!" I yelled, grabbing the envelope from Igor's hand. When my fingers touched it, myriads of tingles coursed through me. That envelope, or rather what was inside, was part of mine and Deda's anti-haters plan. "What? What's in it?" Igor said. He adjusted the icon of the Virgin Mary on the dash and started the car. "It's something that will change everything. Soon there will be no vandalism, no haters. Everything will be different." Ruthlessly, I tore the top of the envelope. Inside was a glossy magazine the color of a copper sulfide solution, with the title in golden letters, Supernova Competition. Igor's eyes jumped from the street ahead onto the magazine. "Oh, I think I know that show. I watched it on UTV1. Is that where kids answer quiz questions and then climb the notorious pyramid?" "Yep, the most prestigious intellectual competition for school leavers." "How's it going to stop the haters?" I released a long sigh. It was annoying how Igor couldn't see it. "Have you heard of positive publicity at all?" I didn't wait for his answer. "Next year, I'm going to win the game. Picture this. TV screens and billboards all over Ukraine lighting up with the words, A.A. Volkova, the brightest young mind of Ukraine 2000. No more whispers, no more rocks, no more fires. Volkovs will go down in history not as criminals, but as geniuses. I will be telling the true story of our family." I basked in the radiance of my own imagination, feeling the warmth of my success spreading through my body like sun rays. The glossy papers of the magazine, with their perfect layout and color scheme, were calling for me, luring me into the world of glory. As I inhaled the smell of the fresh ink, I let my mind drift to the Supernova Awards ceremony that I watched on UTV1 so many times. There I was, stepping confidently across the stage, my hair flowing behind me like a solar wind, my lips stretched into a perfect Hollywood smile, my eyes a bit glossy with overwhelming happiness. From the hands of the host, I received the Gold Star Award. My prize feels heavy, my heart feels light, lifting me up to the stars. "That's unexpected." Igor's voice mercilessly pulled me down from the stars back into our Lexus. I would never have thought a kid's show can change how people see us. I mean, you, Volkovs. What do you need to win? The indicators ticked, and we merged into the highway. First, the school has to sign me off as rep, which I'm 99% sure will happen today. Then, I need to win the regionals here in Donetsk. And then, finals in Kiev. You'll smash it. You're so smart. I am, but those kids, have you seen them? They are Einsteins. I can help you prepare. I made a snoring sound to show Igor how ridiculous his offer was. How can you help me? You didn't even finish school. School? Who needs school when you've got life experience? Igor said. There are heaps of things they don't teach you at school. Believe me. I didn't, but I had no desire to argue. What I wanted was to delve into the pages of Supernova. I felt like I've been initiated into an exclusive club. You can't just pick up a copy from a local kiosk. Only approved applicants have access to the magazine. Only a handful of us who will be competing for the gold star next year will know the rules and the categories. And I'm one of the chosen few who gets to take a peek inside. My eyes fell on a familiar face. Last year's Supernova winner, Sabir Bakayev, representing the Autonomous Republic of Crimea. His interview followed. Sabir, what was the best part of Supernova? The best part came after the competition. As the brightest young mind of Ukraine, I had the responsibility to promote science all over the country. I gave presentations at school, spoke at the International Young Leaders Symposium. I even made a special guest appearance on the Animal Kingdom show. It was the best year of my life. 2000 is going to be my best year, I thought. But my excitement quickly changed into desperation when I turned the page. In the top corner, inside a yellow star, bold blue letters read, "Great news. You've asked, we've listened. For the first time in 5 years, we are introducing a new category, music and art." What the hell, I thought. How could they add music and art into a science-focused competition? It felt like an immaculate chemical reaction of my life gone wrong, as if all the elements that were supposed to come together in perfect harmony suddenly clashed and erupted in chaos. Only 4 weeks left until the regional competition, and I have no clue either about music or about art. I've never held a musical instrument in my life. With brushes I was more familiar. We had compulsory art classes in primary school. But I've always been more interested in mixing colors and a glass of water than in the actual act of painting. The plan of Redeem, the Volkov's family name, was the sun around which my entire life revolved. But now everything had been thrown off course. What am I going to do? I rested my head against the headrest and gazed through the side window. The bustling morning traffic on Artyoma Street seemed even more chaotic than usual. As we crawled along the right lane, I watched Igor maneuver the Lexus into the left lane, where he promptly cut off an old Mazda and a new Tavria. No one had the guts to object, but soon left lane slowed down too. We inched along until we reached the intersection with Tamansky Avenue, where a broken traffic light caused a backup. A police car was parked in the middle of the road, and an officer was directing traffic with his zebra cane. Our Lexus idled as we waited for our turn to move. I looked at my watch, realizing I was going to be late to school. 8:03 a.m. I slammed the car door and ran upstairs toward the school's main entrance. The blue and green sign on the door read Donetsk National Lyceum. Inside it was already empty and quiet. As I rushed across the hall towards my classroom, I heard buzzing and chatter. I sighed with relief. The module hasn't started yet. The teacher wasn't there. I turned the door handle. Everyone went abruptly quiet, but only for a second until they realized it was just me, not the teacher. The buzzing elevated again. My classmates continued talking, jumping, reading. Some were doing last-minute homework, some were doing last-minute makeup. Slavik Svatov, who was running across the aisle throwing paper bombs, stopped and glanced at me. His lips stretched into the creepiest smile. It confused and frightened me. But when I looked at my desk, I saw it. I saw her, a new girl. She sat at my desk on Yana's seat. I froze. The girl noticed me and said, "Is this your seat?" Her voice sounded lethargic, like she gave up on life. Or rather, considering how she looked, life had given up on her. Her oversized knitted blouse that had this cartoonish pink color made her shapeless like an amoeba. Her gray hair was made into a simple braid that looked ragged like a climbing rope in our sports hall. Her eyes were red, her forehead was covered in small pimples, the number of which exceeded the number of stars in the Milky Way. And something was sticking out of her snobby nose. It was disgusting. I couldn't possibly sit next to her. She was obviously sick. I couldn't go down with some ugly illness, especially not now when I have to study for the music and art category. The classroom door opened and our math teacher Calipers strode inside. His actual name was Sergei Viktorovich, but we call him Calipers because of his ridiculously long legs. "All right, everyone, let's begin." He dropped our class register and other workbooks on the desk. "Volkova, please sit down, or do you want to teach the class for me?" He stretched me a piece of chalk. I'd happily relax here by the window with my book. "Yeah, Volkova, teach us about your spheres," Slavik yelped after he settled down at his desk in the middle row. "Are they equal, or is one bigger than the other?" Someone else added. I didn't notice who it was. "Hey, if you ever need help with measuring, I've got this very precise device." Slavik waved his hand at me. "Burn!" Kostya Nikitin yelled. His desk was right behind me. "Shut up!" I whispered, landing on the far edge of my seat next to the new girl. "I'm glad we've cleared that," Calipers said. "I'm Lena," the new girl whispered to me, deeply sniffing. The thing in her nose moved, but stayed inside. To prevent myself from retching, I lowered my eyes to the textbook. It's already October, I thought. Why would she be joining us a month after the school year started? 8:45 a.m. Break between math modules. "Your dress is nice," Lena said. I was so angry with her. She sniffed and sneezed the entire class. I couldn't concentrate. "It's Fendi," I said, looking through her. "Do you know what Fendi is? It's a luxury Italian brand. Cost a lot." "You've got good taste in clothing," she said. I couldn't get why she was so notoriously nice. We were not friends. We'd just met. "What class do we have after the math module?" "The schedule is on the notice board," I told her. I waited until she left and turned to Kostya. "She can't sit here," I told him. "Why not?" "Because it's Yana's chair. The seat next to you is free." "Nah, she's not sitting here," Kostya said. He stretched his gorilla-like legs on top of the empty chair. "I'd rather have your ass here." "I can't, Kostya. Yana would kill me. Come on, let Lena sit next to you." He pulled out a massive chain from under his t-shirt and rapped. "She's got to drop a K or 3 before she gets to chill with me, yo!" "You know you aren't Detzel, right?" I said, turning away from him. I heard him mocking me with a high-pitched voice. If Yana was here, this wouldn't have happened. Where the hell is she? To calm down my nerves, I opened the math book and stared at the tangent graph. I loved functions, because they bring the chaos of life in order. Only imagine, a tangent of every number possible would fall exactly on the line of that graph. Fascinating. "Hey, Aliona," I heard Slavik's voice. He stood by my desk, a wooden ruler in his hand. "I've got a scientific question for you. He pointed the ruler at me.
Do you ever stuff your bra?
What? I felt embarrassed. Kostya was probably all ears behind me. Of course not.
Okie dokie,
he said, but didn't leave.
I believe you, but other guys...
He looked in the direction of 3 other boys who gathered by the blackboard.
They don't. They need proof. Let me just quickly measure right here between your nipples, to be sure.
He took the ruler by the corners with his both hands.
Stay still.
Piss off, I leaned away.
Do you want everyone to think you stuff your bra with your granddad's socks? If not, let me just quickly measure them. It's not a big deal, is it?
Oh, for fuck's sake, Kostya said.
Just do it, mate.
He pushed Slavik on the back. Slavik fell on me and sure thing managed to clutch my breast. I jumped up.
Ooh, soft landing,
Slavik said, grinning.
Thanks, mate,
he said to Kostya. I stormed out of the class to their laughter and whistling. Get lost, I murmured. Being a woman is bloody hard. I wish I could be more like Yana. She's so natural with boys. She always knows how to respond. She would probably say something like, "What about measuring your dick instead, Slavik?" She would be direct just like that. "Oh shit, wait! We can't! We don't have a microscope!" And she would say it with such confidence that Slavik would shut the fuck up for the rest of the day. Slavik, or anyone else in the class, doesn't know a fraction of what Yana knows about sex. Her nocturnal adventures with her older cousin Rita always leave me with a wide-open mouth frozen in the attempt to say "what?" but never able to finish it, so it just become "what?" Once, she kissed a boy at the party, and when it turned out that he had a girlfriend, she kissed her too. They nearly had a threesome, but the boy bailed. Another time, she gave a blowjob to a DJ while he was DJing. Yana said he mixed a cool track while she was down, and just recently she hooked up with a gynecology student in the club's cubicle. And although he taught her a lot about women's body, stuff she had no idea was there, he wasn't that good at applying his knowledge. Kostya would have done a better job, she said. 8:55 a.m. The second math module was in the computer classroom, which was a modern space with fat monitors and whirling fans. I staked out the spot at the computer near the back, away from the new girl who continued sniffing in the other corner. 9:35 a.m. Break after math modules. As soon as the class ended, I rushed to the principal's office. I was determined to secure my spot as the official Supernova representative for the upcoming Supernova Regionals. The once quiet and peaceful hallway was flooded with students pouring out of the classrooms, calling out to each other, sharing the latest gossips, giggling, eye-rolling. I squeezed my way to the staircase, saying hi here and there, trying not to touch anyone, keeping my distance, preventing others from touching me. As I passed people, I avoided inhaling the cacophony of cheap perfumes and shower gel mixed with some even less attractive smells of human bodies. Once upstairs, I walked up to the principal's office. On the door, bold capital letters displayed Lyceum's 2 values. 0 violence, 100% excellence. I opened the door without knocking. "Good morning, Andrei Alexeyevich." As I stepped into his office, my nose was immediately struck by a pungent aroma of Sprat in tomato sauce and the sharp tang of yeast. The rumors were that he is recently separated from his wife and now sleeps in his office on a rollaway bed.
"Aliona Volkova,
are you here to talk about Supernova?" he said, pointing at the chair opposite his desk. His jaw was still chewing something, and this something was definitely not spearmint steamroll gum. Andrei Alexeyevich is not a pleasant-looking man. He is short and fat. The crown of his head always reminds me of a glazed bun ready from the oven. That's why we call him Sugarcoat. "I've been approved," I said, smiling. "Now I only need you to sign this paper." I handed him a document that was part of the Supernova package. He took the paper. "Congratulations, Volkova. It's good news, but I can't sign it. Not yet." "What? Why?" "At the last teaching staff meeting, it was brought to my attention that..." He cleared his throat. "Let me show you." From a plastic tray, he took out a black, fat folder and flipped the files. "Do you know Lina Buryak?" I nodded. "She's new." "Look." He turned the folder upside down so I could read it too. It was a reference letter from school number 5 praising Lina's achievements. His finger pointed at the number 4.99. "This is Lina's average grade from her previous school. We thought it was quite impressive. It's higher than yours by 0.02. The teachers think, and I agree, Lina could be a better candidate to represent our school in Supernova Regionals." That was unexpected and so unfair. "But I've been preparing for this competition since last year. I've received the invitation." My voice quivered. My hands shook. Everything was falling apart. That light spot on Sugarcoat's hat became too bright, blinding almost. The periphery of my vision got murky, and their voices started talking to me again. First, they sounded like a light buzz, like a tiny mosquito stuck in the ear canal, but quickly got louder, hissing annoyingly. "Loser, loser, loser. Did you really think you could be the one? No one wants you. We told you. You were just a loser. It's not personal, Volkova. I'm acting with Lyceum interest in mind." "No, you can't do this to me. She's just started. She missed the whole month of study. She... Volkova, calm down." Sugarcoat's voice sounded firmer. "Let me remind you that any decision concerning the selection process will not be made until the upcoming weeks, once we have recalculated everyone's average. The chosen representative will be announced just before the autumn break. In the meantime, channel all your energy into achieving excellence in all your tests. Clear?" "Clear," I mumbled and left his office. I was furious. You get only one chance to participate in Supernova, only in your senior year. If you blew it, that's it, it's finite. My dreams would be shattered like those wolves' heads on our driveway this morning, and Lina's tasteless shoes would be grinding their fraction into ashes while all TV screens across the country would be displaying her pimpled face with the underlying message, "Lina Buryak, the brightest young mind of Ukraine." I shook the scary image away. No, that's not going to happen. She missed the entire month. She couldn't possibly have a better performance than me. 9:45 a.m. Physics module. We were back in our classroom. I was determined to focus on the average gravitation field of Earth. The teacher wrote a number on the blackboard, 9.81 meters per square second, the gravity acceleration near the surface. To find out the speed of an object, the teacher started. By the way, we also call it velocity. Multiply the acceleration of the gravity by the amount of the time since the object started falling. Simple, eh? But nothing as simple in real life. A falling object velocity is constrained by the value called terminal velocity, so... I looked at the blackboard, focusing all my brain capacity on the formula, but with Lina blowing her nose right into my ear and sneezing exactly when teacher was talking, focusing was bloody hard. I wanted to grab her neck and squeeze it until the last bit of air left her lungs. 11:30 a.m. Lunch break. I don't know how I survived until the end of the class. After the bell rang, I hurried to the bathroom. I felt like Lina's snot was all over me. I wanted to take a shower. I wanted to sterilize myself, but I could only wash my hands and my face in the sink. Twice, and then one more time. No way I could go back to the class. No way I could sit with her during the next 2 modules. I went outside. I don't like rain, but at that moment the refreshing air charged with ozone and geosmin felt like a blessing. I inhaled it deeply, enjoying my solitude. But I wasn't alone. On the concrete parapet, under the canopy sat Karina Romanova, a pencil in her hand, a sketchbook on her lap. Yana and I hung out with Karina last year. I liked her. She was funny. It was her who gave all our teachers hilarious nicknames. Sugarcoat, Calipers, Gigi. That was the name she gave to our curator teacher because of her ginger hair. If Karina was around, you could guarantee hysterical laughter with proper tears and stitches. Our threesome was amazing until something happened between her and Yana at last Met party. I was presented with Yana's ultimatum. Aliona, you've got to choose. It's either me or Karina. Tell me what happened, I demanded. But Yana said, she is vengeful little bitch. That's all you need to know. I chose Yana, of course, but I never stopped missing jokes and laughter. I approached Karina from behind and peeped at her drawing. Her sharp pencil slid over the contour of the naked woman's waist. I thought she was drawing herself. The same neat, cute round face with wide open dark brown eyes, a wavy bronze head of hair, and big boobs. If I had boobs that size, I would be carrying them with pride, not hiding them under bulky sweaters and jeans overalls as Karina does. She didn't notice me, continuing to draw. Her pencil moved to the woman's pelvis. In brisk motion, I traced a thin, wavy line from her buttocks and away from her body, ending up with a sharp triangle. Then Karina's hand moved to the crown of the woman's head. It outlined 2 tiny horns from both sides above her ears. That's beautiful, I said. She quickly closed her sketchbook and looked up at me. It's nothing, I'm just practicing. It's my homework, she said defensively. What do you want? Nothing. I wish I could draw like that. What technique is that? Why are you suddenly all into art? I shrugged. Just curious. It's called sketching, okay? She replied and continued drawing. I was about to step away when she asked, Is Yana into art now too? Where is she, by the way? She's not well, I lied. Here comes my embarrassing fact number 1. I knew nothing about my best friend's whereabouts. I could have called her, but Yana specifically asked me not to call unless someone was about to die. She didn't tell me why. I figured it was because her parents couldn't afford the phone line. I thought maybe the number she gave me was her neighbor's phone, but she was too proud to admit it. That sucks, Karina said. Are you going to visit her? Yeah, maybe. I lied again. Embarrassing fact number 2. I've never been to Yana's house. She'd never invited me. But that's okay. I don't have a burning desire to visit her. She probably lives on an unpaved road. Her house smells of old carpets and the dishes are greasy. I prefer to hang out at mine, where everything is squeaky clean and smells of jasmine. I think Calipers should have said something to the boys, Karina said. Teachers are such cowards. Yeah, especially male teachers, I said. They always avoid commenting on dirty behavior in class. That sucks. Anyway, what do you think about the new girl? Your new desk mate. What's her name? Karina said. Lena, but I think we should call her Piglet. Piglet, bingo! This whole time I've been thinking what she reminds me of. I knew Karina would appreciate my simile. With a smile on her face, she looked so different. Her sexy cheekbones popped out, her chin became more pointy, and her eyes sparkled. It reminded me of those old times when the 3 of us couldn't stop laughing. And where was she a month ago when we all started? Couldn't get out of the house because her friend Winnie was stuck in the doorway. Karina replied and we both giggled. It felt good, even relaxing. Your hair looks great, I said. Really? You like it?
From her purse, she pulled out a travel-size hairbrush with a mirror. "It's the humidity. It makes it frizzy." "Let me help you," I said. I took the hairbrush and unfolded it. Karina's hair was heavy and Barbie doll dense. The hairbrush got lost in it. I wished I had hair like that. Mine was thin and weak. I've never allowed it to grow long because as soon as it reaches my shoulders, the ends start splitting, making me look like a spaniel. Carefully with my forefinger-nail, I made a zigzag section above Karina's ear and flipped her hair to the side. If Yana saw me there, she'd be so jealous. "So, what happened between you and Yana at that med party?" "Didn't she tell you? I spilled Coke on her. She thinks I did it on purpose, but it was an accident, I swear. I felt so bad." Karina's eyes were wide open and so sincere that I bought into it. But thinking about it now, I don't know if Yana would be so mad for so long over an accident. "Here, have a look." I passed Karina the mirror as we stood up to walk back into the class. She looked at her new hairstyle, enticing waves crossing her forehead. "It suits you," I said. "You know what?" Karina said, still looking in the small mirror, running her hand through her hair. "Taras is skipping the rest of the day, going to a dentist or something. Would you like to sit with me? Sugarcoat won't even notice." "Even if he will, I'll sugarcoat it," I smiled. 3:10 p.m. End of school. Igor was waiting for me as always, parked right in front of the staircase. He opened the door for me when he saw me coming down. "How was school?" he asked. "School is school," I replied, and after a pause I added, "I hate it." "Sorry, who are you?" Igor said, squinting his eyes at me. "And what did you do with the science nerd that I dropped off at school this morning?" "Gone, and she's not coming back." "Okay, tell me everything," he said, and started the car. I told Igor about Piglet, and how I've got to study even harder to retain the right to represent Lyceum at Supernova Regionals. I probably will need to cut on sleep and study on the way to and from school. I also told Igor that Piglet had stolen Yana's seat. "High school sucks, man," Igor said, clapping me on my thigh. "It does," I said, moving my leg away. "Can Piglet move to another desk?" Igor asked, switching the gear. "No, the only other option is with that dickhead Kostya, and he doesn't want to sit with her." "Leave it with me. I'll talk to the principal tomorrow." "What? No way." "Why not? I'm not just a driver, Aliona." Igor swerved into the highway without indicating. "I do other stuff. I negotiate deals for Boris." "Igor, you can't just rock up in school and negotiate. It's not one of your business deals. There is a certain etiquette around intelligent people with PhDs and masters. They are different. They won't listen to someone like you." "They would if I brought this." From the pocket of his leather jacket, Igor took out a pile of cash. I looked at him skeptically and said, "We'll call it a Plan B." He smiled with satisfaction. When we arrived at our house, I was relieved to see the new robust gate which Igor opened with a remote controller. The front yard was sparkly clean, with a new silver rubbish bin and a brick letterbox. The 2 wolf hats that previously guarded the property were replaced by the 2 CCTV cameras. "Score, Deda," I thought to myself. Entry 2. I want it all written down. Wednesday, October 6, 1999. 25 days until regionals. 6:45 a.m. Deda was chatty. He sang a couple of songs, whistled a couple of melodies, and tapped a rhythm with his fork over the empty plate. I hurried him because I wanted to get to school earlier. 7 a.m. The 3 of us got in the Lexus. Deda at the front with his papers. I'm at the back with my notebook. Before Igor started the car, he touched his icon and whispered, The gate opened and we left. As we merged into the highway, Igor looked at me through the rear view mirror.
"What are you working on?"
"A list of reasons why Kostya should sit with Lena."
"What if he refuses?"
"Oh, that's the best part. He won't have a choice. This move is going to be compulsory. It will cascade down from Yelena Bogdanovna."
"Your curator?"
"Mm-hmm."
"Remember the plan B."
Igor clapped his hand over his pocket. Deda took his eyes off the papers.
"What are you two plotting?"
"It's me. I'm plotting everything myself," I said. "Don't worry, Deda. My plan is perfect."
"Good,"
Deda said.
"Don't listen to this muppet."
7:30. We dropped Deda off at his office and continued via Artyoma Street to Lyceum. We had plenty of time. The traffic was moving fast. Igor shifted between the lanes, taking over car after car. Rocking in my seat, I looked at my list of reasons. The main one was not there. I wanted Yana to be next to me. I missed her. Nothing made sense without her condescending looks, without her bold comments. I felt so incomplete, so naked. I hadn't realized how much I needed her protection, her confidence. With Yana, I could pretend to be like her. Without Yana, my self-esteem was dropping down fast like a faulty elevator, falling into the shift accelerating by 9.81 meters per square second. We weren't friends at first sight. When I started Lyceum 2 years ago, Yana was not in our class, but soon I heard about her. Every student in Lyceum knew of Yana, even admired her. At the start of last year, she almost got expelled because she had a fight with her classmate, a male classmate. Zero violence was Sugarcoat's one of 2 main values, but the poor bugger was so mellow, he gave Yana a second chance and brought her into our class. I remembered when she opened the door, looking all rumpled and tattered, like a grocery bag at the end of its life. The muddy brown strands of her hair were gathered in a low ponytail, revealing her sticking out ears. Her nose was pointy and a bit too long than what her face needed. I couldn't get what the fuss was all about. But then, during the math module, Calipers asked her to solve a problem on the board. She proudly stood up and walked down the aisles like she was not an outcast in basketball shoes, but a Cindy Crawford in Louboutins. And when her hand started scribbling the formulas, I didn't care about her nose or about her ears anymore. What I cared about was how to win her so she could infect me with her I don't give a shit attitude. Sometimes I feel like I'm still trying to win her, competing with others for her attention. 7:45. I hopped out of the car and rushed upstairs to see our curator, Yelena Bogdanovna, or Gigi, as we all call her. Gigi is smart and strategic. That's exactly what you need when you are responsible for a bunch of ungrateful 16-year-olds. I respected her for that. She's attractive as well. Her beachy waves always look tidy. Her eyelashes are covered with a thin layer of mascara, highlighting their lengths. And she always wears classic jackets and pants, not branded, but stylish nonetheless. I heard from someone that she designs and sews her own clothes. Her office always smelled of flowers and fresh soil from pot plants that clustered on her windowsill. After I presented her with a list of reasons why Lena should sit with Kostya, she asked, "Did you talk to Kostya about that?" "Yes, but if it come from you, it would have more weight." Gigi took out a watering can from under her desk and walked up to the windowsill. "This would be a no, Aliona. Kostya's grades are already pretty average. He's actually very close to being expelled. Sharing the desk with someone else could be distracting for him." "But when Yana is back, he will be sharing the desk with her anyway." You're right about that. Okay, I'm going to request an extra desk for your classroom. Mind you, it'll take time. Until then, Lena can sit with Kostya if... Great, thank you. Let me finish. If Kostya agrees. My heart started pumping blood with increased pressure. Of course Kostya isn't going to agree. Of course he's going to use one of his dirty jokes or rap something dopey. It was a disaster. And one more thing, Gigi said. At the teaching staff meeting, concerns were raised that Lena missed a few essential lessons on trigonometry. I need you to bring her up to speed. What on earth is she talking about? I thought. I can't help Lena to improve her grades. If anything, I should be doing the opposite. I can't. She should have started at the beginning of the year in September, like all of us. She wouldn't have missed the class. Something tragic happened in her family, Gigi said. She meticulously watered her viola, rotating it. The bottom of the clay pot scraped over the tray. She couldn't attend school. So what exactly happened? That I can't say, but what I can say is that you are really good at math and that you can spare a couple of hours helping Lena. But I have to study for Supernova. Right, you Supernova. She said it with a sigh, like Supernova was not a TV show, but someone's funerals. What's wrong with Supernova? Nothing. I've got nothing against that competition. It's a great show to watch and the concept fits well with the image of Volkos. But you are... She stopped watering the flowers, trying to find the right word, but couldn't find it. Or she did find it, just didn't want to say it out loud. You've got to find your own path, the one that is independent of your family. At that point I thought, oh Gigi, you are a smart woman. How can you not understand? I am part of my family. We are together like a wolf's pack. This is my path, the wolf's path. I said nothing out loud. I only shrugged. Can't you ask someone else to help Lena? Certainly. Is there anyone else in the class who knows math better than you? No, but then settled. Gigi put the can back under her desk. See you in the class, Aliona. I left the office confused and angry with myself. Not only I didn't get what I wanted, but I also signed up for an extra task. What's wrong with me? Why am I so easy to manipulate? 8:55 a.m. First break. Kostya, Lena is moving in with you. No, she's not. This is a direction from Gigi. I talked to her before the school started. I don't fucking care. Lena is super smart. She'll help you during tests. That phrase switched on something humane in Kostya's eyes. It shimmered like a glimpse of hope until Piglet ruined it. By the way, her nose was clean today, and her eyes were not glittery, so I could look at her. Well, actually, I won't, Lena said. What? You see, I don't mind sitting with him until the new desk arrives, but I'm not going to help him. I knew I had to convince Kostya, but I haven't realized I will need to convince Piglet as well. Fine, I said. I will be helping you. What do you want me to do, Kostya? A blowjob. Kostya! Okay, write my next Ukrainian essay for me. Deal. That was relatively easy, I thought. Lena, it's all sorted. You can move. Actually, I also have a condition, Lena said. I'm not going to take any of his dirty jokes. As long as I sit there, he must be nice to me. That's bullshit, Kostya said. You want me to sit with her and be nice to her, and I'm getting only one essay out of it? Nah, you will be writing my essays for as long as she sits here. That's my final offer. And I want it all written down, Piglet said. That's right, me too, Kostya agreed. I'll draft the contract. Piglet tore a page out of her notebook and scribbled, Sitting arrangement contract. It was a shocking revelation that someone looking like a cartoon character could be so formal and convincing. According to our contract, Piglet was to sit with Kostya on the condition that he wasn't going to say anything abusive to her for as long as I wrote his Ukrainian essays. All three of us signed the piece of paper. Piglet said we need a witness, so I brought Karina to sign the contract as a witness. We made Xerox copies for each of us, and by the time the next bell rang, Piglet sat with Kostya, and I asked Karina to sit with me while Yana was God knows where. 8:55 a.m. Ukrainian language module. So now I have to stay after school to teach you trigonometry, I whispered to Karina while Gigi explained how to use adverbial participles with dependent words. I've got to do it today after school. I can stay with you if you want, Karina offered. I'd love that. 3:10 p.m., end of school. I told Piglet that she has to stay to catch up on trigonometry with me. But this ungrateful bitch said she had no time today. She put on her worn-out crossbody bag and was about to leave when I stopped her. I'm doing you a favor, I said. It's either now or never. Fine, Piglet said. She took off her bag and plopped back into the chair. I turned my chair to face her and put my notes on her desk. So we'll start with the definition of sine and cosine, I said, flipping the pages until I found the picture of the triangle. The classroom gradually became deserted, and I had to adjust the loudness of my voice. I was proud of my explanation. It seemed like Piglet got it real quick. Should I be doing more tutoring? Should I open my own science school? What would I call it? Fibonacci Institute for Mathematics and Science. No, I thought it should be something more sophisticated. Like the Ada Lovelace School of Advanced Science. And it should be for elite girls only, where they can focus on studying with no bullying and no sexual pressure. The chair next to me was pulled. Karina stepped over it and sat folding her arms on the backrest. She said, Lena, how do you know so much about contracts and stuff? Hey, we're busy here, I said. My mom used to work as a lawyer. Piglet's eyes sparkled. But a year ago, she became a reporter. Oh, you got a cool mom? A lawyer, a reporter? What newspaper is she working for? I couldn't understand why Karina was so interested. Well, actually, she's not working anymore. No? What does she do? Well, The sparkle in Piglet's eyes faded. She died. My body instinctively leaned several centimeters away from Lena. I don't appreciate people talking death around me. But Karina instead leaned across the desk and gave Lena the tightest hug. I wondered how she knew that Lena needed a hug. She wasn't even crying at that point. I'm so sorry, Lena. When did it happen? She took Lena's hand in hers. I remained speechless and a bit angry with myself for not knowing what to do. A month ago, on August 30. It was a car crash. She was coming back from work. That's terrible. Is your dad... Do you have a dad? Yes, but after he found out about the car crash, he had a stroke. He is diabetic, you see, so he's kind of paralyzed now. Her tears dripped on my notebook like tropical rain. I took it away. And we... She mumbled something. Hey, come on, it'll be fine. Karina came over to Piglet's side and snuggled her. I took out paper napkins from my purse and slid them under Lena's hand. Thank you. She wiped her tears and took a convulsive breath in. We had to move out of our apartment because, you see, there is no elevator or ramp for my dad to go up and down in his wheelchair. and I was supposed to be helping him move out right now. Aliona, we have to take her home immediately. Is your granddad's driver still waiting? Obviously, Igor was waiting, but I wasn't sure I wanted to go to Piglet's place and see the sad face of her paralyzed dad. It would have made me depressed, reminding me about my own dad, or rather his absence. I'm not sure he will have the time. Granddad is super busy. He may require the car any minute. Stop being so selfish. The girl had just lost her mom, Karina said, maybe a bit too harsh. I'll take a bus, Piglet said. She started packing her stuff. Karina looked at me, tilting her head towards Lena. It's fine. I'm sure he'll find the time. Let's go, I said. 3:30 p.m. The Lexus was not parked at the front steps of the Lyceum building. But before I even started wondering where it was, Igor jumped out of a dark green Hummer. He opened the door for me. New car? I asked. Hummer H1, he said. Cool, eh? I liked our Lexus, but the new car reminded me of the Mars rover Sojourner, which was pretty cool. You girls are having a party or what? Igor asked, his index finger tracing an imaginary circle around our squad. I don't do parties, Igor, I said, climbing onto the front seat of the Hummer. Igor opened the back door for the girls. I know you don't do party, but if you ever want to, I can book the entire UFO club just for you. He closed the back door and climbed groaning onto the driver's seat. Home? He asked, touching the Virgin Mary icon, which was upgraded from a wooden frame to a golden one. Not at first, I said and turned back to face Lena. Where do you live? She slid to the edge of the back seat to reach the space between me and Igor. This car is huge, she said. So comfy, Karina agreed. I live on 45 Yarova Street. It's by the new Boom supermarket. Actually, not far from UFO. You know where it is, Igor? Yep, he said and pulled out. The new rosary beads, but the cross that hung from the rear mirror didn't swing even slightly. The car was indeed comfortable. My back almost melted into the softness of the new leather upholstery. I relished the air inside the car. It was a special smell that only the first owner can be honored with. A concentrated smell of luxury. It whispered, "You are special. You are the only one." But in just a few minutes, this luxurious air quickly became inundated by the smell of old clothes and cheap deodorants. With bitter regret, I opened the window. So, who do we have back there? Igor broke the silence, looking in the mirror at the two girls in the back seat. I'm Karina Romanova. I'm Lena Buryak. And I'm Igor Mokhov. Nice to meet you too. Lena, he smiled into the mirror. Are you at all related to Laura Buryak? She was my mom. The car broke suddenly, and we all slid forward. Igor swore. Damn these roads! Sorry, my condolences, Lena. I remember reading about the car crash in the newspaper. Several weeks back. So tragic. Was she a journalist? Well, actually, she was a reporter in Donbass Chronicles. Lena's hands were tightly holding onto my backrest. She sniffed. It's going to be okay. Karina calmed her down, lightly tapping on her knee. Tell us, where are you moving into? We are going to live with my grandparents. They'll look after us. I remember living with my grandma when my parents were getting divorced, Karina said. Every evening, she baked pies and cookies for us, for me and my bro. She really spoiled us. I didn't know you had a brother, I said, turning back to face Karina. When I was 6 and my bro was 9, they split us up. I stayed with my mom, and my dad took bro, and they moved to Kramatorsk. But now bro's back, in Donetsk, living in a dorm, Karina said. I wished I had a brother, Lena said. No, you don't. Brothers suck. We hated each other when we were kids. Now we are all right.
Is it far? I asked Igor quietly.
Just past the Mariupol fork, and we'll be there,
Igor replied. We took the exit from the highway, and soon we were driving along Yarova Street, not even trying to avoid pit holes. Hammer felt like home on those roads. Rosary beads gently swung from side to side. 3:55 p.m. We stopped by number 45. I have to admit I didn't expect the building to look that nice. It was a 3-story apartment block, freshly painted in bright yellow. By the entry, 2 white wooden benches stood opposite each other. On the sides grew 2 young maples with leaves the color of iron oxide.
"What a nice place,"
Kirina said, jumping out of the car.
"Sad you got to leave."
"I live on the 3rd floor. See our balcony?" Piglet pointed her finger up.
"Hey, Grandma!"
"Look who's here!" Grandma smiled, holding a big pot plant.
"She is late, but she brought an Olympic team of heavy lifters."
I thought that was a premature assumption. I wasn't going to carry Piglet's stuff, not in my spotless cream jacket, not on my heels, not down the stairs from the 3rd floor. In just a moment, Piglet's grandma came down. Her long skirt was splattered with water that dripped from the pot she carried. She said that they had packed most of the stuff in sturdy bags and boxes, and that the truck was going to arrive any minute.
"All right, my dears, come on in and I'll show you where everything is,"
Grandma said, inviting us in. Piglet and Karina ran through the door and up the stairs. I looked at Igor, hoping that he'd say he doesn't have time, but instead he rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt. "After you," he said, pointing at the entry. What's wrong with everyone? Why do they all want to help her? Through the dark hallway, Igor and I walked up several steps to the 1st floor, where the doors of 2 apartments opposite each other displayed number 1 and 2. We continued up the stairs to the 2nd floor. My shoulder accidentally brushed against the wall, and the white chalk paint left a mark on my coat. I shook it off and continued walking closer to the wooden handrail, further away from the wall. We passed the apartment 3 and 4 and reached the 3rd floor. The door to the left was wide open. Piglet and Karina rushed towards us, carrying 2 bags each.
"Just grab whatever you can carry,"
Piglet said.
"Some stuff is pretty heavy,"
she added when she was already running down the stairs. Inside the apartment, the air was suffocating. There was that special, recognizable smell that you sense only when you shift big items of furniture that weren't moved in years, revealing deposits of condensed dust that have been compressed and layered over the years. I knew that smell. It smelled like that when Mom and I moved out. Igor and I stepped over the boxes in corridor and entered a spacious living room, where Piglet's dad manured amongst the clutter. "Good afternoon," Igor said.
"Oh, hello,"
he replied, trying to turn the wheelchair towards us, but it got stuck in a small space between the cupboard and a stack of books. He clearly didn't have the skills to operate this cumbersome device. He bumped into the cupboard. The door squeaked. "Just give me a second," Piglet's dad said, and nervously rotated the wheels backwards. The chair pushed the stock of books, which tilted on the floor lamp, knocking it over. Igor leaped in front of me, catching the lamp before it shattered against the floor. "I'm sorry, I'm still getting used to my new legs," Piglet's dad said, clapping his hand against the wheels. "Vadim," he stretched out his hand. "Igor?" They shook hands. "Aliona," I said, hiding behind Igor. "Aliona, your father saved our lamp." No, I said, possibly too loud. In a way, Igor did replace my father after Mom and I moved in with Deda. But despite the amount of time I spent with him and the secrets I share, he isn't my father. I wanted to make it clear. "Igor is just our driver," I said. After hearing that, something clicked in Vadim's head. He squinted his eyes at me.
"What is your last name, Aliona?" This question had always made me anxious, because when people hear the answer, they have only two reactions. They either artificially love us or genuinely hate us, which is essentially the same thing. I gingerly said, "Volkova?" Vadim's reaction was nothing I could have predicted. "Is that right?" He clapped the wheels. "Who would have thought? My wife dreamed about an interview with your granddad, Boris Volkov. If she was here, she would have been so happy to see you." A gentle smile crossed his face. I felt some tension inside. I knew his wife wouldn't have a slightest chance of interviewing Deda. I didn't know what to reply. Lucky Igor jumped in. "I'm sorry, man." He shook Vadim's shoulder. "Life is a bitch." So true, man, so true. Behind, I heard some grunting. Piglet's grandma dragged a wardrobe from the bedroom. "I'll give you a hand," Igor said, lifting the bottom corner. I also grabbed the bag closest to me and hurried down the stairs. Outside, Karina was smoking the half-naked woman that was displayed on one of the plastic bags. "Watch this," Karina said. She turned her back to Piglet and hugged herself tightly so her hands reached the opposite sides of her back. She slid them up and down, wriggling her body and imitating kissing noises. She was so good at it, it really did look like she was making out with someone. "I'm so hot," she said in a squeaky voice, and then she replied to herself in a lower voice, "Let's take this off." Her hands pulled up her sweater. It was so realistic that for a moment I thought a real boy was undressing her, not her own hands. Piglet was laughing hysterically. I smiled too. They dropped their bags in the truck that had already arrived and walked back to the building. "Looks like we always go in opposite directions," Piglet said, passing me. I quickly dropped my bags in the truck and rushed back upstairs, trying to catch them. Going up, I gave way to Igor and Grandma, who carried a bed. The living room was already empty. Only the lamp that Igor saved stood in the middle. I looked around for the girls.
"Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god!"
I heard Karina's artificially high-pitched voice echoing behind the closed wooden door. Gingerly, I pushed the door handle. The furniture, the carpets, the curtains were already removed. Several bags and boxes were piled up on the floor. Karina and Piglet were staring at a huge, possibly meter by meter-and-a-half poster. It was a famous scene after the Titanic crash, where Jack was freezing in the ocean and Rose was lying on the ship's debris, holding his hands. "Jack Dawson, ladies and gentlemen," Piglet said with the voice of a TV show presenter. I couldn't share the admiration for Titanic. The film was so boring that I couldn't even make it halfway through. But Yana loved it. She also had a crush on Leo. I remembered when she watched Titanic for the first time last year, she couldn't stop talking about Jack. She still carries Leo's little black and white picture, which she cut out of the newspaper, in her wallet. She would have loved this poster. "Are you guys into Leo?" I asked. "Who isn't?" Piglet said. She brushed her hand over the poster. "Look at these icicles on his hair and his blue lips." "Such a tragedy," I said sarcastically. "It was a tragedy," Piglet and Karina said simultaneously. They looked at each other and giggled. "Anyway, this is the biggest one. All other are already packed." "You've got more? Which ones?" Karina said, grabbing the box with rolled-out papers. She dived inside, exploring its content. "Aliona, look at all this stuff!" "I don't have the time. I have to go soon," I said. I took one of the bags and was about to leave the room when Karina jumped on me from behind. I felt something sharp around my neck. It tickled. I tilted my head to the side and laughed. "What's that?" "I will transform you," Karina said. From her mouth stuck out 2 vampire teeth. "Get off," I said. I swiftly grabbed a poster roll from the box and hit her in the head. I don't want to live forever. Karina also took a poster roll, and we started hitting each other, running across the room, until her vampire teeth fell off and died under the platform of her boot. Oops! If you want to fight, do it properly, Piglet said. She stepped between us, holding a huge metal sword. Its sharp tip pointed to the ceiling. Damn, you've got some cool shit, Karina screamed. Let me try. The moment she grabbed the sword and yelled, Die, motherfuckers! The door opened and Lena's dad rolled in. Oops, sorry, Karina said. Piglet took back the sword, gave me and Karina a bag each, and we squeezed between the door and the wheelchair into the hallway. Me in front, Piglet and Karina behind. We ran downstairs giggling, when suddenly Karina's voice echoed in the hall. Oh, crap! I looked back at her. Her hand held a plastic bag handle, but the bag itself was on the floor. Papers fell out and were scattered all over the steps. A few large books were still tumbling down. One of them landed right on my feet and hit my toe through the layer of leather. Ouch, I said and picked it up. When I saw the title, goosebumps ran down the back of my neck. Classic Art in Theory. It could have been any other book, a mystery, a roman, the Communist Manifesto by Karl Marx, but it was a book about art, the subject I had to study for Supernova. Is this your mom's? Was she into art? I asked, looking at the glossy pages. Oh, that book was a gift, Piglet said, while helping Karina to collect the papers. Together, they stuffed them back. Do you like it? You can have it if you want. Fewer things to move. Thanks, I said. I showed the book to Karina, who carried her broken bag in her arms like a baby. Yeah, that's a good one. I've got an earlier edition at home, she approved, puffing. Igor was inside the truck, shifting the furniture and bags to fit more in. He leaned forward, stretching his hand towards us. Piglet handed in her box. Igor grabbed it and then pretended like it was so heavy that he was going to drop it. "Oop, got it," he smiled. Piglet took Karina's bag and passed it to Igor. "Your mom probably left you with lots of paperwork and files." He threw the bag on top of the wardrobe cabinet and turned back. "Well, actually, not much." Lena took my bag too. She usually carried all her files with her, and whatever we had at home is now gone. "How come?" Igor asked. "You see, while my dad was in the hospital, someone broke into our apartment and took all her stuff. The police said it was someone from Donbass Chronicles." The screen on Igor's mobile phone turned on green, and it produced several annoying beeps. After reading the message, Igor said, "It's Boris. He needs a car. In half an hour. I've got to drop you home first." I thought I would feel relieved when we finally decide to go home. But actually I felt disappointed. Surprisingly, I wanted to stay and continue having fun with the girls. But before I even opened my mouth to offer it, Karina said, "That's all good, you go. I'll stay and help with the rest." She raised on her tiptoes and kissed me on the cheek. "See you at school," I said. Then I looked at Lena and said, "See you both at school." "Thank you so much, Aliona. You are such a great person. I never thought I would find new friends so quickly." 5:05 p.m. "I didn't know you studied with Lena Burak. Her mother was kind of famous," Igor said. "I told you about her. She's Piglet, the new girl. The one who took Yana's seat." "Oh, so now it's all good? You're friends?" I shrugged. I wasn't really interested in making new friends, but now had two candidates lined up, which could have been a positive thing if one of them wasn't Yana's enemy and another wasn't my rival. Despite that, I felt light and satisfied. I'm not sure why. Maybe because for once I didn't wear a mask and didn't control all my words and thoughts as I do with Yana, which is exhausting. I don't know why I do that. I want her to like me. By the way, I hope Yana would never read this diary. 5:40 p.m. As we entered our property, I noticed our old Lexus parked on the driveway. But it wasn't the same. The windscreen was smashed. A giant hole was surrounded by a wide spiderweb of cracks that spread in all directions like sun rays. All around the hood, dark drops were splattered and smudged. My chest tightened. What happened?
Don't worry, it's not blood, Igor said. I mean, it is blood, but not humans.
Whose is it? I widened my eyes at him.
Some jerks threw a wolf's head into the car.
What? A real wolf's head? I said, jumping off the Hummer. Where did they get it?
Where did they get it?
Igor repeated. He leaned across the car to the passenger seat, looking at me through the open door.
Is that your question? Where did they get it? Really?
Of course I could have asked, how did you get back home with the broken windscreen? Or why did they do this? But I knew the answers to those questions. First, Igor is an excellent driver. Second, because they hate us. I just said, piss off, and slammed the door. I heard Igor repeating my words to himself. Where did they get it? And chuckling. He backed into the street and left. I had no idea we have wolves in the region. I'm really curious about that head. I wonder, what did Igor do with it? Entry 3. A pair of red patent leather shoes. Tuesday, October 7, 1999. 24 days until regionals. She came back, and I wasn't ready. 8:05 a.m. Math module. There was a knock on the door. Everyone turned their eyes to the entry where a red bunch of hair popped through the door gap. It was Yana. A heat wave rushed over my body. Karina sat next to me in Yana's chair. I'm sorry for the lateness.
Take a seat, Sverdlova,
Kaliper said. She glanced at me. I saw the depth of our friendship in her big green eyes that looked even greener with her new red hair. She moved across the front of the class to the only empty seat next to Taras. I felt terrible. I wrote her a note. You look good, girl. I'm so sorry. You can come back after this class. I folded it and threw it to Slavik. This bastard unfolded it and read, mocking me. He put his lips together and imitated kissing sounds. What's wrong, Svatov? Kaliper said. A lip cramp? Don't worry, it will pass when you see your marks on your latest test.
Oh yeah? Will it stretch into a parabolic smile?
I'd say it will stretch into a bell curve. You know what a bell curve is, don't you, Svatov? He took a chalk and drew coordinates and a shape looking like an upside-down smile. But all in this world is relative. For example, your bell curve will look like a smile compared to Nikitin's bell curve.
Damn,
we heard Kostya from behind. Karina and I giggled. Yana looked back at me. My guts wrenched. While Kalipers was removing the bell curve from the blackboard, my note reached Yana. She opened it, read it, and then tore it to pieces. 8:55 a.m. At the buzz of the bell, I jumped from my seat and almost flew to the front of the class to tell Yana, or to beg her, to come back to her seat. I couldn't let all my effort in arranging the seats just to be thrown into the rubbish bin. Where have you been? Your hair looks stunning. I decided not to kiss her at that point, as I didn't want others to see me being rejected. She eyed me, but said nothing. Instead, she took out a pile of small pink paper squares from her purse. Hold this, she said. The flyer read, Med Party Entry Ticket, Friday, October 8, 8 p.m., Mirror Street 12, 28. As soon as the teacher left the classroom, she shouted, Attention, everyone! Everybody stopped doing what they were doing and looked at her. My cousin Rita is hosting another Met party this Friday, and you are all invited." The class exploded with yeses and hoorays. "The tickets are 5 hryvnias." I raised the tickets above my head and waved. Everyone became chatty again. Yana noticed Piglet. "Hey, you are new or what?" "Yes, I'm Lena." "Do you want to come?" "What's a Met party?" Lena asked. "My cousin Rita studies at the medical university. She flats with 2 other students, and several times a year they organize this big party and invite all their medical friends. That's why we call it Med Party, short for medical. You must come to get to know all of us better. I'll give you a 2 hryvnias discount." "Okay." Lena took out her wallet and counted 3 hryvnias. "Give her a ticket," Yana told me. I didn't like her tone. Other classmates were around us, and I didn't want them to see me as Yana's slave. But I felt like I was paying my share for hanging out with Karina. "Great, next!" "Hey, Puss Puss, one for me." Kostya approached her with 5 hryvnias ready in his hand. "You're such a dickhead, Kostya," she said. "You'll pay 2 hryvnias extra for calling me a Puss Puss." "That's not fair. I only said this because you look like Catwoman," Kostya said, but added the extra 2. "Just imagine your ass in that tight, shiny costume with the tail." And here came a slap. I couldn't believe it. Lyceum's zero violence policy. It was Yana's second chance. If someone saw her slapping Kostya, she could have been expelled. Yana didn't care. "Next," she said with her chin up. 8:55 a.m. Yana swapped places with Karina and sat next to me, but wasn't chatty at all. And when she did talk to me, her sentences were short and edgy. 11:30 a.m. Lunch break. I bought us croissants and we went outside. "I was away for almost 2 weeks and you didn't even call." She finally started when we were sitting on the parapet wall eating our croissants. Technically, I was eating while Yana was rolling it in her hands. "But you said not to call you. You said I could only call if it is a matter of life and death. And how did you know that it wasn't?" "But it wasn't, wasn't it? I mean, you are alive and healthy and look stunning." "As soon as I'm out, you just replace me with that cow. Did you know that she humiliated me in front of everyone? Gosh, you suck at friendship, babe." "But Karina says it was an accident," I whispered and regretted it straight away. Yana looked at me, her eyes redder than her hair. "It was not an accident," she hissed. I watched her hands smashing the croissant, chocolate bled on the tiles between her boots. It wasn't the time to argue with her. "Okay, you're right, but you need to hear about what happened while you were away. Imagine this. Piglet takes your seat." "Wait, who's Piglet?" "Lena, the new girl. We decided to call her Piglet because we? I don't remember deciding this." Crap, I felt like I was digging myself deeper and deeper, and as it wasn't enough, Karina came up all bubbly and chatty. "Hey, you two!" She landed on the parapet next to me. "Aliona, take a look!" Karina lowered her head, pointing at her perfectly done zigzag section. "Thank you for teaching me. I was practicing the entire evening. What do you think? Is it any good?" Yana stood up. I thought she was going to leave, so I stood up as well, ready to run after her. I had to tell her how I fought for her seat, and how I signed the contract, and now I have to write Kostya's essays. But Yana wasn't leaving. She looked at Karina and said, "Why are you here?" Karina looked lost. She glanced at me. "I'm just having a lunch break." "No, I mean, why are you here next to us?" Karina's facial expression became still like flat coke. She stood up, piercing Yana with her dark eyes. I came by to ask, why do you wear platforms all the time? You are so tall, it makes giraffes jealous. That was a point of no return, and I had to reply to show Yana that I was on her side, that I still chose her. Karina, I started, I think you should give platforms a go. Maybe people will stop looking down at you. I should have stopped there, but I continued. Also, if you don't want to die a virgin, take off that bulky sweater and introduce your boobs to the boys. Yana chuckled. Bugger off, cow. You heard her. Karina's eyes glittered. You too. You will regret this. She rushed back inside the building. You see? She is a vengeful little bitch. Why did you have to hang out with her?
11:15 a.m. Biology module. After that embarrassing breakup with Karina, I thought Yana would warm up to me. But to her, it wasn't enough, which started to irritate me. I slipped my copy of the seating arrangement contract under her notebook. She lifted the book cover and read it. Then she unzipped her pencil bag, took out a red pen, and scribbled across the contract, "Failed." I sharply took it back. Fuck you, I thought, ungrateful bitch. I'm in the deepest ditch of my life with all the study pressure and some weird shit that's going on at home, and she behaves like that. I'm done running after her. I've got more important things to worry about. 3:10 p.m. End of school. I didn't say a word to her, just collected my stuff and I was about to leave when Yana spoke. Do you have a sec? I do have a sec. Come, she said, and I followed her outside. She was really gorgeous, and I wanted to touch her like you want to touch a pair of red patent leather shoes, but I didn't. When we went down the stairs, I ran to Igor and asked if he could wait for another 10 minutes. He could. Yana turned behind the Lyceum building, and following a narrow pathway laid out with concrete blocks, we entered our little secret park. She stopped beside one of the benches. It was still wet after the morning rain and grew moss. She pulled out a pack of Slims, took out 2 cigarettes, put both of them between her full pink lips and lit them, then gave me one. I only smoked with Yana. She taught me to smoke right here by that bench. It happened last year after I noticed her sneaking out during periods and not inviting me in. One time, I gathered all my courage and followed her behind the Lyceum building into the park. I wanted to know who she was hanging out with. I thought I'd find her kissing a boy. But she simply stood by that bench and lit up a cigarette. Why are you doing this? I asked. Jesus, babe, she said, hiding the cigarette behind her back. Go back. I'll come in a minute, she smiled. I'll stay with you while you do it, I said. I don't want to poison you. Go back. Hey, stop telling me what to do and give me a cigarette, I demanded. Okay. She pulled out a cigarette and a lighter from the pack. I put it in my mouth. Yana rolled her thumb over the metal wheel of the lighter. The fire popped. She brought it to my cigarette. The paper burned. Suck it in, she said. I did. The hot air scratched my throat. I immediately put out the cigarette and started coughing my lungs out. The end of the cigarette turned black. Again, I said. My voice was husky. She lit it up again, but again it died. You do it, I told her. And when the ring of light was burning confidently bright, I took it off her and took a drag. And another one, until eventually I stopped coughing. I hate myself, Yana said. So you should, I said, feeling bitter in my mouth and dizzy in my head. This time I didn't cough. I softly released a cloud of dusky smoke. Yana's hand, the one that held the cigarette, was shaky, maybe because of the cold, maybe because of adrenaline. When her cigarette was half finished, she said, "I killed it." I immediately knew what she meant by it, because I remembered something. Something that Yana told me the day before she disappeared. This memory turned the earth upside down. I felt like it collapsed over me, first covering me with mud and then pouring liquid iron of its core on top like icing. Before she disappeared, she said, "I'm late." I half listened to her because I was filling out the application for Supernova. I think I said, "It happens," without taking my eyes off the form. I don't even remember what else she said and how late was her late. It was indeed a matter of life and death. I should have called her. I should have. I thought, "You're my friend." Tears ran down her face. I've never seen her crying, and I almost regret that because even crying she looked astonishing. "I am your friend." "Are you really?" She sniffed but quickly wiped her tears dry. "You ditched me at the worst time of my life. And while I was in the hospital, you had fun with that cow. Do you know how they treat women who do that thing in a hospital? Like the worst kind of shit. Like cattle in a meat factory." "You're right, I suck at friendship." I started crying myself, which was embarrassing because my tears turned my face into an ugly mess. "But I love you, I really do." She looked away. We smoked in silence. Yana stabbed her cigarette butt off the bench, but didn't drop it on the ground. She knew I wouldn't approve of it. She put it back inside the pack. That gesture gave me hope. I made my last drag and said, "I want to be a friend again. Come to the med party." "Yana, you know I have to study." "See, that's what pisses me off, Aliona. You only think about what you have to do." "Me? And what about you? You behave like a wimpy kid. Why do you suddenly need me at that party?" "Will you come or not?" I couldn't decide what to say. It was a party, and I've never been to a party, especially med party, with lots of unfamiliar boys and girls, lots of vodka and sex. Even the thought of it felt intimidating. And how could I go if I've got a pile of homework, studying for Supernova and Kostya's essays on top of that? "That's what I thought," Yana said, and walked back towards the Lyceum courtyard. I ran after her and caught her arm. "Yana, you can't just leave me." She pulled her arm away. Her force felt incredibly powerful, and the rage in her eyes scared me, but I didn't let go. She dropped her purse on the ground between her legs and grabbed my hand, trying to unclasp my grip. When it didn't help, she leaned forward and plunged her teeth into my thumb. It hurt like hell. I had to release her. Doing so, I pushed her away. Her legs tripped over her purse, but I grabbed her by the elbow before she fell. She pushed me back and said, "Bugger off." Those words sounded fatal, like she didn't care about me anymore, and it felt more painful than the pulsating blue bite mark on my thumb. I was not ready to end our relationship. Not now, not like that. I decided to take the risk. What's the worst thing that could happen? I jumped on her, wrapping myself around her tiny body, tying her arms up, and being so close that I could smell the soft sandalwood of her deodorant. My lips sat into her blouse. "I'll do it. I'll go." I can't believe I agreed. But it'll be fine. Yana will be there, and I'm only skipping one night of study. I'll catch up. I'll study even more. Yana's body loosened.
and I felt safe letting her go. But as her arms were released, she grabbed me and pressed me closer. I had tears of joy and relief in my eyes. She's here now. She's mine again. Everything is going to be as it was. Jana's last words to me were, "If anyone finds out, I'll kill you." And then she added, "With this..." She pulled out a bunch of keys with a key ring torch. One of the keys was extraordinary. It looked like a metal bar with several teeth, the end of which was as sharp as a needle. It was a couple of centimeters longer and a millimeter thicker than the slims we'd just smoked. A perfect murder weapon. "You are insane," I said and smiled. "I missed you, babe," she said and sighed. Entry 4. How can you be so hot? Friday, October 8, 1999. 23 days until regionals. 8:03 a.m. History module. The teacher was late. Everyone was weird, probably because they were in the anticipation mode of tonight's party. Everyone, including me. I'm not sure whether I was excited or afraid. Probably both. I was excited to do something together with Jana, to finally meet her cousin Rita, to watch them flirting around with older boys. But for sure I was afraid of what could happen when all those boys would get drunk. "It doesn't have to be sex," Jana said. "It doesn't have to be anything if you don't want it." "I know," I said, but I didn't know what she meant practically. "I'm so excited you are coming." "Where is he? I'm bored." She grabbed a book on art that Lena gave me and opened it. "Do you know what kind of tasks you need to do in that section of Supernova?" She flipped the pages. "I think they will ask us to match paintings and sculptures with people's names," I said. "Do you mean with the names of painters and sculptors?" "Well, that's where it becomes tricky. Those names could be names of painters and sculptors, but could also be names of those on the paintings or someone who is associated with the work. For example, look at this painting." I turned the page until I found a picture of a gently lit forest clearance with bears playing on the fallen logs. "It's Morning in the Pine Forest by Shishkin." "Oh, I know this one. It's on a box of chocolate candies." I nodded. According to this book, Shishkin painted everything but bears. Apparently he couldn't paint them as realistic as the forest in the background, so he asked another painter, Savitsky, to paint the bears. "That's cheating," Jana said. "Totally, and I have to know it to get it right on Supernova." "And what about the music section?" "I don't know yet. I literally feel dizzy when I look at notes sheets." "You just need someone to explain it to you. No one in my family plays music." Jana turned back to Kostya. "Hey, you play the guitar, right?" "Yeah, why you ask?" "Do you understand scales and stuff?" "Oh man, no, I play by ear. Do you want to learn the guitar? I'll teach you. You fit the criteria." "Criteria? What criteria, Kostya?" "Have a nice ass." Sharply, like a cat that noticed a moving object, Jana stood up, ready to jump on him. I whispered to her, "Zero violence, zero violence." "Whoa, whoa, whoa, be careful. She is just boiled and she is hot." Kostya sat and ran to the front of the class. Jana ran after him. I ran after her. It was so funny to see Gorilla Kostya taking a book from someone's desk, crouching and covering himself with it like he was a small and vulnerable child. I jumped in front of him, protecting him, but really protecting Jana from being expelled. "Stop it!" I screamed. "I want an apology from this vulgar bastard," Jana said. "Hey, you just call me a bastard. We even," Kostya said from under the book. "Back to your seats, everyone," Taras called out. "The teacher's coming." "I'm not done with you," Jana said. As the three of us rushed back to our desks, Kostya grabbed me by the shoulder. "Remember that essay, will you? The due date is Monday." His eyes were drilling me, brows came close together, forehead wrinkled. "I know my duty," I said, shaking his hand away. To be honest, if he didn't remind me, I would have completely forgotten. At first the contract seemed like a good idea, but now when I had to deliver on my promises, I thought how stupid I was to sign it. Honestly, a blowjob which Kostya suggested at the start seemed like a lesser evil. Being committed to writing Kostya's essays for God knows how long, where the hell is that new desk? For the thing I've already received felt so unfair. Is that what people feel when they take a loan from the bank? Once you've got what you want, there is zero motivation to pay it out. I felt overwhelmed. I was pulled in all directions at the same time. Yana wanted me to go to the party. Kostya wanted me to write his essays. I had to study for Supernova to rehabilitate our family name. And I had school 6 days of the week. And I also need to sleep and to eat from time to time. I wasn't sure how I was going to manage all of it. 3:10 p.m. End of school. "I've got a bad feeling about that party," I said. "It's going to be fine, babe," Yana told me. "When you notice this feeling, like you are on a swing, start looking for the bathroom because you are going to throw up and..." She pulled out 2 small square packs from her pocket. "If you are going to have sex, use this." I hesitated. I wasn't going to have sex. "Take it. Don't be like me." She said and slipped them into my hand. Those words hurt me, but they hurt her more, so I took them. "Don't worry, babe. I'll see you at 8. 6 p.m. I wanted to look like I'd been to a party before, like I know what I was doing. I put several outfits on my bed, matching the colors and styles. The winner was my metallic green mini and a white tank top with golden embroidery. And of course, black tights and black ankle boots. To keep me warm, I wore a knitted tunic with a fur collar and cuffs. 7:35 p.m. Igor told me he can't drive me. Dida needed the car. What it meant was 1. I had to call the taxi. 2. I had to wait for 30 minutes until it arrived. 3. I had to drive in Lada 9 that smelled like camembert cheese, and not in a good way. And 4. I had to worry for the longest 40 minutes of my life that my hair and my clothes would absorb the disgusting smell, and I would feel embarrassed when people come close to me at the party. 8:45 p.m. The taxi dropped me off. As soon as I stepped outside, I heard the music. I pulled down my skirt and paid the driver. He left dissatisfied that I didn't give him a tip. Maybe I should have. Maybe if he had an extra 5, he would have washed the car, or himself. Across one of the windows on the first floor ran colorful spots of the trapped inside party light projector. My stomach shrank into a prickly ball like it was a scared hedgehog. I took a deep breath in and walked through the wooden door inside the building. The intensity of the music beats grew proportionally to my nervousness. I walked up the concrete stairs, my imagination playing all these crazy scenes at parties, when kids fight, fall out of the windows, rape each other. Number 28 was displayed on a door covered with a material that resembled crocodile skin. I heard some stomping, then high-pitched scream, then laughter. I thought, how am I going to behave around these older boys and girls? What am I going to talk about with these people? The last thing I wanted was to sit in the corner silently and look stupid. They were medical students. I tried to calm myself down. They are passionate about science. I would talk to them about the Krebs cycle or about DNA transcription. That's right. I would just maintain the conversation for an hour or so, while they're still sober, to prove the point to Yana and silently leave. It was a good plan. so I thought. 8:55 p.m. I pushed down on the metal handle. There was no point in ringing the bell. The music was too loud. The door got open. The room in front of me was dark. Miraculously, I found the light switch on the wall and turned it on. "What the fuck?" someone shouted. Right under the clothes rack, there was a couple squinting their eyes at me. They sat on the ottoman, facing each other, their legs crossed. The girl's boob was out. The boy's hand was spread around it like an octopus. "Sorry," I said and quickly turned the light off. From there I entered a narrow hallway. There were 4 doors. One on the right, where the music and lights were coming from, the entry to the dance floor. I wasn't prepared to go in just yet. Another door was on the left. I yanked it. Someone yelled, "Occupied!" The toilet. The 3rd door had a sign, "Stay away." Maybe bedroom. Maybe it was kept for the host's exclusive use, sort of a VIP area. The 4th door was straight ahead. Just when I was about to check it out, the door of the toilet opened, lighting me up. I felt like a rabbit caught in the headlights. "Look who's here," Slavik said. "Have you seen Yana?" I asked. "She is inside." He pointed at the door straight ahead. "But before you go..." He extended his arms between the opposite walls of the hallway, blocking my way. "How about we dance?" One of his hands detached from the wall and landed on my waist. I smelled alcohol in his breath. My heart started rushing intensely, trying to escape my ribcage, trying to break through the sternum and get the hell out of there. My mind, on the other hand, was not in a rush. It was idling on the last bit of confidence. I had only a couple of seconds before it stopped dead. "Keep dreaming, Slavik," I managed to say. I dodged his hand and ran through the corridor towards the door, towards Yana. I needed her. I swung the door and found myself in a small kitchen. Cigarette smoke was so dense that it stung my eyes. A table was set up in the middle, with lots of liquor and not much food. I quickly scanned the people in the room and detected the back of Yana's red head. She was sitting on a filthy corner couch. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw the person she was making out with. It was Gorilla Kostya. Who would have thought? How did that happen? And when did that happen? Things were developing very quickly at that party. One of the older girls who sat on the other end of the couch waved to me. "Hey, you Aliona, aren't you? I recognized you from Yana's pictures. I'm Rita, her cousin." "Yana and her pictures," I smiled. Pictures are one of Yana's passion. Not taking them, though, just looking at them. "Great to finally meet you," Rita said. "These are my flatmates, Tanya and Galina." I nodded to them. The girls nodded back, acknowledging my presence, but not necessarily happy about it. I felt awkward. I flopped next to Yana and nudged her on the side. "Hey, babe," she said. "You came." Her glossy lips stretched into the widest I've ever seen smile. She leaned to kiss me, but I leaned away, not wanting her lips to transfer Kostya's saliva onto my cheeks. "What's up, bitch?" she said with her smile still on. "Are you a little disgusted?" She made a kissing noises, moving closer to my face. "Back off," I pushed her, giggling. "I'll remember that," she said. "No, you won't." "No, I won't," she repeated, the T sound drowned in Kostya's mouth. In another corner of the room, and the circle of our classmates, Karina and Lena shared one armchair, sipping some acid green spirit. Karina was telling one of her anecdotes, her free hand flying with no specific direction up in the air. I was surprised she came to the party after what happened between us. Was it Lena who dragged her in? Karina's hand stopped and all the girls in the group burst out laughing. With not many things to do, I took out a slim from Yana's pack that I found on the table. I knew it was hers. I recognized it by the bunch of keys with the little torch and the murder weapon that rested on top. After the first portion of tobacco, I had a sudden urge to apologize to Karina for what I said. Maybe later I will do it. Maybe when she is alone.
"Give me that, babe,"
Yana said, taking my cigarette, sliding back to the couch from Kostya's lap.
"Kostya, fix us some drinks."
"I'm fine, thanks," I said. I had no intention of getting myself drunk. I knew how it felt the next morning. I knew it too well to make sure it won't become one of my own experiences.
"Hey, that's okay. You can have just one. It won't kill you,"
Yana said.
"Grab a lemon slice, come on."
I thought she was right. One drink wouldn't make me drunk. I took a lemon slice from the oval ceramic plate.
"For us, friends forever,"
Yana said and clinked her shot against mine. "Friends forever," I repeated, watching her chugging her liquid. I smelled it, and it felt revolting. I put it down on the table without drinking.
"No!"
Yana screamed.
"Never put down your drink after clinking. Jesus, babe."
"What? Why?"
"It's bad luck,"
Kostya said.
"After you clink, you have to drink it. Respect the drinking etiquette, mate."
Yana nodded. "Gosh, okay," I said. I tipped it into my mouth, swallowed very fast, and popped the slice of lemon. The first muffled notes of the bittersweet symphony that came from the living room softened the burn in my throat. "Disgusting." Suddenly, Karina yelled,
"The verve! That's my favorite!"
The group jumped on their feet and ran one after another through the door into the living room. 9:15 p.m. There was nothing scary about that party. I don't know why I was so nervous before. It was actually quite boring. People were either stuck in each other's mouths or gossiping about their teachers and each other. I thought of cutting this visit short. I've came, I've drank. Yana is busy with Kostya. I might as well go. I stood up, but fell back into the couch when the two guests made an epic entrance. Two older boys. One in a white shirt and another in a black hoodie. Weird letters were printed on it. I didn't get it.
"Holy shit, what the hell are you smoking?"
The one in the hoodie said. "Holy shit, how can you be so hot?" I thought, staring at him. He was tall and lean. The waves of his dark hair softly framed his face, cascading down to his shoulders. Wide forehead, straight narrow nose, pointed chin. And those space-dark eyes. If I was a painter, I would have painted these eyes 10 times magnified and hung the painting on the ceiling above my bed. If I was a musician, I would have written a gut-wrenching song about these eyes and hummed it to myself day and night. But I was neither a painter nor a musician. I could have named all the parts of his eyes in Latin and described the process in his retina when light hits it, but would he find this attractive?
"Daniil!"
Rita jumped up and kissed him on the cheek, lingering for a fraction of a second longer than what a friendly kiss would require. Daniil's ringed fingers tucked a strand of his hair behind his ear, opening up several silver earrings.
"Cheers for chipping in, Karim. We've got plenty of booze."
Rita kissed him too and flopped back on the couch, sliding closer to Yana, who, by the way, didn't pay any attention to the hot guests.
"My pleasure,"
Karim replied in perfect Russian. I guessed he was from India or Syria, like many other students who came to Donetsk for a cheap and fast medical education. Karim pulled a wooden stool from another corner and sat right across from me. "Rita, you always have the most beautiful girls at your parties." He made eye contact with me and smiled. An unfamiliar feeling made me blush. I grabbed a plastic beer bottle from the table, pretending to read the label, but my eyes were watching the boys. They were not kids. They were men, young and confident in their masculinity that was feeding on the powerful geyser of testosterone. They knew they were handsome, and they owned it. but they acted like it wasn't a big deal, like it was kind of a given.
"Yeah, you know us. We'll do everything to poison you guys," said Daniil.
Rita laughed, probably too intense for what the joke deserved. I smiled and thought, he is way out of your league, girl. The excitement of catching his gaze bubbled at the bottom of my stomach, but he didn't look at me.
"I'm Karim,"
I heard. He stretched his hand. "Aliona," I said, taking his hand. Instead of shaking it, he leaned forward to kiss my knuckles. My hand was tense. I feared feeling sticky moisture on my skin. But his full lips were like desert sand, dry, warm, and soft. "You taste like sugar," he said, carefully letting go of my hand. How old was he? The age was hard to track on his brown face. His eyes were hungry. I felt wanted, but in a respectful way. It made me high. Daniil grabbed another stool and moved closer to Karim.
"What can I get you, mate?"
he asked, holding a bottle of vodka ready to pour.
"Take care of the lady first,"
Karim replied, nodding at me. Daniil eyed me from under the dashes of his eyebrows, which tightened my throat. I involuntarily swallowed.
"Is that what you're drinking?"
he said judgmentally, referring to the bottle in my hand. I looked at it. It wasn't a bottle of beer, it was Coke. I quickly put it down. No, it's not.
"How about this?"
He lifted the vodka bottle in his hand.
"How about this?"
He lifted the vodka bottle in his hand. A strand of hair slipped over his eyes. If I was his girlfriend, I would delicately tuck it behind his ear, and then I would run the tips of my fingers over his enigmatic eyelids and his glossy narrow lips. But I wasn't his girlfriend. Not yet. My neurons were firing, looking for a pathway of the behavior I haven't yet developed. I told myself, think, what did Rose do to attract Jack in Titanic? My brain returned no answer. No answer, of course. I didn't get to that part. I turned that boring shit off. Instinctively, my hand flipped my hair to the side. "Sure," I replied. "Keep eye contact," I told myself. Oh gosh, I hope it wasn't too creepy.
"Juice?"
he asked. "No, I take it straight," I said. Why did I say that? Did I think juice wasn't sexy enough? Or not mature? I don't know. The analytical part of my brain was purposefully switched off by that time.
"Your wish."
Daniil poured that cheap vodka artfully, like he was serving tequila at some beachside bar in Jamaica. As I watched my glass being filled in slow motion, a decent number of atoms of my soul got sucked into the two black holes of his eyes, leaving me with a ragged emptiness inside my chest that quickly acquired the shape with his outline. And I felt like I badly needed that missing piece back right now. "Cheers," I said, bringing my shot to Daniil. "Hey, what about us?" Rita said. Daniil poured more vodka into 3 more shots. I watched his long, narrow fingers hugging the bottle. His white silver rings, playing with no stones or patterns, clanked against the glass. His other hand, which reached out for the plate with lemon, had 2 rings of the same style. "Cheers," the girl said, and we all brought our glasses to the middle. Karim brought forward his cola bottle. A cheerful jingle died into the silence as we drank.
"Oh, I hate when it's warm,"
Daniil said, referring to vodka. His jaw muscles, which munched the lemon together with the peel, made me want him even more. "Have you guys ever tried sambuca?" one of Rita's friends asked. I'd already forgotten which one was which.
"I've tried it," Daniil said. "I worked in a bar this summer. We mixed all sorts of spirits."
"How cool! Is that true that you drink it when it's on fire?
Daniil chuckled. Maybe some idiots do that, but normally no. You drink it after you suffocate the fire, and then you inhale the fumes through a straw. It's actually quite fun.
We should get Sambuca next time, and you'll teach us how to drink it properly, Rita said.
Daniil continued talking to them about cocktails and his summer job at the seaside bar, completely ignoring me. I was surprised to see how chatty and open he was. I thought a guy with his appearance would be more introvert, sullen, I suppose. I was fascinated watching his facial expression, how his eyelids moved over his eyes, how his lips stretched into a smile, so familiar that I wanted to own it, but it wasn't made for me. It was made for the other girls, Rita and her friends. My drunk brain forced me to play bolder. I thought, okay, what do I know about boys? Seems like all of them are obsessed with boobs, right? Well, at least the boys in our class. So let's see what mine can do for me. I took my tunic off. So, Karim, I sat leaning against the couch's backrest, making sure that the street light that was coming through the window illuminated my décolleté. Do you like it here, in Donetsk? I do. Here I can be independent, he replied, lighting a cigarette. He continued on the exhale. I'm still chained, but being so far away from them, at least I have got an illusion of freedom. I pretended to be overly interested. Do you mean away from your parents? I took a cigarette from him and took a drag. He mumbled something in reply, while I was absorbed in checking out Daniil, who was listening to the girls, nodding. Suddenly, he glanced at me. It was just a brief look, but it wasn't accidental. He looked directly into my eyes, stinging me like a scorpion, stopping my heart. I tapped on the cigarette. The ash fell past the ashtray. His attention was back on the girls, or so it seemed. I took a drag from the cigarette, making sure to leave a print of my lipstick. Iana hates when I do that. And gave it back to Karim, who went on and on about how his life has changed since he moved here from Syria. And not only the Russian language. The women are stunning too. I love how you dress, bold but elegant. I love how you behave, confident but caring, and so independent. I nodded, pretending that I cared, but there was only one thing I cared about at that moment. Was Daniil going to look at me again? To increase my chances, I had to do something. I took a slice of lemon, I dipped it in salt and tilted my head back, put it directly on my tongue. In a split second, I started choking on its juice. My throat was burning and scratching. Are you okay? Karim stood up, ready to help. I showed him thumbs up, not able to talk. I'm fine, I said in a husky voice, and that's when Daniil turned his attention to me. He was about to say something when Rita's scream pierced my ears. Don't speak! It's Don't Speak! She yelled, referring to the song by No Doubts playing in the living room. Daniil, let's dance! She grabbed his hand and pulled him out of the kitchen. Fucking bitch, I thought. She wasn't even pretty. Thin hair, chubby cheeks, a bit too short, a bit too fat. Crap. Give me another shot, I told Karim. Of course, you deserve to be treated like a princess, he said, pulling his stool closer to me. What a cheap move, I thought, and leaned away. There was no one left in the kitchen. When did Yana disappear? Without spectators, I lost interest in my show. I had to find her. I had to find out what was between Daniil and her cousin. I belted down my shot. I like how the moon reflects in your eyes, Karim said. I felt the weight of his hand on my knee.
I rubbed my lips with the back of my hand. "It's just a fucking streetlight, Karim," I said, "not the moon." I stood up, heading towards the door, when suddenly the walls of the room rocked. I must have tottered, because Karim jumped up and hugged me from the back. The swings. That was what Yana warned me about. "Let me help you," Karim said, but I pushed him away and darted into the bathroom. The door was open. I kneeled, hugging the toilet bowl. "Knowing your limits is the first rule of every party," I heard Karina's voice. Maybe because of her, maybe because of the fuckers who don't flush after themselves, my stomach emptied quickly. I wiped my mouth but remained on the floor, looking at Karina. She looked into the mirror, put some glossy stuff on her lips, and rubbed them together. "Sorry for what I said at school. I didn't mean it," I said. For a moment she didn't speak. I thought she didn't hear me. Maybe the music was too loud. Or maybe my voice was muffled by the sticky substance that coated my throat. Maybe I only imagined saying that, but no words actually left my mouth. When I thought she'd bugger off, she looked down at me. "No, I think you said exactly what you meant." I noticed a vague outline of little horns on her head, just like in the picture I was watching her drawing. "You needed someone to entertain you while Yana was not around. A temporary replacement, a toy." "It wasn't like that. I liked to hang out with you." "Of course." Karina kneeled on the splattered tiles behind me and gathered my hair at the back. I felt nausea rising again, and puke. "Of course you like to hang out with me. That's what friendship feels like. A real, unconditional friendship, not the one you pay for." "Pay for?" I said, tasting the bitterness of my lips. "It's great to have money, isn't it?" I noticed how the horns on her head elongated. I never thought the hallucinations could seem so real. "You can buy cars, houses, and fancy clothes. Friendship." "I don't buy friendship." "Are you sure? Why do you think someone like Yana, she's confident, bright, and fun, would hang out with you, a boring, entitled nerd?" Karina released my hair, and it slid forward, landing in a sewage blend. She stood up, looming over me. Her tail, with the pointed arrow, swang from side to side, like it had its own brain. "You can't help it, Aliona, can you? It's in your blood. You are as corrupt as the rest of your family." She slammed the door behind her. The white walls of the bathroom swirled around me. Was I paying for Yana's friendship without even knowing it? Really? I did buy her some cool tops and jewelry. The bra that caused a struggle to unhook on that filthy couch, I bought it for her. I spit the last bit of vomit into the toilet bowl, flushed it and stood up. My ribcage hurt. The mosquito buzz pierced my ear. They started talking again, louder this time, monotonous. Loser, 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 loser. No one in the entire galaxy wants you. Shut up, I told them. My reflection in the mirror was revolting. I can't be seen like this. I washed my face. There was a Pomeranian toothpaste in the cup on the sink. I put a generous amount on my finger and spread it over my teeth. It was salty, a weird taste for toothpaste, but a nice change from the taste of bile. I've got to find out what makes bile taste so bitter. This may be a supernova question. I washed the ends of my hair with shampoo that I found in one of the cabinets. It smelled childish, like a Donald Duck gum, still better than the stink of half-digested food. I had to find Yana. Unstable on my feet, I crossed the hallway. I kicked the door to the living room, releasing a wave of bass that rattled my ribs. It was packed. Navigating the sweaty bodies of gyrating couples, I stopped under the disco ball, scanning the crowd. I couldn't find her. I walked the perimeter of the room,
Someone was making out on the sofa, but it wasn't her. Through the window, I saw a silhouette on the balcony. I recognized that hoodie. It was Daniil. His head was tilted up, looking at the sky. He was alone. It was my chance to talk to him in private, without anyone stealing his attention, to get to know him, to make a connection, a strong bond, a foundation for the future, or even just for tonight. I felt a rush of adrenaline. My tight chest longed for a breath of fresh air. I came closer and softly opened the balcony door. What I witnessed felt like a refreshing splash of hydrochloric acid into my face. They completely ignored me. Daniil continued looking up, his mouth slightly open, and Rita, on her knees, working so hard that droplets of sweat gleamed over her upper lip. Or was it sweat? I looked at them only for a fraction of a second, but even that time was enough to imprint the scene into my brain as vivid as it was. A bizarre thought crossed my mind. I wanted him to look at me when he was getting close, and continue looking as his sperm shot into Rita's mouth, choking her. What a crappy night. Angry and frustrated, I collected my tunic from the kitchen and headed towards the front door. "Where are you going, babe?" I heard Yana's voice behind me. She was a bit drunk, I could tell, but her cheeks were rosy, lips red from the kissing, eyes shone. I became jealous of her inebriated beauty. "I'm done with it." "I'm going with you." "Aren't you going to stay here with Kostya?" "Not without you." 12:45 a.m. It didn't take long for the taxi to arrive. I told Yana that I'll drop her off first. She told her address to the driver. We both sat at the back. Yana pushed her arm under mine, so they interlocked and snuggled on my shoulder. "I got drunk and threw up," I told her. She chuckled. "Not funny. My ribcage still hurt. Guess who I ran into in the bathroom?" "The Middle Eastern hottie in the white short?" Yana lifted her head to face me. "No, but remind me about him later. I've got something to say." "What? Did you hook up with him?" "Stop, no, listen. I ran into Karina." "Oh, that bitch," Yana said, falling back into her seat. "You were right. She is vengeful." I believe my precise words were, "vengeful little bitch." Whatever. Do you know what she said? She said that I'm as corrupt as the rest of my family. Corrupt? That's specific? That's what I thought. And the way she said it, it felt like she owned those words, like they meant something to her. I'm sure she was just messing around with you. Yana, there are people who do some nasty things to our family. Those are the people who think that we are corrupt. They hate us, and their influence is growing. Why do they hate you? Because of our money. Because Dieter is rough and tumble. Well, he is. I'm scared of him. When I'm at yours, I try not to look him in the eyes. I think if I do, he'd turn me into a rock or a frog. I smiled. Sometimes I feel like that too. He had to grow thick skin. Life wasn't easy on him. His wife, my grandma, died young, and Dieter was left with the girl, my mom, and 2 baby boys all by himself. He had to survive with no support. It made him tough and strict, but it also made him creative and strategic. He doesn't deserve to be hated. Look, babe, those people, they are dumb, and Karina is dumb. Forget what she said. I thought, okay, Karina is dumb. I can deal with that. But Yana is smart. Is she smart enough to play me?
To pretend we are friends, to use me as her wallet. I had to ask her, Yana, if I lost all my money and become a smelly homeless vagabond, would you dump me? She shook her head. There is more to you than others can see. That answer surprised me. She didn't laugh it off. I expected her to say something sarcastic, something like, not in a million years. I'm sure the smell of homelessness would only add to your charm, babe. No, she didn't say that. She took it seriously. I was relieved and so happy. Thank you for coming tonight, Yana continued, and for being part of my life. She looked at me. The headlights of the upcoming traffic flashed in her emerald eyes. Her moist lips unlocked, letting a tiny bit of convulsive sip of air in, and she leaned a millimeter closer to me. I thought of kissing her. Not like a friend, but like I would kiss a boy, holding her tiny face in my hands. It was a perfect moment. Even my breath was clean, like I used a toothpaste at Rita. But I didn't do it, 'cause I'm a coward. And she leaned back in her seat. 1:20 a.m. Petrova 233, the driver broke the silence. Which driveway? Petrova 233 was a so-called Chinese wall, a long 9-story block that stretched for several hundred meters. The 5th one, by the blue benches, Yana replied. When we stopped, she quickly kissed me on the cheek. See you, babe. She shut the taxi door and turned on her keyring torch. She pushed the sharp, narrow key into the tiny hole in the metal door. It opened. Where to next? The driver asked. Just wait here, I said, watching Yana enter the building and closing the door behind. You realize I'm going to charge you a waiting fee. I took out 3 notes from my wallet and threw them his way, not taking my eyes off the dark building's windows, scanning them up and down. I hoped the light in Yana's room would turn on and I would see a glimpse of her life outside school. But all the windows remained dark. Her room must face the other side of the building, I thought. Dvortsova 42, I said. The driver pulled out. He turned onto the ring road, away from the city lights. In the dark air of the taxi, dispelling the drunk fog of my mind, Karina's words popped up like a neon sign. You are corrupt, just like the rest of your family. Did she say it to simply get back at me? Or has she been brainwashed by someone? Dieta said the number of haters is growing. Did they get into schools? Gosh, it absolutely drives me nuts when people repeat bullshit one after another like fucking parrots, without even trying to understand the truth with their tiny parrot brains. Entry 5. The Car and the Scar. Saturday, October 9, 1999. 22 days until regionals. 6:55 a.m. I overslept. As I opened my eyes, my thoughts started bubbling and hissing like someone threw sodium bicarbonate into the acetic acid of my brain. First, a mystery. Karina said my family is corrupt, and she said it like she was reciting the universal truth. Second, a puzzle. Do I really trust that Yana is friends with me and not my money? Third, the fact. The hot fella with space dark eyes preferred a non-sophisticated rural maiden over me. Remains of alcohol spun my head. I had no energy to get up. 7 a.m. Dieta stormed into my room, singing some shitty cheerful song that felt like a hammer against my skull. It was about a boy who started smoking early. He was a pickpocket, and although his dad tried to beat the shit out of him, he never stopped. Dieta, enough! I yelled at him. The light turned on. I felt like my irises shattered into pieces. Turn it off! I pulled the blanket over my head. So, the party last night went well, eh? Leave me alone. I heard Deda opening my wardrobe, and between the words of the song, he asked, What are you wearing? I'm not going. I threw the blanket away and fell back into bed. Show me that freak who decided to have classes on Saturdays. Will you kill him for me, Deda? Alionushka, he continued singing. Get your butt off the bed if you don't want to spend the rest of the day with your sobering mother. What happened to her again? I asked, colorful spots floating in my eyes, no matter where I look. Does she need a reason? He put 2 white round pills on my bedside table. If your butt isn't in the car in 5 minutes, you'll have to call a taxi. No, the taxi was not an option. Mornings are the busiest time. I would have been waiting for it for ages and would have missed the start of my favorite astronomy class. I popped the pills into my mouth and chewed them. They were disgustingly sour, not the nicest breakfast. Saturday was jeans day. I put on my white Armani t-shirt, light denim Levi's jeans, white Keds, I couldn't possibly pull off my heels today, and my orange Moschino jacket. 7:15 a.m. I stormed outside. The automatic gate was opening. The Hummer was moving. Igor slowed down and I jumped into the back seat. 7:55 a.m. in the classroom. I overslept. I thought I won't make it on time, I told Yana, pulling out my astronomy textbook. Did you get home okay? Yeah, my folks were asleep. I just slipped into my bed without even taking my clothes off. At least you've changed in the morning, I said. She was wearing a silk emerald shirt that I bought her and jeans, most likely some cheap Turkish brand from the market. Hey, Puss Puss, we heard Kostya from behind. We gotta finish what we started last night, eh? Don't keep my friend waiting for too long. Yana sharply stood up. She leaned over Kostya, looking down at his groin, and spit out the words. Hey, little friend, tell your owner that he's a jackass. That's why, unfortunately, you are trapped inside his pants forever, unless he learns to respect women, which, knowing him, is never going to happen. So, I'm sorry, buddy, but you are doomed. Lena, who still sat with Kostya because the bloody new desk hasn't yet arrived, said, Yes, and gave Yana a high five. She, by the way, looked tidy today. Her hair was fresh, and her Piglet blouse was finally replaced by a cashmere sweater of a nice pastel blue tone. Don't listen to her, Kostya whispered into his pants. Aren't you guys dating now? I asked Yana. Dating? She looked at me like I said the most ridiculous thing in the world. Why would I date this monkey? Because you've been in his mouth and God knows where else? I shouldn't have said that last bit, but luckily Yana let it go. It's not how it works, she said. 8:05, Astronomy Module. Sugarcoat was explaining the concept of dark matter. Is one of the most fascinating things in the world because it doesn't interact with light or other electromagnetic radiation, making it invisible to telescopes. It makes up approximately 85% of the universe. Some argue that dark matter is simply junk, serving no purpose or function. I raise my hand. Yes, Volkova. But how the majority of something can be just junk? It's not uncommon. Take, for example, our DNA. Around 98% of our genome doesn't code anything. That's what it's called, junk DNA. Yes, but it is different. Junk DNA has accumulated with the years of evolution. It's our evolutionary memory. But the universe and everything in it was created during the Big Bang, all at the same time. Sugarcoat continued.
There is an opinion that dark matter consists of some unknown particles, and we are yet to understand its purpose. Maybe you, Volkova, would be the one who discovers it one day.
Volkova, are you only into dark matter? Slavik yapped. I've got some white matter for you to probe, or rather taste.
Everyone laughed. Yana tore a page of her notebook and launched a paper bomb towards Slavik. It hit right over his left ear. Yana's lips said, "Shut the fuck up." "Thank you," I said to her quietly. I was so happy she was back. But after what Karina said, I wondered why she was doing it. Why was she protecting me? If she is my real friend, how come after being her best friend for more than a year, I'd never been to her home? She's been at mine millions of times, and even stayed over. There is definitely a reason, and she doesn't trust me with it. "I'd love to see where you live," I whispered. "You've never invited me." "Let's talk after the class," she said, not looking at me. But she couldn't wait until the end of the class. She was either anxious or excited, because she tore another page of her notebook and wrote me a note. I opened it. "Let's have a sleepover. Tonight at 8 p.m. Petrova 233, flat number 180. I smiled to myself. Whatever she is hiding there, I'm going to see it tonight. That was the undeniable proof I needed. I nodded and put the paper into the back pocket of my jeans. 3:10 p.m. I went to the city library. I took a book on contemporary art and a book on statistics. My head was still a bit waky, hands were a bit shaky. I flipped the pages with colorful art pictures. There were paintings of some red and blue squares, collages made of plastic caps, photos of piles of bricks, and naked, broken dolls in awkward positions. All of these art pieces represented some modern societal issues, but I couldn't get my head around them. I thought art was supposed to be something beautiful, but all those pictures were depressing and revolting. My brain was boiling. I shut the book and put it aside. I opened the second book I'd gotten, and immediately it grounded me, cooled me down. I turned the pages until I found the familiar shape of the normal distribution. That was a perfect beauty. So many numbers in the world could be arranged under its simple bell shape. I love numbers. Some people think that numbers are just rigid figures, but there is a certain art in interpreting them, in playing with them. Calipers once told us, if you torture the data long enough, it will confess to anything. This is the exact opposite of another saying, numbers don't lie. Oh yes, they do. And I find it fascinating. Numbers hide so many more secrets than a pile of bricks on a concrete floor or plastic cups arranged in the shape of a whale, which they call art. Fitting random measurements of the entire population under a perfectly shaped bell curve, that's what I call art. 8 p.m. My taxi stopped at Yana's Chinese wall block. I paid the driver, got out of the car, and was presented with a closed door. I yanked on it. It was locked. I remember Yana using her sharp key to get in. How did she expect me to enter the building? I don't have the key. Do I just yell her name and expect her to hear me? What if she lives on the top floor? Or do I just wait here until someone enters or exits? Would they even let me in, the stranger? 8:10 p.m. No one entered or exited the building. Fuck you, bitch, I thought. She knew I wouldn't get in. She knew it, and she did it on purpose. I crumpled a piece of paper with her address and threw it into the rubbish bin. I was about to leave to search for a phone booth to call the taxi when I heard a metallic click. Finally, someone came out. It was Yana. You little bitch, I told her. I was about to leave. Sorry, babe. She kissed me.
You did it on purpose, didn't you? Look what I've got you. She opened her fist. Inside was the long, narrow key that she used to open the building. It's yours. You will never have to wait again. You can use it for protection as well. Is that why you were late? Yeah, had to finish sharpening it. It was unexpected. It was the most meaningful and the most personal gift I've ever received. I couldn't believe she did a copy of the key for me, which probably cost quite a bit, and she also sharpened it. I love it, I said. Thank you. You're welcome. I thought she would invite me in, but she had no intention to go home. Do you need anything from the shop? She asked. I didn't need anything from the shop, but I knew that this question meant Yana needed something from the shop. But of course, she didn't have the money to buy it, especially now when she used all of her pocket money to make the key for me. Yeah, let's go to the shop, I said. 8:35 p.m. We sat at a picnic table at the back of Yana's house. In our plastic bag, we had 2 small bottles of rum and cola, a bar of strawberry-filled chocolate, and 2 packs of Slims. The dark autumn air was still and warm. In the wooden gazebo across the playground, a group of 4 kids quietly smoked weed. At another picnic table, several older men loudly played dominoes. The first drag of Slim and the first sip of rum and cola made me so light that it was hard to keep my head upright. I lay down on Yana's lap and puffed smoke into the sky. The moon reflected the sunshine with its imperfect oval. Do you know if Rita is dating someone? I asked. No, I don't think so. Why? What do you know? Have you seen her with someone at the party? Do you know Daniil? Nah, who's he? He came together with that Middle Eastern guy in a white shirt, and your cousin sucked his dick. Yeah, that sounds like her, Yana said, her bottle draining fast. She scratched my scalp with her free hand. It felt so relaxing. Daniil, he's the most mysterious guy I've ever met. He's tall and slender, long dark hair, just like you like, Yana said, exhaling the smoke. Just like I like. And he has this magnificent, cosmic eyes. Oh yeah? Like how? It's hard to explain. They're so dark. When I look at them, I feel like I'm getting lost in space. He has dragon's eyes, Yana said. Like Dragon the Creator. Dragon the Creator? Is that a movie character? No, it's a poem. A dragon with eyes of beauty untold. They shone in the light like pieces of gold. But now they are shadows of everyone's soul, reflections of evil that humans hold. The universe keeper, the lighter of stars, now drowning in darkness as thick as tar. He wants to shine bright, he wants to be free, but he roams in space, unable to see. Wow, why is he unable to see? I guess because of the darkness in his eyes. Okay then, Daniil has dragon's eyes, but your bitch cousin stole them from me. I'm sure it's nothing, Yana said. They're probably just friends. Considering where his dick went, I'd say their friendship is pretty deep. And no offense, but she isn't even pretty. You don't like her? No, she has this chubby round face, like a village milkmaid, like a hillbilly. Hey, it's my cousin you're talking about. We are related. Sorry, but you have nothing in common. I just can't get it. How could she get a guy like Daniil? Men see women differently. What do you mean? Take me, for example. I'm not even nearly as beautiful as you are, but I could get any boy. That's not true. You are beautiful. You think I'm beautiful because that's how I behave. I'm confident about how I look. Yes, you are. And it's so hot, I agreed. Exactly. See? It's not about how beautiful I am. It's about how I use the beauty I've got. So, when boys see Rita, they are probably attracted to her lightness, the desire to experiment, to play, and all of that comes with confidence. Gosh, you just blew my mind. I'm the opposite of confidence, lightness, or playfulness, I said and put my hand over my eyes. I'm going to die alone. No, you're not. Let's find him. Find him? It's Saturday, right? All medical students hang out at UFO on Saturdays. What's the time? It was just after 9. Come on, let's go. What, tonight? What if he is not there? Or what if he is there but with Rita? Exactly. Let's find out. Wakey, wakey. Yana pushed my head up. I stood up feeling slightly dizzy. The nightclub idea was overwhelming, but after a bottle of rum and cola that landed on top of vodka from last night, which still circled my blood, finding Daniil seemed like a decent thing to do. Okay, let's call the taxi, I said. Wait, we'll do it my way this time, Yana said. She shook chocolate crumbs off her jacket and put her lip gloss on. You'll see, my way is more exciting. 9:30 p.m. We walked down the street. Yana was indicating for random cars to stop, but with no luck. They shot past us, taking excited passengers to CBD's underground bars and nightclubs. I started to feel nervous. It doesn't work, I said. Let's find the phone booth. We are losing precious time. What if he hooks up with someone else and leaves before we arrive? Trust me, it will be fine, Yana said. She indicated again, and a dark green Niva pulled over. 2 guys looked at us through the passenger window. Eyes shone, lips smiled. When we came closer, they turned their music down. Where are you 2 gorgeous girls heading? UFO, Yana said. What a freakish coincidence. That's where we are going too. Would you like a ride? The driver said. His face was masculine. His head was bald. 2 vertical lines cut through one of his eyebrows. He was handsome. Not Daniil handsome, but prettier than most boys in our class. And older. Definitely older. Tonight's gonna be fire, the guy in the passenger seat said. He was younger than the bald one, but still older than us. His blonde, short hair was lifted up with an extreme amount of gel. An arrow was shaved across his temple. Have you guys heard of DJ Pasha? We shook our heads. He's from Kiev. He's gonna be performing live tonight. Can't wait to hear him. He stretched his hand behind his seat, and back door opened. Jump in. Yana glanced at me, checking if I was okay with that. Their car looked tidy, and the guys seemed all right. If they weren't going to UFO, how would they know who was performing? It was a genuine coincidence, or luck, that they drove past us, so we agreed. Is it far? I asked, settling behind the driver. Inside the car it smelled funky, a mixture of their cheap colognes with even cheaper cigarette smoke, nothing worse than the smell of a taxi. 20 minutes from here, the one with the arrow replied. We'll make it 15. I know the shortest way, the bald one said. We introduced ourselves. The bald one was Kirill, and the one with the arrow was Max. We merged back with the traffic. The music was turned back up. It was some Russian screaming interrupted by occasional swearing to a noise that was supposed to be an instrument, most likely an electric guitar. Quite opposite of what I used to listen to before Supernova overtook my free time. The guys offered us some beer, which Yana sipped with pleasure. I took a bottle but didn't touch it. I wanted to have a clear mind when I saw Daniil. I had to look confident and irresistible, not pathetic and needy. I imagined seeing him from the back. He would be sitting at the bar counter, one-on-one with his vodka shot. I'd wait for a slow song. I hoped the DJ Pasha was going to play one. And I'd come up, asking him if he'd dance with me. He'd say yes, and wrap his arms around my back, whispering into my ear that he liked me from first sight. I'd put my head on his shoulder, lost in his hair, inhaling his mysterious smell and memorizing it. The laughter brought me back inside the car. We were already driving on the highway. Yana and Max hysterically laughed at Kirill's army joke. Something about him replacing mayo with Head and Shoulders shampoo in his mate's sandwich. And another time, Kirill continued, I took my mate's silicone slippers, those simple Chinese ones, you know, and turned them inside out so that the thing that holds your food ends up under the sole. They look so fucking weird. I did that at night, obviously. And when he woke up, Kirill banged the wheel and released a high-pitched giggle. You should have seen his face. It really messes with your head. Here they are, your slippers. But how the hell do you wear them? And what the hell happened? He couldn't stop laughing, wiping his tears with the cuff of his jacket. I've never knew it was possible to turn a silicone slipper inside out, Yana said, her lips smiling wide. Me neither. Before the army, there were a lot of things I didn't know were possible. Oh, like not having a chick for months, Max asked. Hey bro, I'm just curious. How did you survive without sex? Fuck, that's tough, mate. I mean, sometimes they let you go, but it's not like there is a chick waiting for you by the gate, right? Hey guys, is it far? I asked. Patience, girl. We're almost there, Max said. The city lights appeared on the horizon, but before we reached them, Kirill switched on the indicator and our Niva slowed down. We turned right off the highway into a narrow, unsealed road. I looked at my watch. We had been driving for 20 minutes already, and the guy said we'd get there in 15. If what Yana said was true, and all medical students went to that nightclub, it would be somewhere close to uni, close to CBD, but we were moving further away from the city. Yana wasn't smiling anymore. She flipped her hair back, and I noticed her hairline became wet. Kirill, where are you going? UFO was just right in front of us, Yana said. Patience, girl, Max said. Always trust the driver. Kirill knows the fastest route. Some lights gleamed ahead. Maybe we were approaching the club from the back, I thought. But we didn't get to the lights. We turned again, this time to the left, right into the mud. Kirill switched something on the gearbox, and Niva crawled like it was a lunar track, rocking side to side. At that point it was clear we were not having a shortcut to the club. It wasn't one of Kirill's army jokes either. The headlights illuminated the dense bush ahead. As Niva drove deeper into the forest, trees sprawled their branches like tentacles towards the car, catching side mirrors and creaking over the passengers' windows, like they wanted to take us out of the car, like they wanted to save us from these guys, to save us just to keep us in that forest and feed us to wolves. The wolves. Everything inside me started gradually shrinking, like I was falling bare bones into the Mariana Trench. The mosquito in my ear came alive. I closed my ears with my palm, but they started talking anyway. You so deserve this. If you wanted to be the brightest mind of Ukraine, you should have stayed home, studying all night long. But you wanted to be loved. Now see what you've done, pathetic loser. 9:55 p.m. Kirill killed the engine. "Don't worry, we'll take you to your club," he said. "We'll just have some fun first, eh?" He turned back to face us. "Let's switch the light on, shall we?" He pressed the button on the ceiling. It slashed my irises. "We aren't scary, see?" He smiled. They were fucking scary. Kirill was huge, a lot of power in his iron muscles trained by the army. The 2 dashes in his eyebrows looked aggressive, like a battle scar. He was ready to fight until he gets what he wants. His lips smiled, but his eyes were dead serious. And Max, he just looked creepy, like a serial killer who likes to play with his victims as much as he likes to kill them, maybe even more. I've never been so scared in my life. Not even when Deda showed Mom's photographs on the wall because she hasn't been home for 3 nights in a row. Yana slid to the middle of the back seat and put her hands on the front headrest. "We are not interested. Can you take us to the club, like we agreed?" "Wait, that's not fair," Max started. "Look, my dear bro was so kind to you. He gave you a ride, entertained you with his army stories. You drank our beer. You must return the favor." "We've got money," I said, barely opening my mouth. "Just take us back, at least to the road. We'll pay you." "They'll pay us. Have you heard that, bro? Do you think we're fucking taxi drivers? No. My bro, my dear Kirill, served this country for 2 years, and you won't give him some love?" "Oh, fuck it, Max," Kirill said. His voice sounded muffled. "We're just wasting our time." "Patience, bro. I know they want it. I can see it in their horny eyes." Max put his hand over his groin and shook it. "Come on, don't play saints." He moved his hand from his groin to my thigh. I cringed. Yana hammered his hand and yelled, "Don't touch her, or you'll regret it." I don't know if her voice had any effect on the guys, but it certainly affected me. No one had ever protected me like that before. Deda, of course, lost his sleep over the safety of our family, but he's been sort of an immune system for our house, battling viruses in the background. We never know what he does to protect us. But Yana was right in front of me, flesh and blood, fighting 2 deadly germs. Even though my heart burst with fear, and the cracks shimmered gratitude. "Regret it?" Max said. "There's not much you could do, can you?" He pushed Yana to the back of her seat and climbed over the gearbox. His chemical-smelling hair made me nauseous. "You sick motherfucker! Take us back!" Yana yelled. "Or I'll kill you!" In her hand glimmered a piece of metal. Like a knife, she raised her key. "Give me that, you wild psycho!" Max said, trying to grab it. Yana was exceptionally swift. The key seemed to be glued to her hand. She screamed and raised her fist to the roof, and dropping it, she stabbed the back of the front seat, ripping the fox leather apart. At that moment, Kostya's words made total sense. She did look like Catwoman. "Oh, fuck you crazy bitches," Kirill said. He got out of the car and opened the back door. "Such a waste of fucking time. Get out." He pulled Yana by her shoulders while she screamed, "Don't you dare! You motherfucker! Take us back!" He threw her out of the car. I scrambled out of the other door. Kirill slammed the accelerator, and skidding on the boggy earth, the car drove away. 10:15 p.m. We stood covered in mud from the back wheels, still a bit dazzled by what had just happened. The last sound wave of the Niva's engine died, and the last molecule of its exhaust diluted. The forest became freakishly still. Most birds had left for winter, and those brave ones that stayed were deep asleep. The shadow of dried leaves slightly rocked with no rustle, like in a silent movie. Truck brakes somewhere far in the distance felt like the only connection to the real world. I could hardly recognize Yana's silhouette that loomed several meters away from me. Her key jingled. A click, and a spotlight of her tiny torch fell on the tire's ruts. She took my hand. "Let's go, babe." "My kids are ruined," I said, squishing in and out of the boggy earth. Their fabric was pristine white this morning. Now the mud gripped in between the threads, and the moisture filtered through. Yana's leather ankle boots, made by some Ukrainian brand no one ever heard of, felt so much more comfortable. "I'll clean them for you. Just wait till we get home," she said confidently. "Isn't it bothering you?" "No, not at all. I don't mind washing them." "No, I mean the thing that just happened. They could have killed and dropped us in that bush, and wolves would eat us, and no one would ever recognize our remains." "Why would they kill us?" "Because people are mean." "Babe, calm down. You are overthinking it. There was a misunderstanding. That's it." "Yana," I pulled her hand to make her look at me. "Is that how you usually get to clubs?" "Yeah, but Yana, promise me you'll never do that again." "Why do you care so much?" "Because I love you. I don't want to lose you. Promise me you'll never get into a car with strangers. Never again." "Okay," she said, "but I want you to promise me something too." "What?" I asked. I felt like I was being played again. "Promise to never leave me." "What are you talking about? I'm not going to leave you." "Never?" "Never." "Let's seal it," she said. I admire how easily Yana can get excited, but that could have been due to the amount of beer she drank. We stopped. Yana swung her torch, lighting up the trunks around us. The moon sharpened the edges of her narrow face, making her look like part of the forest, like an animal or a tree, or a forest spirit. "Here, come on." Despite being well lit, the loom of the forest clearance disturbed me more than the depths of the bush. It felt too exposed. To what, I don't know. There was no one around, I was sure, because if someone was hiding in this bush, we would have heard the blood hissing in their veins. That's how quiet the air was. We settled on the fallen log, facing each other. "We'll become real sisters," Yana whispered, pointing the sharp end of her key at me. I knew already what she was plotting. I took my key out. "Now," Yana continued, "you take your key and you slice it right here." She showed me the headline in the center of her palm. "And then we will exchange our blood. So part of you becomes me and part of me becomes you." It sounded gross, but also cool. I actually wanted to have part of Yana running in my veins. I wanted to have her confidence in handling boys, her audacity in taking risks, and the unfeigned gloss of her elegant cat demeanor. I didn't think I would get that through blood exchange, but sitting on that rotten log between those mysterious still trees and the light of the full silver moon, it was easy to pretend that I would. "Okay," I said. "Let's do left palms. I need my right one to write." "Positive," Yana said. She pressed the key to her palm when I stopped her. "Light the lighter," I said. "Hold it." I brought the flame to lick the end of her key for several seconds and did the same with mine. "Now good to go," I said. "Let's do on 3. "Okay." 1, 2, 3. I brought the key across. It didn't hurt. It felt like I drew something on my palm with a pen. The blood oozed through the broken tissue. I looked at Yana's hand. It was leaking like she was squishing a wet spongy. "You are a cheater," she screamed. "Where is your blood?" I felt terrible, both because I didn't do the proper job and because I knew I had to do it again. "Damn you," I said, and made another cut. The pain made me jump on my feet. "Fuck!" I said, jamming my fist between my knees. "Give it to me." Yana took my bleeding hand and covered it with hers. She pressed hard, and it felt like a relief. I imagined that our blood cells were dancing their last dance in the plasma before they are brought together unbearably close to clot. Several heavy, thick drops fell in the mud. You do realize that our fused blood doesn't go inside the cut, just leaks out, I said, checking how far she thought this through. "Yeah, I do, babe. That's why we have to drink it," she said, separating our hands. Everything that happened so far was far outside my comfort zone. I planned to have a cozy sleepover in a soft and warm bed, and I ended up in a nameless forest, cold, covered in mud and bleeding. At least I was alive. "Now, repeat after me," Yana said. "Let us seal this bond tonight with our love and all our might. I drink this blood from your hand to be your sister till the end." I repeated every word after her and brought her hand closer to my lips. I licked the metallic puddle of her wound, feeling how deep her cut was. It gave me a wave of sympathetic pain. Yana did the same. I didn't feel anything other than the phantom feeling of that key slashing my skin. "Amen, sister," she smiled, her teeth and her lips covered in our blood. "Amen, sister." She grabbed my face and we kissed, sealing our oath to each other like a married couple, but instead of wedding rings, we'll have our scars. A scar can't be lost. You can't melt it into another piece of jewelry. They will stay with us forever, and when we die, we'll take them with us to hell. And if Devil asks me what that is, I'll tell him, that's how true love looks and feels like. It hurts, it scars. 11:40 p.m. We reached the highway. The 6-lane road wasn't busy. Passing by cars sporadically filled the silent gaps with the noises of rubber against the concrete, splashing us with their lights. Some beeped, some ignored us. I noticed a taxi approaching, but it was in the 3rd lane. I indicated with my hand stretching as far as I could, but it didn't stop. "Crap," I said. I so wanted to get back home. I felt uncomfortable in my own skin. I felt sore. My feet were wet. My head started to ache. I was cold. I noticed another taxi. This one was closer to the verge. "Let's indicate together," I said to Yana. "We need them to notice us." "I need to pee," she replied. "What? Now? We'll miss the taxi." "Babe, you've seen how much beer I've drank? I didn't pee once after that." "Well, maybe you should have," I said, watching how her little spotlight led her back into the forest. "Be quick. I don't want to stand here on my own like a cheap hooker." She disappeared between the branches. "So much crap in here," she yelled. "I'm not the only one using it as a toilet." I heard some rustle and cracking, then murmur. "I'm coming," she yelled. I watched the bush where she entered, but there were no signs of Yana. Between the passing cars, there were only silence. "The wolves," I thought, and yelled, "Yana!" There was no reply. "Yana!" I yelled again. She jumped out of the bush. "You've got to see this, babe." "No, Yana, I'm cold. I want to go home." But she ignored my words. She pulled me back into the bush, I followed her spotlight. It was a mess. Bags, nappies, condoms, packages, syringes, torn-apart cardboard boxes, a blown-up mattress. The air around smelled familiar, bitter like raw almonds, reminding me of the explosion in our front yard. "Look here!" Jana's torch glided over a bigger object. A car, or what was left of it. It was a car skeleton, a burned car skeleton, as if it drove through hell. The grass around it was covered with a thin layer of ash paste. "And look what I found in the rubbish!" Jana said in a high-pitched childish voice, showing me something. It was an old and broken photo camera. The side panel was slightly ajar, revealing a row of tiny squares on the rim of the brown, glossy film. "Do you think we can retrieve the pictures?" Jana asked. "It's ruined, see?" I showed her the open panel. It was exposed to light. "I wanna try," Jana said, pressing on the panel to close it tighter. It didn't stick. "Why?" "Someone decided to take pictures of something. It means it's worth looking at." "Yeah, for the person who took the pictures. Anyway, can we go now?" I asked. "Are you joking? I want to search the car. What if someone left there a case with $1 million? Then it would have been burned by the look of it. Hold this." She gave me the camera. The driver's door was ajar. Following the spotlight of her torch, Jana slipped inside. It reminded me of yesterday's night, after the mad party when she disappeared inside her building, led by the same little spotlight. And how I watched that building, waiting for the lights in her room to turn on, to see a tiny bit more of her life, to understand her. "Jana, now that we are blood sisters, I need you to tell me something." "Mm-hmm." She produced a sound from inside the car. "Why did you really need me at that party?" She climbed out, panting, and looked at me. "Look, I get anxious at parties sometimes too, okay? I was afraid he was going to be there." "He?" I was confused at first, but after Jana exhaled dramatically and shook her head, I got it. "The guy who got you... Oh my God! Was he there?" "No, he wasn't." "Wait a minute. Why would he show up at Med Party? Unless he is a medical student. Is he the gynecologist dude who knew a lot about women's bodies?" "Sis, I don't want to talk about it." "But Jana, I need to know. Is that why you made out with Kostya? You wanted him to see you?" I said, she directed the torch at my face, "I do not want to talk about it. Never." I couldn't argue with that never. That never sounded like she threw an irreversible inhibitor that blocked any chemical reaction of our conversation with no hope to restart it. "Okay," I said, and lowered her hand with the torch. I wondered if the idea to get rid of the baby was his, or if he even knew about the baby. In any case, it must have been scary or intimidating for Jana seeing that dude again. I wondered, why didn't she tell me? "Better look what I found!" Her voice sounded excitedly childish again. She opened her palm and spotlighted a watch. "That's something, isn't it? Do you think it costs anything? Is it some antique watch? Is it branded?" The watch was bulky, male, I assumed. I took it from Jana's hand. The chain of the metal bracelet released gentle clicking sounds. I brushed my thumb over the glass, removing fine ashes. At the top of the black dial, between numbers 1 and 11, was a helm. At the bottom, replacing number 6, was an anchor. The calendar stopped on August 30. The arrow stopped at 5 to 12. Under the arrow, Russian letters read, Amphibia. "So?" Jana took the watch from me. She turned the crown. It started ticking. "I don't know. Could be some World War II Navy watch. That's pretty cool. I don't care if they're worth nothing. I will wear them myself. It's male watch, Yana. Don't be ridiculous. Piss off, she said, sliding the metal strap over her wrist. I was surprised that it fit her slender hand perfectly. She clicked the clasp. See, she said, lowering her hand and shaking it, showing me that the watch doesn't fall off her wrist. Okay, can we go now? 12:25 a.m. Our taxi stopped at Yana's place. After what happened, I didn't want to stay at hers anymore. I wanted to feel like myself again. I wanted to wash my fear sweat off with Dior shower gel and dry myself with Egyptian cotton towels and feel the silky touch of my lace nightgown. I've got the whole day to study tomorrow. Entry 6. Sunday, October 10, 1999. 21 days until regionals. 12:45 p.m. I was composing the final paragraph of Kostya's essay when I heard elevated voices in the front yard. I was so immersed in writing that didn't even notice how the hammer revved inside. I looked through the window. The crashed Lexus was gone. Deda stood on the front steps, and Igor leaned on the hammer's hood, his arms folded, his head looking in the direction of Deda's shoes. "I treated you like my son," Deda said, with genuine pity in his look. "I let you into my family, and that's how you pay me back?" "Like your son? Right. And why then all of you are driving Hummers, BMXs, and Lexuses, and I'm stuck with a Lada 10 like I'm a fucking coal miner?" "Because that's what you deserve. That's your level right now. You can't outsmart the system. There's no shortcuts. When you climb to the top, you crawl." "That's fucking bullshit, Boris. You used me, you climbed over me, and now you're fucking king of Donbass, and I'm a rag at your doorstep. But remember, all your big deals were either my idea or my execution." Igor stood up straight and made a step closer to Deda. "I told you to invest in Probobank. I started the Skiv beer import. I facilitated the Energy Alliance. I'm not just a driver, Boris. All this time, you were ripping me off, making your own arrangements." "Arrangements on your behalf," Igor yelled. "Arrangements behind my back," Deda replied, kicking one of the petunia pots off the stairs. "I made thousands of hundreds of dollars for you, and the last months I saved your ass. I want my share in the business. I deserve it." "Know your place, you piece of shit," Deda spat on Igor's polished pointed shoes. "I'll kill you." Igor jumped forward, attempting to smash Deda's face. Deda leaned away, and Igor's fist swooshed past his nose. The energy that Igor put into his attack pulled him to the side. Deda grabbed his shoulder and smashed him from below, sending him onto the concrete tiles. Igor fell on the back, panting with anger and adrenaline. He tried to push himself up, but Deda kicked him in the ribs, sending him back. "You think you deserve a share? I think you deserve a bullet. Who do you think is right?" He unclasped his gun and pointed it at Igor's forehead. I gasped and darted downstairs, flying over several steps at once. I opened the front door, screaming, "Stop!" Igor pushed himself up. "Where is it, Boris? I know you've got it. Where did you hide it?" "You are paranoid. Get the hell out of here," Deda said, his voice cold like liquid nitrogen, gun still in his steady hand in front. With another hand, Deda pressed the control button on the wall by the door, and the gate lifted. Igor shook the dust off his ironed until crispy shirt. He said, "Goodbye, Aliona. My chest jammed.
"Don't you fucking dare talking to my family!"
A shot followed his words, right into the tile by Igor's feet. He jumped.
"Dance away, you dirty rat,"
Deda said. The gate closed. "What has just happened, Deda?" He stormed inside the house. I ran after him. He went right into the lounge and walked inside the bar. "Why did you do that?" I said as he poured vodka into his shot glass.
"I'm doing what's best for this family."
He chugged the shot and poured another one right away. "That's not good enough," I said. He put his hand, with the second shot still full, back on the marble surface of the bar counter and looked at me. His eyes compressed me.
"What is not good enough?"
I tried to sustain his look, the bar counter between us, but also a million light years. "Your answer, Deda. You could get away with it when I was 10, but not anymore. I want to know what's going on."
"I've got stabbed in the back, Aliona,"
Deda said.
"Badly, by my own men who I raised and trained. They be nothing without me. They are nothing without me."
"Is Igor one of them?"
I refused to believe it. Gena and others, they suspected it for months. But I said no, not my son Igor.
Suddenly, Deda's face became all wrinkled and old, like his Kevlar had dropped, and I saw him without armor.
"Yesterday, I saw it with my own eyes. I caught that motherfucker rummaging in my office, going through shit. He's been stealing from me. He thinks he's smarter than me. He thinks he can succeed on his own, create a different pack, become a better leader. Fuck him, Aliona. He's just a wood chip that came out of my sawmill, a fucking byproduct."
He came over to me and encapsulated my shoulders in his large arms. I inhaled the molecules of ethanol that left his mouth.
"This shouldn't worry you, Alionushka. I've got it all under control. You hear me?"
He shook me lightly.
"One after another, our enemies will fall."
1:30 p.m. I locked myself in my room, but couldn't stop thinking about Igor. Why was he going through Deda's stuff? Everyone knows that Deda's office is like a top-secret facility, guarded with more caution than Hadron Collider in Sweden. Even I needed to get a permission just to grab a measly phone. What Igor was doing there that was so important, he was ready to risk everything. I guess I will never find out. When Mom came home, I told her what happened, but Mom, being Mom, didn't give a shit about Igor or about the stuff he was looking for. She said, "Knowing Dad, I can tell you that the new driver has probably been lined up for weeks. He will show up all white and crispy tomorrow morning, ready to lick his ass. So don't worry, darling, you won't need to drive in smelly taxis or, God forbid, buses." Public transport was the least of my worry. I had to finish Kostya's essay. Entry 7. Not an accident. Monday, October 11, 1999. 20 days until regionals. 6 a.m. When I woke up, my nightgown was soaked with sweat, and my heart was filled with this prickly feeling that I'm doomed. I knew it was just a remnant feeling from my nightmare, but I couldn't get rid of it. I'm not sure why. There was nothing obviously terrifying about that dream. It started with a still image of my room. I'm observing it from the floor. And what I can see is limited. I see the corner of my bed, the throw on top of it with intricate black, white, and gray patterns. I gaze for too long and the patterns start to move like worms in a can. I take my eyes off the throw, and the worms become just patterns again. I can see the boards of the parquet disappearing into the shadow under the bed. Between the bed and me, on the floor, there is a spot of light. It has the shape of a skewed rectangle. A long straight shadow separates it in half. At the base is a shadow of a pot plant. This beautiful spot of sunlight on the floor brings me familiar comfort. My eyes are glued to it until I hear a terrifying grinding noise. Bitter anxiety rises to my throat. Something heavy is rolling over the floor towards me, but I cannot see it. It sounds like a giant cannonball. It's going to squash me. If I want to stay alive, I've got to escape this room. But there is no door. Metal is grinding over the dust on the parquet, closer and closer. I must get out through the window. I look at the wall, but the window isn't there. It had been bricked up. Confused, I stare at the spot of light on the floor. How can I see sunlight if there is no window? And that's when I realized that the bright spot I see is not sunlight. It's just a picture, a paint job, a fucking trick. I walked up to the window and opened the curtains. The window was still there. I opened it, letting the cold smoky air inside. The sky was the color of liquid iron. 7:15 a.m. Deda climbed into the driver's seat of the Hummer. When inside, he ripped off Virgin Mary and tore apart rosary beads. "Religious fucker!" Deda mumbled. "Let's see if God can save you now. Let's see." I didn't bother him with my questions. I kept my eye on the pages of the chemistry textbook for as long as we drove. 7:50 a.m. Before I left the car, Deda asked, "What's with the hand?" It surprised me that he noticed. I had no believable lie ready to go. In the lab, I broke a petri dish. It was sterile, don't worry." "Be careful, Aliona. Don't talk to anyone and take the taxi back home, okay?" Among students who walked to the Lyceum building from all directions, like ants to their queen, I noticed Yana. She had her hand wrapped in a bandage like me. Before she approached too close, I jumped out of the car. "Bye, Deda. I'll be fine." The Hummer pulled out. I remained on the Lyceum's front step waiting for Yana. She marched on her shoelace platforms, her long black coat flapped behind. One hand was on her patent leather shoulder bag, and another, the bandaged one, was running through her bright red hair. "Morning, babe," she said, and we kissed each other's cheeks. "You look like rubbish, by the way." "Thanks," I replied, nudging her slightly with my shoulder. "Just didn't sleep well last night." "Getting ready for the tests?" "Yeah," I lied. I took her by the elbow and we walked up the concrete stairs towards the main entrance. "Remember the photo camera we found?" Yana asked. A spark in her eyes lit up her entire face. I didn't share her excitement about some random pictures, but I played along. I nodded enthusiastically and smiled. "Yesterday, I took it to the photo lab." She opened the classroom door, letting me in first. "What did they say?" I asked. I dropped my bag on my desk and started unpacking my chemistry textbook and notes. "That they could try to retrieve the pictures. I'm so looking forward to seeing them." She clapped her palms together. "Ouch!" "Still hurt?" "Like hell. Yours?" "Still bleeds." I showed her the marks on the bandage. "Hey," Lena said from behind. "What happened to you two?" Yana and I replied simultaneously. I said, "Petri dish cut," Yana said, sisterhood ritual. You guys should have agreed on the backstory, Lena said. Then she pointed at Yana's wrist. Cool watch. See? Yana glanced at me. I told you it looks cool. Thank you, Lena. Can I see it? Sure. Yana unfastened the metal clasp and gave the watch to Lena, who looked at it with an antique watchmaster's attention. Where did you get it? Found them. Where? Why do you care? It's not like there was a pile of watches up for grabs. This? She started. Her eyes got watery, making me feel uncomfortable. It's my mom's. After she said that, her tears ran with the intensity of freshly drilled oil geyser. Karina, who had undoubtedly been monitoring our every move, lunged in our direction with the speed of light. What did you tell her? She asked. Can't you just leave her alone? No, it's not that. Look. Lena showed the watch to Karina. This watch, it's my mom's. No, it's not, I said. It's not an exclusive watch. They were mass-produced after war. You're wrong, Lena said. It actually sounded like back off. See the strap? When my great-grandfather was given this watch in 1967 for the Battle of Sevastopol, it had a strap made of leather, just like all watches of this kind. After he died, Mom replaced the belt with this one to fit her wrist. Her thumb stroked the metal chains of the strap. That's how I know it's hers. That's why it fitted Yana's hand so perfectly, I thought. Where did you get it? Karina demanded. Luckily for us, Sugarcoat entered the class and everyone rushed to their seats. Quiet, everyone, he said, walking to the teacher's desk. His polished bagel hat cast a micro-reflection of every lamp on the ceiling. Like I promised, we start with the test. Everyone in the class oohed. Oh, relax, it's a short one. 10 minutes and you will be out of your misery. He went up and down the aisles, distributing sheets of paper. Each of you will be given an individualized set of questions. Therefore, you may abandon any notions of academic misconduct, as it will only lead you to your own detriment. Why would her mom's watch be in that car? Yana whispered. Unless... Do you think it's her mom's car? Do you think we should tell her? Sverdlova, I said no misconduct. Use your own brain. I nodded to Yana and stared at my sheet. Between the lines of the test, I saw other questions, not scientific ones, but not less interesting. Lena said her mom died in a car crash. If the car we found was her mom's, why was it burned? Some bored kids could have put it on fire for fun, or a homeless person who lived in this car after the crash fell asleep with a lit-up cigarette and burned the car by accident. But how did it end up in the bush at the first place? That car wasn't suitable for off-road. It was a Tavria or Lada Samara. A smart person wouldn't drive that car into the bush. And Lena's mom was smart. She was a lawyer and a journalist. She knew her car would stuck, and she went there anyway? Why? 8:08 a.m. Yana nudged me. Wake up! I almost jumped. She pointed at the clock on the wall. 2 minutes left. My test paper was still empty. Yana took it and quickly circled answers to the first 4 questions for me. She turned the paper and started on the open questions. What's wrong with you today? Sverdlova, I warned you. Your time stops now. Return your test immediately. Yana quickly stood up. That's fine. I'm done anyway. She slowly walked to the teacher's desk and put her test in front of Sugarcoat. I looked at the clock. 30 seconds left and 3 open questions remained. Every mark was crucial for my average score, which has to be the highest in the class to be selected as a supernova rep. My hand was producing words faster than my brain could process them. 8:10 a.m. "All right, everyone, time is up." The teacher stood up. That's it, I thought. I failed it. It was all Lena's fault. She distracted me with her mysteries. I looked back at her. She leaned against the backrest. Her test paper was written all over. All questions were probably perfectly answered. Did she distract me on purpose? This strategic bitch probably co-opted with Karina to fail me. Was it their revenge? Yana looked at my pale face. Then she screamed, "Oh my God!" and ran back to the teacher's desk. "Sverdlova, if you realized you made a mistake in your test, it's too late." "No, it's not that," Yana said. Behind her back, she held thumbs up. I knew it was for me. I continued writing, curious to see what she was plotting. "Everyone stop writing immediately. I'll come to collect your tests," Sugarcoat said. He tried to get around Yana, but she was on his way. He felt awkward approaching her too close. "Sverdlova, take your seat immediately." I was on the second to last question. The conversation was helping and distracting me at the same time. "I've got an amazing idea," Yana said. "We will talk about it after class. I said stop writing immediately." "If I wait till the end of the class, I'll forget it." Yana was still in front of him, speaking right into his face. "Andrei Alexeyevich, you know how people think that scientists are snobs." "Who thinks that?" He got around Yana and started collecting the tests from the first desks. Yana followed him. "Everyone, but especially those arty people." I moved to the next question, realizing it was not a question, but a chemical problem. I had to figure out compounds of the solution after mixing the described elements. I loved those tasks, but I couldn't concentrate. The class was too loud, like I was in the middle of a beehive. "They are allowed to have their own opinion." "But it's so unfair, don't you think? You are a scientist, but you're not a snob." Sugarcoat shrugged. "What if," Yana continued, "all science teachers would organize a poetry reading to show students that scientists can appreciate art, that they can also be emotional and talk about love?" Sugarcoat stopped by Kostya's and Lena's desk, right behind me. My last question was still blank. I couldn't understand why some of the elements that were added into the mixture were not present in the solution. "You know what, Sverdlova? It's not a bad idea," he said. "We could host it in the canteen, decorated with Christmas light, order nice food." He shook the collected tests in his hand. "Light the candles," Yana added. "Yes, light the candles," Sugarcoat said in a dreaming voice. And as he got silent, it struck me. Magnesium hydroxide is insoluble. It precipitated. That's why it wasn't part of the solution. I put my answer down just before he took it, without even looking at me. "A poetry reading?" I said to Yana after she returned to her seat and Sugarcoat continued teaching the class. "How did you know that he's into candles and stuff?" "He is a lonely man who eats his breakfast at work. Of course he dreams of candles," Yana said, "and about making love by candlelight." "Ow!" I said. It was easier to imagine a dugong soaring in the sky than this unpleasant elderly man having sex. 8:45 a.m. After the bell rang, Lena and Karina appeared by our desk to continue the interrogation. "We need to know where you found the watch," Karina said. "It's kind of important. I wouldn't talk to you otherwise." "Look," Yana started, but the loud music coming from one of the boys' stereo interrupted her. They started to yell along with the Russian rock singer. "Hey, you two, rock stars!" Yana screamed at them. "Go outside. People are trying to solve some scientific problems here." The boys laughed, and Yana continued. "Look, on Saturday, Aliona and I found a burnt car in a roadside bush. I was curious and searched it. I found this watch on the floor under one of the pedals." "What a load of crap!" Karina looked at Yana and then at me. "Aliona?" "It's true," I confirmed. "Which bush was that?" Lena asked. "It's on the way to the new Boom supermarket." And only after I said that, I realized that it was the area where Lena used to live. "What car was it? Was it red Lada Samara?" Lena asked. The car we found was unrecognizable, but it did resemble Lada Samara, and it might have been red. I had no idea how to deliver bad news. I looked at Yana silently, asking for help. "The car was completely ruined. It was on the fire or something. And also, it was dark," Yana explained. "I don't understand," Lena said. "Police told us it was an accident on her way home. She had a blowout and she lost control of the car." "Maybe it exploded after the crash," Karina said. "No way. That happens only in movies," Lena said. "I have to see it. Take me there." 3:10 p.m. We gathered outside, deciding how to get to the abandoned car. My usual plan was to call the taxi, but Karina continued being a bitch. "Why would I spend my limited pocket money on a taxi if I can jump on the bus for free?" She showed me a blue card with a picture of a bus, a tram, and a trolley bus. "You probably don't even know what it is, do you, Queen?" "I don't want to see the thing anywhere near me." I slammed her hand. The card fell on the ground. "No, please." Lena's voice sounded like a mouse peep. "You bitch," Karina said. She picked up the card and pushed me in the chest with both hands. I saw the horns lifting from under her thick hair. They looked so real. "Watch what you add, cow." Yana stepped so close to Karina that their coats almost touched. "Get out of my way." Karina's foot stabbed Yana's square-nosed platforms, leaving a dusty print of her sneakers. "Please, girls," Lena said again. "You fucking psycho," Yana said, knocking out Karina's purse with her boot. "Enough!" Lena yelled and stepped between Yana and Karina. "Why does Karina have to go?" I asked. "She has nothing to do with it." "'Cause I'm a good friend," Karina replied from behind Lena's shoulder. "Wanna take a smelly bus? Fine," I replied. "We'll meet you there." "Aliona, wait!" Lena screamed. "Don't you understand? It's important to me. It's not about you, not about any of you. It's about me and my mom. Can you please for once care about someone other than yourselves?" The three of us just looked at her. She continued in her normal voice. "Look, before my mom died, she was investigating a crime case. The last 6 months she spent in her office day and night, collecting the evidence, conducting interviews. I missed her a lot. I complained that she wasn't around. When she was home, I acted like I was angry with her, like I hated her for abandoning me, you see?" She sniffed. I gave her a pack of paper napkins. "Thank you. On the day she died, she was supposed to do her last interview. She said to me, 'Lena, I promise you, if today goes well, we will be spending more time together.' And I told her that I don't need her anymore, that she shouldn't rush home." Lena blew her nose. "I'm sorry, sweetie," Karina said, and hugged Lena by the shoulder. "You shouldn't torture yourself for that," Yana said. "I behave exactly like that with my mom." "Me too," I said. "Me too," Karina said. "No, you don't understand. The police told us Mom's car will be kept at the impound yard. It's the process, they said. Why did they lie? What if it wasn't an accident? What if my mom discovered something so breaking that it got her killed?" We remained silent. "I've got to know the truth," Lena said. "Aliona, can you please take a bus ride with us? And on our way back, we'll take the taxi."
3:35 p.m. All four of us stood inside the bus shelter waiting. The dust at the side of the curb, the overflowing rubbish bin, the pieces of peeled-off, swamp-colored paint on the wooden boards of the bench, and the smell of mold and urine reminded me of another bus stop. The one in Odessa. The one that was just outside Grandma's house, where my mom held my right hand and my dad held my left while we were waiting for the bus on a very similar afternoon ages ago. Back then, we had to go everywhere by public transport because we couldn't afford to pay for taxis. As a kid, I loved riding buses. It was a rare time when I could have my parents' full attention, when I could ask them questions or when I could play word games. I also liked those longer, bendy buses. We called them accordions because that black thing in the middle that connects two parts of the bus, it looked exactly like the musical instrument. At the end of each ride, when most of the people had left, I would stand on that round bit in the middle and swing as the bus turned. Although it was fun, it wasn't my favorite part of the ride. What I truly loved was when all seats on the bus were taken and I had to sit on Mom's or Dad's lap. Their hands encapsulated me, protecting me from touching other people, my back pressed to their chests, feeling the heartbeat, feeling the air movement created by their breath on the crown of my head. We looked like the cutest family in the world. After Dad died, Mom and I still visit Grandma every year. We go in autumn for Dad's death anniversary, which turned Odessa from a place of joy and love into a place of grief and sorrow. And we never take buses anymore, only taxis. 3:45 p.m.
"Here it comes!"
Karina jumped off the bench and indicated for the bus to stop. It had nothing in common with the buses in Odessa. It was a tiny gazelle. Its once snow-white paint was filthy with a layer of grey mud, and the sound it produced reminded me of a clogged juice maker. I doubted it'd survive another meter of the road. Karina slid the door open. All seats were taken. Several people stood in the aisles, bending their backs and necks to fit inside the ridiculously low ceiling of the cabin. "Shall we wait for another one?" I asked.
"Another one will be identical to this one," Karina snapped. "Welcome to the real world."
She pushed her way inside. I hate being so close to people, especially people from the bus. But I promised I'd do it, so I got up the steps. Yana followed, and Lena was the last to close the door. "Is it really always a choker like this?" I asked. My lower back ached from the unusual posture.
"Every fucking time, in the morning and after school," Yana said.
"Keep your back close, like this." She showed me how her handbag was tightly pressed to her chest. "You won't even notice how they steal your wallet."
"Did that happen to you?" I asked.
"Twice." It struck me. Yana never has the money, and even those cents that she owns are being stolen by the bus thieves. It's so unfair. I grabbed my bag with both hands and looked around. The man behind Yana was a younger dude, possibly our age, a heavy backpack by his fake Adidas sneakers. He looked like he could steal, if only he wasn't that busy fantasizing about Yana's butt, where all his attention, and not only attention, was directed. The woman who sat beside me on the proper seat, with her fur coat, fur hat, fur on her upper lip, and a golden ring on every bony finger, was too obsessed with her own safety, nails clenched into the fox leather of her purse, eyes scanning around. The man that stood next to me also looked like he could steal. He actually looked like he desperately needed to steal, or else his kids
would starve to death. The further the gazelle took us, the more suffocated I felt. Inhaling the breath of the people on the bus, I felt dirty and violated. My skin was itchy. I think I saw a louse in my coat. I was afraid that I'll catch tuberculosis from the man who sat next to the fur lady and coughed non-stop. Or worse, after holding that handrail, my open wound could be infected with HIV. Yana has to take that bus every fucking day. How come a simple ride home could be so stressful? Why are people treated that way? Like they are cattle. Like they are worth less than the last bone in a cow's tail. 4:20 p.m. We got off the bus just before the Boom supermarket. I felt like the worst kind of shit. I knew I would never again use public transport, but hundreds of thousands of people had to go through this humiliation every day. "Sis, I promise you," I said quietly so Karina and Lena didn't hear me, "by the time you are 18, you will be driving your own car." "Relax, babe. It's not up to you to promise me that. But I appreciate that you care." She grabbed my scarred hand and said to the girls, "We've got to cross the road. It's that bush over there, see?" We crossed to the other side at the traffic lights. I recognized the unsealed road that we drove inside the Niva and then walked back. "What were you doing in that bush?" Lena asked. "I went for a wee," Yana replied. Lena eyed her. "What? That bush is a rubbish dump anyway." In the twilight, the bush looked less scary, but so much more revolting. The empathy that I felt for the working-class people minutes ago was replaced with hatred towards them for screwing up nature with their food packages, nappies, tampons, feces. If those people were a bit more educated, they wouldn't shit in the bush. If they were a bit more educated, they would earn enough money to pay for the taxis. "So, the car should be just here," Yana said. We followed her, sneaking between the dense branches of young trees and over the undergrowth. I was surprised to see the car still there. Of course, I didn't expect it to disappear. It's just I couldn't believe the car was there in the first place. I thought we were pretty high on adrenaline that night. What if we imagined all of that? But no, there it was. It was hardly recognizable, as almost nothing was left that made it a car. The rubber of the tires burst and melted into a shapeless figure under the scorching wheels. No handles, no mirrors, all melted and leaked and the mud fusing with other plastic parts. The metal carcass was unevenly licked by the flames, leaving stains of paint that used to be red. "It's her car," Lena said. "Mom's Samara." She ran to the car and yanked on the door, tugging it by the window, but it stuck. "Help me," she told us. "Try the driver's door," Yana said. "That's how I entered." Lena ran to the opposite side of the car and pulled the other door. It got opened with a crack. She climbed inside. All materials that once covered the seats and the interior now were gone, leaving sticking out springs and metal tubes, and that bitter almond smell diffused into the air again. "What are you looking for?" Karina asked. She looked inside through the hole that used to be a back window. "Any evidence, documents, anything?" "Lena, even if your mom had documents in this car, the fire turned it to ashes," Yana said. "The boot," Lena said, ignoring Yana's words. "I've got to check it." I felt tense. What if inside she'll discover the fried, crouched body of her mom or someone else? I shook this thought off. The boot was ajar. Lena pulled it up, but the opening mechanism was damaged and didn't let go so easily. "Damn it!" Lena yelled. "We need a strong stick," I said and looked around. Karina crawled inside the car. After some cracks and squeaks, she came back with a metal rod. "That will do." She inserted it in the boot gap. pushed it up. Something inside squeaked and broke, and the boat cover popped up. All 4 of us looked inside. Crumbles, ashes, and holes. Nothing else. "I don't get it," Lena said. "Why did the police lie to us? Mom was onto something, I feel it. And someone didn't want her to continue." "Why, I'm not surprised," Karina said. "The police is the most corrupt organization in this country." Oh, Karina with her corruption again. Does she even know other words? I thought. "Can we go now?" I said. "It's getting dark." I need some time. Can we stay here for a little while?" Lena sat on the grass by the boat and put her chin on her knees, her eyes glued to the car, but actually looking through it. I felt sorry for her. I knew she didn't want to believe that her mom's life ended in a silly road accident. It was natural for her to imagine that Mom died doing something big, and that there was someone else to blame for her death. Yana climbed on Samara's hood and lit up 2 slims. I swept off the crumbs of rust and sat next to her. Yana gave me my slim. "Can I have one?" Karina asked. She looked distant, lost in thoughts, like it was her mom who died under mysterious circumstances. "Grab this one." Yana gave her the one she was about to smoke and took a new one from the pack for her. The 3 of us kept silent. We felt like no conversation could suit the moment like this. But the nicotine we pumped into our bloodstreams was making the situation less and less awkward. The sky was still light gray, but in the shadows of the forest, the autumn darkness settled fast. Karina sat between 2 dusty trees in front of us, but I could hardly see her, watching the orange light that brightened by her lips and relaxed dimmer away from her face. When the last spark of Karina's cigarette faded into the ground, she said quietly, "It was an accident." "The car crash?" Yana asked, stabbing her cigarette off the metal hood. "The cola," Karina replied. "I didn't mean to spill it on you." My heart started to beat faster. I was interested to hear what was going to happen, but also afraid the 2 will end up in a fight. Yana slid down the hood and came up to where Karina was sitting. Karina stood up, accepting the challenge. "You were mad at me because I made out with that hot fella from Rita's science group. You had a crush on him. I saw how you looked at us. Admit it." Yana pushed her. Karina backed into the tree. "You were jealous." Yana put her hand on the tree bark beside Karina's head and leaned closer. "Yes, I was jealous," Karina said, dodging out. "But not because I liked him." "Because of what then?" "Because of you. I liked you, Yana, and the cola was meant for him." There was a moment of silence. "You liked me? Like, you mean actually like me? Why didn't you tell me, you silly?" Yana reached out to her, but Karina stepped away. "Don't touch me. It's a big deal for me. It's my reality. So don't use one of your cutie girly moves on me." I felt awkward. I didn't want to hear what was going to happen next. I wanted to pass this moment, to fast forward it. Karina is gay. Now many things about her started to make sense, like, for example, hiding her perfect body under the bulky clothing. She didn't want the boy's attention. She possibly even found it disgusting. And what about that naked woman that she drew in her sketchbook? I thought it was Karina's demon alter ego, but it wasn't her. It was a woman who she fancied. It actually looked like Kate Winslet. Oh, that's why she was fascinated by the Titanic poster in Lena's room. It was Rose she admired, not Jack. Yana and Karina kept talking, but their voices became quieter, and I couldn't hear what they were saying anymore. What if Yana likes Karina back? Would it be the end of our friendship? A sudden voice made me jitter. Aliona! I didn't notice Lena was right beside me. What if Mom is not dead? What if she simulated her death to mislead the bad guys? But did you see her, at the funerals? I carefully asked. Yes, I know, she sighed. I should probably talk to Mom's colleague from Donbass Chronicle about what happened. Maybe they at least can tell me who was the last person she interviewed. Didn't the police tell you that one of them broke into your apartment and stole the documents? They did, Lena replied. They also told us that Mom's car is in the impound yard, and it's not. They are hiding something. This whole tragedy sounded so mysterious. What if Lena's mom did work on a breaking case? What if there is a secret around her death? What if we could uncover it and find who killed Lena's mom? This was enticing. I imagined myself being a detective, a Dale Cooper from Twin Peaks, unraveling the mysterious homicide of Laura Palmer. Only instead of the quiet town of Twin Peaks, it's a messy city of Donetsk. And instead of a super popular student Laura Palmer, it's Laura Buryak, a criminal journalist. What did she find that could have possibly got her killed? No. I shook this idea off my head. Unlike Dale Cooper, I didn't have the time to investigate crimes. I've already been sidetracked. I can't be dragged into any of it. I've got my own family to look after. Mine and Dieda's plan. Winning Supernova was my priority. Lena's thrilling story should remain her responsibility. Suddenly I realized the more Lena is busy with her mystery, the less time she'd spend studying, the worse her grades would become. Lifting me back up to the top of the list, I felt like a big chunk of pressure dropped off my shoulders. "How are you holding on?" Yana asked when she and Karina approached us. They didn't touch each other, but Karina's arm was so close to Yana's that I felt threatened. "Actually, I'm good," Lena said. "I needed this. You see, Mom's accident, it felt wrong. I had this weird feeling that it couldn't end like this, that there should be more to it. And now it all makes sense. I've got to find out what has happened." "Are you going to tell the police about the car?" Karina asked. "No," Lena said. "I don't trust them. We can't tell anyone. Promise me." "Promise," we all repeated. "I'm done with this place," Lena said. Even in the dark, I could see how her eyes sparkled. She had a goal. She was unstoppable. 5:45 p.m. When we jumped into the taxi, the driver asked his usual, "Where to?" I looked at Lena in the back seat. "Shall we take you home?" "No," she replied without thinking. "I don't want to go home. Not yet." "That's fine," Karina said. "Do you want to stay at mine tonight? Or we can go for a walk?" "Can we go to the shop?" Yana asked. "I'm starving." "Me too, actually," Lena agreed. "I would kill for a croissant with a bottle of strawberry yogurt," Yana said. Just when I opened my mouth to say that I'm hungry too, Karina said, "I've got a better idea." She leaned forward to the taxi driver. "Lenina Square, please." The driver looked at me silently, asking for my approval. I nodded. "What are you plotting?" Yana whispered. "The shops there are ridiculously expensive." We've got Aliona, haven't we?" Karina said. Yana slapped her in the thigh. "Just kidding. My bro works in the shawarma kiosk. Usually they have leftovers by the end of the day." Leftovers were not a word in my vocabulary. I envisaged something closer to grilled salmon with avocado salsa, or at least a shrimp cocktail, but I swallowed my internal protest. After the ride of my life in the Gazelle, eating leftovers was probably a logical wrap-up of today. Besides, everyone got excited about going to Lenina Square, including Lena. 6:20 p.m. We paid the driver and marched in the orange streetlight of Lenina Square leaving our footprints in a thick layer of industrial city dust that covered the cracked concrete slabs. The enormous statue of Lenin froze, stepping forward, his coat forever flapped behind. "Hurry! If he closes before we come, he'll chuck all the meat away," Karina said. We speeded up. My ankles were sore, bringing up the memories of all the unusual stuff I went through today. But today wasn't over. "Is it the one?" Yana pointed to the white kiosk with Christmas lights hanging off his canopy. 2 plastic tables in front of it stood empty. "Yeah, that's where Daniil works," Karina replied. "Daniil?" Yana and I asked simultaneously. "Yeah, you met him at the Met Party, didn't you?" My heart was pumping blood like crazy. I wasn't prepared to see him again. My mascara had probably leaked, my lipstick faded, my hair was a mess. I looked down at my coat, dyed with rust, and my boots painted with muddy stripes. There was still time to turn back. I was about to say that I'm not feeling well and that I'm going to take a taxi home, but Yana squeezed my hand and whispered in my ear, "I told you we'll find him." Okay, I thought, this could be my only chance. I threw a Stimrol chewing gum into my mouth and smoothed out my hair with my fingers. The kiosk smelled of warmed-up savory tomato sauce and roasted until crispy brown sweet chicken. Karina came up to the window. While she chatted to her brother, organizing the food, I watched the only part of Daniil's body visible to me, his lean, ringed fingers that were cutting through the meat on the meat tray. "Just tell him what you want, guys. It's all sorted," Karina said. I could tell she was proud of organizing this, for being a leader of this short, fleeting moment. She waited by the kiosk window for Lena to order, and then the two of them sat at the table. Yana was next. "Same as Lena's, but don't put any ketchup or mustard, just the garlic sauce." "The classic one. Respect," Daniil replied. "Is it the classic one?" Yana said, both hands clasping the edge of the counter, looking up at Daniil with her big emerald eyes. She flirted with him, but I wasn't jealous. Yana being Yana probably couldn't help it. "I never knew there was a classic one," she said. "That makes it even more special, doesn't it?" Daniil told her. "Your taste is intuitively classy." What a cheap move, I thought. I couldn't wait until Yana buggered off to give me a chance to order my special shawarma. I became so impatient that I even pushed her slightly, moving closer to the kiosk window. Okay, babe, he's all yours," Yana said. When I looked at Daniil, the words mixed up in my head. The grill and the stove radiated intense heat. I hope I didn't blush. It would have been embarrassing. I forgot completely what I wanted to order and how I wanted to say it. I grabbed the counter just like Yana did and watched his hands sharing the meat of the cone-like vertical stack. He looked young but so mature, so much precision in his action, so much confidence. He knew exactly what he was doing, like he was born in that kiosk. It was sexy. In combination with his hair gathered in a neat ponytail and elegant jawlines that joined in a pointy chin, it made him totally irresistible. He looked at me. "Hey, you're Icy from Rita's party," he said, half smiling. "Icy? Remember Karim?" he said. "He told me you froze his heart and shattered it into gabled ice flakes." Daniil turned over the 3 wrapped shawarma on the stove. They hissed. "He forgot your name, so I said he should call you Icy. He really wanted you to like him." He wanted me to like him, but he forgot my name. What a dick. "Hey, he's not that bad. He's just not good with Slavic names." Daniil put the 3 brown shawarma and several white napkins in a paper bag. "It's ready, sis," he yelled. Karina jumped up. "Thanks, bro," she replied, grabbing the wraps from him. "He's handsome, he's rich, he owns this kiosk." Daniil continued talking about Karim. "Girls are usually all over him." "I'm not your usual type of girl." "Okay, I'll tell him that." "I'm Aliona, by the way." "I've got a better memory, I promise." He rubbed his palms off the apron. "Are you hungry? Can I get you anything?" "A chief special." "A chief special." He leaned his hands on the counter and took a second to think. And at that moment I remembered his facial expression when he stood on that balcony at Rita's flat ready to come. I felt embarrassed. I wondered if he noticed me there. "How much do you trust the chief?" "Entirely," I replied. Daniil took out a large pita bread, sliced it in half, and put the 2 halves on the stove, one for me and one for him, I thought. While they were warming up, he grated some cheese. When the pita halves were ready, he sprinkled the cheese inside. It melted, coating the soft bread from the inside. Using a broad knife like spatula, Daniil filled each pizza bread with juicy chunks of meat and squeezed some white sauce on top. Then he took out a small orange bottle from the fridge, shook it, and poured it all over. He sliced the last gherkin that he fished out from a jar full of muddy brine, chopped greens and chucked them over the meat, powdered the 2 shawarmas with some seeds, and carefully put several strings of Churchill cheese on top. "Here you go, I see." I took it from his hands as gently as he offered it. He untightened his apron, uncovering the same unusual word that I saw on his black hoodie, but now it was printed on his white t-shirt. He switched off the grill and the stove and jumped out from the back door, holding the twin brother of my shawarma in his hands. "Grab a seat, I'll be right back," he said. Without the heat from the kiosk, I felt chilly. The steam was rising from the girls' wraps as they bit onto them. I put my shawarma on the table beside me. I wanted to wait for Daniil. "Where is he?" Karina said, her mouth stuffed. I shrugged. Karina looked around. "Oh no, Pro, not again!" "What?" I asked. "Just watch," she said, pointing behind me. About 10 meters from us, on the bench under the brown oak tree, lay a person. When he noticed approaching Daniil, he lifted his head, and then, reluctantly and slowly, his massive body rose up like a mountain. They shook hands, threw some words back and forth, and the next thing I knew, the homeless man was holding the shawarma, the same chief special shawarma that was on the table in front of me. Instinctively, I pushed it away. "Do you know him?" I asked. "Nah, he's just a random homeless dude. Karim will kill him." Daniil was talking, the dude was nodding. Daniil offered him a cigarette. The man put the pack with shawarma away and took it. For a flick of a moment, the lighter illuminated his unshaved brown face, black circles around his eyes. "Why is he doing that?" I asked. "He thinks that society hasn't been treating men fairly or some bullshit like this. Karim told you to stop doing this," she screamed at approaching Daniil. "Look, I would have eaten that shawarma myself anyway, so what's the difference?" He dragged the chair and sat at the table with us. "Give me that." He reached out across the table to Karina's wrap, but she quickly swayed her hand to the side. "No way," she said, taking a large bite. The pink sauce dripped through the soaked paper on the table. "Bitch." "Moron." He was so different from how I remembered him at that party, but I liked it. It was like seeing him without his dragon skin. He was just an annoying older brother, a real living and breathing person who I wanted to know and understand. My heart was racing. My hands were sweaty and I still had troubles putting the words together, but I felt more confident. I lit up 2 slims for me and for Yana. "Can I have a cigarette?" Lena stretched forward her shaky hand.
"Jesus, what happened to you?"
Daniil opened a pack of Marlboro for her. "Keep that smelly shit to yourself and your homeless friend," Karina said, pushing Daniil's pack away.
"I thought you don't smoke,"
Yana said. "I hadn't before tonight," Lena said. "Lena, look, drugs won't help you," Karina said. "Sooner or later, you will need to face your true feelings and deal with them." She put the last bit of shawarma in her mouth and continued chewing. "You have to keep your mind clean, to figure out what happened."
"What the hell happened?" Daniil asked. His gaze jumped from Karina to Lena, to Yana's bandaged hand, and then to mine. Karina crumpled a napkin and threw it at Daniil, saying,
"None of your business, bro."
Daniil leaned away, and the napkin landed on the ground behind him. "You suck at everything," he said.
"Shut up,"
Karina told him. Then, looking at Lena, she continued.
"So my point is, you need something that will keep your mind sharp, and this something could be art."
"Art is just another drug," Daniil said. He kicked one of the empty chairs with his boot. It was a sudden and sharp kick. It messed up with my breathing patterns.
"This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard," Karina said. "Well, actually, I agree with Karina," Lena said. "Art cannot be classified as drug, because the definition of a drug is it's a chemical substance that makes physical or psychological changes in the body."
Man, she would tear the supernova questions apart, I thought. But at that point in time, I was more interested to get inside Daniil's head. "Why do you think art is a drug?" I asked him. "Do you mean it's a form of escape?" "Yeah, that too, but also it's a form of addiction." He lit a cigarette and his body loosened into the chair.
"Now I'm with you, bro. It's like once you've tasted it, you want to experience that again and again. But it's a good addiction, right? The one that won't destroy you. Is that how you feel about your music?"
"You play music?" I asked. "Play, write, and study," Daniil replied. Then he pointed at my shawarma and asked, "Wasn't it good?" "You can have it," I said. I was horribly hungry, but I didn't feel right eating the same shawarma that the homeless dude ate. "I thought you were studying medicine. I thought you were going to become a doctor." "Doctor?" he chuckled. "Is it because I came to the mad party? Nah, I hang out with the mad guys because of Kareem. He is going to become a doctor."
"That's new," Yana said. "So where do you study?"
"In the conservatory." I looked at his fingers holding that cigarette. Of course, they were the fingers of a pianist or a guitarist, or both.
"Why don't you tell them your ridiculous plan?"
Karina interfered. "Oh, shut up, bitch," Daniil said. What is the plan?" I asked.
"He wants to become a gigolo on—"
Daniil jumped on Karina and closed her mouth with his palm. "Don't listen to her. I want to get a job performing on boats that cruise the Pacifica." Karina pushed him away.
"You've been saying that for the last 3 years," she said. "Have you ever submitted your application?"
"None of your business, sis." Daniil picked up a crumpled napkin and threw it back at Karina. She put her arm in front and blocked it.
"You suck at everything, and you can't even submit this stupid application."
"I will, when I'm ready." Yana sighed and stood up. "Although it's really entertaining to watch you two fighting, I've got to pee. Anyone else?" Both Karina and Lena stood up. "Are you coming?" Yana asked me. The prospect of being left alone with Daniil was intimidating, almost scary, but I was up for a challenge. "I'm okay, thanks." As the girl walked to the underground toilet, I timidly gazed at Daniil
and asked, "So, why cruise boats?"
"To have a roof above my head and food on my plate, and to do what I can do best."
He smashed his cigarette butt into the ashtray like it was his worst enemy. "Isn't it boring, having everything sorted out for you like that?"
"I don't know. Imagine where your mind can take you if it doesn't need to worry about basic needs. I'm just curious." He took my shawarma. "What about you, Icy? What keeps you out of trouble?"
"I want to be famous," I said.
"Oh, okay, like a model or something."
He licked the ketchup from the side of the pita bread and bit into it. "No. Have you ever watched Supernova?" He stopped chewing and put the rest of the shawarma to the side.
"Is it the TV show where kids answer quiz questions and climb the notorious pyramid?"
I nodded.
He looked at me with curiosity, like he was seeing me for the first time, studying me with his dragon's eyes.
Shall I tell him that I love his eyes? He probably hears that a lot.
"That's an unusual pathway to fame," he said.
"That's my pathway. The program crew is coming here on October 31 to select contestants for the finals. I've got to get in."
"That sounds awesome."
He vigorously rubbed his lips with a paper napkin.
"Do you have questions that you absolutely hate?"
I shrugged.
"Tell me."
A real, non-sarcastic smile crossed his face. I felt like it was a special type of smile, made just for me. "This year, they've added art and music category. I'm pretty good at science, but art and music..." I pressed my lips together and shook my head.
"Are you kidding me?"
He leaned back into the chair and crossed his legs. "My family isn't exactly arty. I've never learned a musical instrument. Have never properly attended art classes. It's just not something I felt would be useful in life. Sorry."
"But now you regret it."
I nodded. He giggled. "That's actually not funny."
"I'll help you. I've got loads of books and some musical instruments. Have you got a pen?"
I fished out a pen from my purse and gave it to him, regretting it right away. It was a golden Gucci pen that I borrowed from Deda's office and never returned. Deda hasn't even noticed. He gets stuff like this all the time for his birthdays, National Army Days, Valentine's Days, and even just because. Daniel took the pen, saying how cool it was, and when its tip was about to touch the paper napkin to write down his number, it didn't.
"Hold on," he said.
He lifted the pen and stared at the Gucci letters engraved into the metal clip. Then he looked at me, at my diamond drops earrings, then at my purse with the metal Moschino tag, and at my perfectly fitted coat, though covered in rusty stains, and back at the pen, and then at me again. I saw a single question in his squinted eyes.
"Who the hell are you?"
I feared that question as much as I feared the reaction that comes after I spell out the answer. "Please don't ask it," I thought. "Just write your number on the fucking napkin and give me a chance." He didn't ask me. He sighed and crumpled the napkin. That's it, I thought. Now he will say something like, "Why would you need my crappy books if you could buy the entire collection of the Russian State Library?" I started to brainstorm a worthy reply when unexpectedly he put his hand over mine, wrenching my entire being with his confident touch. While my brain was figuring out what the hell was happening, he slowly pulled my hand closer, positioning it on the table before him, and flipped it palm up. Tingles ran all over my body. It relaxed me, and I just dissolved myself in that pleasure, allowing him to do whatever he intended. Like performing a ritual, he wasn't doing it for the first time for sure. He straightened my palm with his other hand and started writing. I watched him slowly move the pen from my wrist to my pinky finger as numbers appeared in order. 3, 8, 2, 4, 4, 1, 5. I wished there was at least one more digit in his number so I could feel him steering the tip of that pen over my skin a second longer. When he finished, he twisted the pen between his finger and passed it with the button end facing me as if he was handing me one of his knives. I took the pen as he dropped back in his chair. "Call me, Icy." I swallowed. My throat was so tight that the pain reverberated into my ears. I looked at my palm. The ink was already blurring. It didn't matter. Even if the digits disintegrated, consumed by the salt of my sweat, I had memorized them already. They were now permanently tattooed in my brain, to be forever a reminder of how strangely strong Daniil made me feel. No one had ever triggered so many pleasant, conflicting and overwhelming sensations in me before. It was scary, because I knew I would do anything to feel that, whatever it was, again. 8:20 p.m. It was only me and Yana in the taxi. Daniil said he didn't need a ride. He lived close by and would just walk. Karina and Lena took a tram. My head leaned on Yana's shoulder. "Do you love her?" "Her?" "Karina." "I don't love her, but now I don't hate her either." "I was afraid you'd leave me." I snuggled closer to Yana. "Remember this?" She showed me her bandaged hand. "We are bonded forever now." Entry 8. The Threat. Tuesday, October 12, 1999. 19 days until regionals. 8:45 a.m. Break before biology. While Yana went to the toilet and I was preparing my books for the next class, Kostya dropped his Ukrainian essays that I wrote on my desk. The red letter underneath the text read, "Very good." I looked up at Kostya and said, "What?" He leaned closer and whispered, "What the fuck is that?" He pointed at his mark, which was 4- out of 5. "What do you mean?" I asked, genuinely not getting his threatening tone. "Why is it 4-? I needed a 5, he hissed. "If it was a 5, Elena Bogdanovna would get suspicious, don't you think?" I said. "I don't fucking care. You've signed the contract." "There was nothing about the marks in the contract. Be grateful it's not a 3. "Listen to me, Volkova." He leaned closer and whispered right into my face. "Next time, if it's not a 5, I will take this fucking contract to the principal. How do you think it will affect your chance to participate in your stupid game?" "It's not a game, Kostya. It's a competition." My eyes searched for Yana, but she wasn't in the classroom. "You won't tell anyone because your signature is on it too." "That's where your calculations are wrong," Kostya said. "If I don't get a 5 next time, my average will drop and they will expel me anyway. I've got nothing to lose, see?" "How are you going to explain a 5? You suck at Ukrainian." "Looks like it's your problem now, isn't it?" He sharply took the essay away just when Yana came back. "What did he want?" "Nothing." I felt a push when Kostya's boot knocked my chair. Yana looked back at him. "What the hell, freak?" "Sorry, an accident," he said. "Do it as hard as it seems if you want to keep your dreams, yo." "What's he talking about?" Yana asked me. "I've no idea. Don't engage with him," I said. I felt frustrated and embarrassed.
but I didn't want Yana to know about it. 4 p.m. From the taxi, I clicked the green button on the remote control. Our gate softly lifted, revealing a picture that stopped my heart for like 15 seconds. First, I saw a pair of muddy gray, scraped all over, soldier-type boots. Not the type of boots I'd expect in my house. Then, I noticed 2 other pairs of feet, the familiar ones, pointed, clean and polished. When the gate lifted entirely, I saw the police car parked next to the Hummer. The owner of the soldier boots wore the usual blue uniform. My first thought was something bad had happened again. Something so bad that Deda had to call the police. I looked at Deda through the side window. He gave me his golden smile and waved me in.
"And this is my granddaughter, Aliona,"
he said, hugging me by the shoulders and pressing me to his body.
"Thank you, Major, for stopping by. We really appreciate it. Right, Gena?"
Certainly, Major. The city is lucky to have you," Uncle Gena said. They shook hands. "Like I said, Boris Nikolaevich, we've got everything under control." Major's eyes were unsettling. They moved non-stop from us to our house, to the backyard, and again to the house. "We've got you covered," he added. Then he got into his car and left. "Who is he?" I asked Deda.
"He's the new chief policeman. Good chap. What do you think, Gena?"
"We are back on track, Dad." "Did you tell him about our plan?" I asked Deda.
He's just a cop, Alyonushka. He won't get it. He does his job, I do mine, and you do yours. When every wolf knows their role and knows their place, the pack grows stronger."
Then he looked right into my eyes and continued,
"Together, we are the force to be reckoned with. A pack that no one can defeat. We all need to play along. Do you trust me?"
"Of course I trust you," I said.
"Good."
Entry 9. You are not fainting under my care. Friday, October 15, 1999. 16 days until regionals. 7:10 a.m. I had to call a taxi. Deda had trouble finding a good driver. I wondered if he was going to call Igor and ask him back. I would love that. I was watching dirty cars through the side window of the taxi. The weather has been really disgusting lately, pissing down during the day and night. Normally, I would get annoyed or depressed when I don't see stars for several nights in a row. But this time, it didn't matter so much. Quite the opposite. I was getting more and more positive that my average grade will be higher than Lena's. She skipped half of Wednesday classes, and her yesterday's presentation lacked structure. The evidence to support her theory on the global food crisis was weak. She didn't take into account the gaps in the food distribution chain and explored the food waste only from the household's perspective. "And what about the large-scale wastage?" I asked after the presentation. "Have you considered waste generated during food production and after it is put on the market?" We had a good 10-minute debate on this topic that satisfied our economics teacher and bored everyone in the class, including Yana, who I noticed was doodling right on the wooden surface of our desk. I didn't care if they were bored. I knew I was winning. I could feel it and I could see it. But tomorrow we will know for sure. There is one more reason why I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I promised myself that if I'm selected as a school rep, I will allow myself to call him. I try not to think about him, but it is getting harder and harder. When I close my eyes, I can still feel his touch on my skin. I don't allow myself to develop that moment further in my dreams. I want to leave it in reality. Tomorrow, I'm going to call him. 7:50 a.m. When I walked up the stairs of the Lyceum building, on the front door I noticed a big, red poster with a white heart on it. The words in the heart said, Donors' Day. Donate blood to save lives. Friday, October 13, University Green Hall. All donors will get 20 hryvnia and a dark chocolate bar. Those posters were on the whole walls inside the school as well. They were on the notice board and on the door to our classroom. Lena ran towards me holding a small bright flyer.
Aliona, you should come. It's Donors' Day. I'm organizing it with Anna, Mom's colleague from Donbass Chronicles.
So you talked to them?
Yes, will you come?
Lena walked me to my desk.
You should come.
Are you going? I asked Yana, who was painting her nails with polish that shone like gold sand. What a stunning color, I told her.
Come here, I will paint yours, Yana said. Girls, please, you should come. It's really important. You can save someone. Someone like my mom, who got injured in a car crash and lost lots of blood, you know?
She looked at us with her eyes of a Labrador puppy.
Lena, I wish I could, but I'm stuck with that stupid poetry evening.
I chuckled. Is he actually going to do it?
It's your fault,
Yana said, pointing her poetry book at me.
Turned out that other teachers love this idea and they want me to be on the organizing committee.
Have you choose a poem to read? I asked.
How about this?
Yana said and recited a poem that she learned by heart.
This kid was raised in a broken home, was scarred and wounded head to toe. She's been abused, she's been misguided. The love she knew was always violent, but still she hopes and still she tries to heal her wounds, to reach the skies, to mend the damage her parents have done, and not to break her own broken son.
Good one, I said. Who wrote it?
Don't remember. Need to look her up.
Yana opened her book and flipped the pages.
Aliona, will you come?
Lena didn't want to let go.
I'm sorry, but I have to study. Have a look at this.
Lena put the flyer in front of me and pointed at the sentence inside the huge red drop. Every student who donates today will get an extra 0.01 towards the average score. Lena was going to get extra points. It could give her an advantage. I couldn't miss this opportunity. I had to keep up with her. Is Karina coming? I asked.
No, she has her art class today,
Lena said. Okay, I'll do it. I'll go. 3:10 p.m. When we left school, Karina sat on the parapet wall, drawing in her sketchbook. Lena waved at her. Karina waved back, but didn't look at me. She'd been cold and distant to me. It's not like I wanted her to be my friend again. She never even apologized for what she said at Med Party. About Yana and about my family. Both statements are total bullshit, by the way. It seemed like something about me really bothered her. Is she all right? I asked Lena. She looks a bit sad or grumpy lately.
Something is going on at home. I don't know the details.
Do you think she's still mad at me?
You guys have to sort it out on your own. Don't bring me in the middle.
I sighed. With everything that was going on in my life, I didn't have any intention to sort out things with Karina. If she can't move on, if she doesn't want to hang out, it's her problem. 3:25 p.m. The university's green hall smelled of ammonia and alcohol. Before donating blood, we had to visit a venerologist and dermatologist who organized pop-up cabinets in one of the offices. I was a bit nervous about my cot, but they didn't even look at it. In the stuffy hall, sitting on the hard wooden chairs that made my legs numb, among students from different schools and universities, We waited for our turn to give blood. The kids around us seemed excited and bubbly. They were doing a good cause. They were saving lives. But that was before they entered the donation room. After, their skin was pale, their eyes were stone still, and their walk was slow and shaky, like they were auditioning for Hellraiser. "How much blood are they taking?" I asked. "Could be anything between 250 to 400 mils, Lena said. "They will see how you feel." She sensed my anxiety. "You'll be fine. Actually, donating blood has so many health benefits. It can lower the risk of heart attack and reduce the formation of blood clots." "Lena, are you nervous about the announcement tomorrow?" "About Supernova? Not at all. I don't want to be part of it." I was shocked. "You don't?" "I don't like that show." The door opened and it was our turn to go inside. The room was spacious and light. They put us on the beds next to each other. I turned my head away from my hand, which the nurse was rubbing with alcohol. "Why don't you like Supernova?" I asked Lena. "The entire concept doesn't sit right with me. You know, memorizing all this information that I'd never use in my life. And for what? For the opportunity to show up on the TV screen?" At the same time as Lena's words stabbed me, I felt a needle pricking my skin, right through the walls of my veins, to take what was mine. The nurse put a sticky bandage on my arm to secure the tube and left me alone. "And why did they pick this terrible name for the show?" "What's wrong with the name?" I asked. "You know what Supernova is, don't you?" Of course I knew what Supernova was, but for me it was just a name. I didn't associate it with an actual astronomical event called supernova, in which stars stop being stars. It's the last and the most spectacular performance of a star when it dies in a phenomenal explosion that illuminates the universe. "It's just a cool name," I said. I looked at the plastic vessel. The viscous liquid was slowly accumulating. I didn't know my blood was so dark. "Supernova turns stars into white dwarfs or black holes," Lena started. Her voice was quiet. I barely understood her. "Or completely destroys them. Just like fame." Lena's face and even her lips became pale, to the point that it scared me. "Excuse me, nurse," I called out. "My friend is not well." An older woman quickly appeared by Lena's bed, leaving the tail of ammonia smell behind her. No. You are not fainting under my care, dear," she said, bringing a soaked cotton wool ball to Lena's nose. "Hold this, dear." Lena moved her hand and blinked, but it was a very slow blink, like her eyelids were made of lead. "Just a few drops more. Can you do it for me?" the nurse asked, holding her by the shoulders. Lena didn't reply. The nurse shook her lightly. Hey, stay with us." She brought Lena's hand with the cotton ball closer to her nose. "Here you go, just a few more drops." "Is she all right?" I asked the nurse. "She'll be fine," the nurse said. "Your generation is so weak, like tree branches. The wind blows and you break. If you can't handle this, how are you going to handle birth? You should eat, hear me?" She shook Lena again, and then looked at me. "You too." She came to my bed. "How are you doing?" "I'm fine," I said. The blood was on 400 mils mark. "Well done," she said, and detached the bandage from my skin, disconnecting the tubes. I desperately wanted her to remove the needle. It felt very intrusive, almost like an alien under my skin. "Now, don't do anything stupid. Drink lots of liquid. No, don't listen to me. Drink lots of water. And eat some sugar. Do you understand?" She gave me 2 tickets, one for me and one for Lena.
which we could exchange for the money and the chocolate bar. I'll disconnect her now. Take you outside. When I stood up, the ink coated my eyes. I stopped for a second to let it pass. It did. I took Lena by her arm, and we headed to the main door, through the dark, crowded corridor. As we walked, I felt a pressure on my arm, realizing that Lena was fainting. "We're almost there. Just keep walking," I told her, pressing the ammonia cotton ball to her nose. Someone in the crowd said, "Look what they do to people. I'm not going in." I ignored them. A breath of fresh air and a warm cup of tea from the kiosk across the road were all I could think about. 4:45 p.m. We sat at the table, inhaling the cool, moist air. "Did you eat at all today?" I asked her. "I'm fine," Lena replied, barely opening her lips. "Okay, but did you eat?" She shook her head. "Have this." I opened the pack of Swedish dark chocolate. She shook her head again. "You'd look stupid if I start feeding you like a baby. And if you shake your head one more time, I will start feeding you. Wanna test me?" She broke off the first row with 4 chocolate squares and put one in her mouth. "I'll get you some sweet tea." I placed the order with a lovely woman from the kiosk and returned back to Lena. "What's going on? Why are you not eating?" "I talked to Anna, Mom's colleague from Donbass Chronicles." She chewed another chocolate square. "And?" "She couldn't tell me who Mom was investigating. It's classified, actually. But she told me who she was supposed to interview on that day." "Your tea is ready," the woman from the kiosk called out. "Can you put 2 more spoons of sugar each?" I asked. The woman dropped more sugar in our cups and mixed it with a plastic stick. "Enjoy," she said with a smile as sweet as our teas. I brought 2 unbearably hot plastic cups back and handed one of them to Lena. She blew on it. It lifted a dense cloud. And then she sipped. "Don't freak out," she said, not looking at me. "You may not like it." "The tea? Too sweet?" "No, not the tea. It's actually quite nice. So, how do I say it? Well, actually, okay. It was Boris Volkov. On the day Mom died, she was supposed to interview your granddad." "Why would I freak out, Lena? Remember when we helped you to move out, your dad told me that your mom really wanted to score an interview with Deda." "I'm so glad you're not mad at me, Aliona," she said and blew on her tea again. "Can you please help me? I need you to find out something for me. Will you?" "Sure. What is it?" "Can you ask your granddad if he actually saw my mom? Did his interview actually happen? And how did it go? I want to know the details." "Of course, I will ask him." I doubted Deda met Laura Buryak. Deda didn't like journalists. He called them pharaohs. He says journalists are just like pharaoh ants. They search for a sweet piece of information and then tear it into tiny pieces that have little resemblance with the original and feed them to their queen, who doesn't really care what she consumes as long as she can chew it. The queen in this metaphor being the general public. Deda often says that people are as lazy as the ants' queen. Instead of working their asses off, they lay in front of TVs blaming the government and successful people like us in their poverty. 6:05 p.m. The taxi dropped me off. I paid the driver and walked towards the front door of the house. Uncle Gena's Infiniti was parked outside. I could see their silhouettes behind the sheer curtain of the lounge window. I was hoping to slip upstairs into my room unnoticed, but Deda called me out. "Alionishka, come here! I found a new driver for us!" Deda was clean-shaved, grey hair neatly styled on the side. His black t-shirt with a golden print
was covered with his ivory blazer, making him look younger. Roma was there too, and another young dude I didn't recognize.
"Here, sit next to your cousin."
Deda pulled a chair between Roma and another guy. Deda's and Uncle Gena's fat round glasses had traces of brown liquid that lingered between the ice cubes. Rademer cheese, salami, and mahan were neatly sliced and arranged in circles on the porcelain platter. Pineapple was surrounded by 3 types of grapes in a crystal plate. Thin slices of soft white loaf were generously smeared with butter and crowned with a thick layer of black and red caviar. I popped a piece of mahan in my mouth. It tasted good, even sweet, but the horse meat was as always hard to chew. "Who is going to be our new driver?" I asked Roma, rolling my hand to the other side of my jaws. "This guy." He pointed at the new guy. "Pavlik." "Hi, Aliona. Boris Nikolaevich talks about you a lot. I'm so grateful he's given me a chance." We shook hands. Pavlik was in his early 20s, tidy-looking. He had the type of face with no memorable features that could be easily mistaken with hundreds of others, unlike Igor, who had tar-black hair, slightly skewed to the side nose and dark eyes, framed with bushy eyebrows. A face that sticks with you. Maybe that's what Deda was looking for, an exact opposite of Igor. Long and narrow face, nose small, eyes blue, and eyebrows. It was hard to find them. "I'm a professional driver. I do motor racing," Pavlik said.
"The occasion worth celebrating,"
Deda said. He tilted his head up and called out into the ceiling.
"Marina!"
"What?" I heard my mom's voice from upstairs.
"Bring me a couple of bubbles, would you?"
I thought it was a perfect opportunity for me to escape. "I'll fetch it," I said, standing up.
"No, you sit here. Your mom could make herself useful for once."
"Boris, don't be hard on her," Uncle Gena said quietly. "She went through tough times, you know that."
"For God's sake, those tough times were more than 10 years ago,"
Deda said, and yelled into the ceiling again.
"Marina!"
"Coming! Damn you, Dad! Stop screaming!" Mom came down, wearing her silky robe with nice embroidery at the bottom. Her eyes were red, her face swollen like she's just woken up.
"What's taking you so long? Grab a seat."
Mom sat on the couch next to Uncle. "How's Natasha?" she quietly asked him, while the gold foil of the champagne crinkled under Deda's rough fingers. "She's better. Get in there," Uncle replied. "You've never visited her. She misses you."
"Ready?"
Deda asked, keeping his fingers on the cork. I closed my eyes. The cork shot into the ceiling and ricocheted into the crystal plate with the pineapples and grapes. The foam fountained from the bottle. "I will, next week, I promise." Mom tapped her hand on Uncle's knee under the tablecloth. "Nice to see you, Auntie Marina," Roma said. "You too, Roma. And who is this fella I don't know?"
"This fella is our new driver,"
Deda announced proudly, pouring bubbles into our glasses.
"So, let's raise these glasses for the new staff of Volkov's pack and a new member of our family, Pavlik Belik."
Pavlik Belik. It sounded so funny that the unchewable piece of mahan almost fell off my mouth as I couldn't hold off the laughter. "For Pavlik Belik," I repeated with a smile, clinking my glass with others. "Are you still obsessed with your supernova?" Roma asked, offering me a sandwich platter. "Which one?" "Black," I replied. Roma pivoted the platter, aligning the succulent sandwiches with black caviar in my direction. I took one and continued about supernova. "Yes, I'm very close. Tomorrow I will find out if I'm the one representing the school in the regional competition." "I've got no doubts it will be you," Pavlik Belik said. his eyes on me, radiating terrifying admiration. "You are so smart." I cringed. Pavlik didn't know me, and saying something like that just made him look like a suck-up. "I am, but," I said simply to contradict Pavlik, "I've got competition. There is a girl whose average is close to mine. She is brilliant." "I'm so looking forward to hearing all about your friends on our way to and from school," Pavlik replied. I looked away and took several big sips from my glass. I wondered why Deda hired an ass-licker. I thought he needed a strong person, someone who is smart enough to critique his ideas, who is bold enough to call him down when he's crossed the line, who could be more than just a driver, almost a partner, like Igor was. I looked at him. He brought champagne to his mouth, but didn't drink it. His lips barely touched the foam before he put the glass back on the table. "Aliona, I wanted to run a few ideas past you," he said, rubbing his lips. "I think I know how to create positive publicity around your family." That was unexpected. I thought maybe I judged him too soon. He may be an ass-licker, but he's not that stupid. Igor had no idea about positive publicity. "A few ideas?" I asked. "Like what?" "For instance, I think Boris should talk to reporters, tell them about his charity work and about sponsorship." I released a disappointing sigh. That was the most obvious idea that a 5-year-old can come up with. It was also offensive that Pavlik thought I'd never considered it myself. I don't know how many times I tried to talk Deda into it, but he'd been adamant, and I respect that. I drained my glass. Champagne traveled through my blood-deprived body into my brain, making me bolder. I watched Deda talking to Uncle and Mom, so energized, voice elevated, hands all over the place. His golden molars sparked through his smile, like he's just scored a life-changing business deal. I wanted to ask him why he fired Igor. Why didn't he consider who I wanted to drive me to school? But even after a glass of champagne, on an empty stomach, I didn't have the guts to ask him that. Instead, I said, "Deda, have you ever had an interview with Donbass Chronicles?" Everyone became quiet. "No," he said. There was a lot of power in those 2 letters that rolled off his tongue. He put his glass on the table and stared at me, scanning my face like a Xerox light. "Do you think I should?" "No," I said, hiding my shaking hands under the tablecloth. "Not with Donbass Chronicles, but you should put yourself out there. Share the amazing story of your success. There are so many journalists that would kill to have an interview with you." "I'm not good at talking, Alyonushka. I'm good at doing. That's why I never talk to pharaohs. They don't get me." He began opening another bottle. "Now, empty your glasses, everyone. I've got a toast." Everyone drank their spirits to the last drop. Everyone but Pavlik. And that was his major blunder. Deda can't stand people who don't follow his instructions. I curiously watched him, refilling our glasses, wondering what was going to happen when he noticed that Pavlik wasn't drinking. I hoped Deda would explode and fire him. Golden liquid leaked into Mom's glass, then into Uncle Gena's, then into Roma's, and into mine. When Deda reached Pavlik, he paused, staring at his full glass. "Where is your respect, son? I said glasses must be empty." "Boris Nikolaevich," Pavlik said apologetically, "I'm driving." Deda turned to Uncle Gena. "See that?" He pointed at Pavlik. "That's what I call professionalism." He turned back to Pavlik. "Good man, safety first." Then he continued louder, scanning all of us. "Now, I know some dumb cunts say that our family and our money are evil.
But if we didn't have the money, right at this moment, Natasha would have been eaten by worms."
Uncle Gena nodded silently, watching the frolicking bubbles. "Who is Natasha?" Pavlik asked me quietly. "My auntie," I said. "Roma's mom."
"Money is the foundation of a strong family,"
Deda continued. He took off his blazer, revealing the muscles of a weightlifter.
"Volkovs are strong as a wolf pack."
He clapped his palm over the wolf's muzzle tattoo on his arm.
"We must stay together. If you are not part of the pack, you're dead. I raise this glass for the future leader of Volkov's pack, for the phenomenal beauty and the sharpest mind, my granddaughter, Aliona. This girl will make the entire world respect our family and our business."
He came over and kissed me on the cheek.
"You're my sunshine,"
he said quietly. "To Aliona," Uncle Gena said, clinking his glass with Mom's. Deda's acknowledgement was unexpected. I knew he loved me and respected me, but he'd never praised me in front of the family, particularly in the presence of male members of our family. His little speech made me feel valued and trusted. It was incredible. I was the emerging leader of Volkov's pack. I, not Uncle Gena, not his son Roma. I, Aliona Volkova. I hugged Deda. "Thank you," I said and sipped from my glass. Suddenly, the champagne tasted differently, like I wasn't drinking from a narrow crystal vessel, but from a spring of limitless confidence. By the time I finished it, I was on top of the world, and for being so high up, I deserved a treat, a prize for all the hard work I've done, and I didn't want to wait until tomorrow's supernova announcement to get my prize. I needed it right now. I stood up.
"Where are you going?"
Deda asked. "I've got to make a call," I said. "Can I use your phone?" He nodded.
"You know the rules."
There were no rules, only one big demand. If you want to keep using the cordless phone, don't touch anything else. 6:45 p.m. I turned the light in Deda's office. The crystals hanging off the chandelier glimmered, making the room look more glamorous. In the middle, on the oak stand, was erected the exact model of a 1586 side cannon. Its barrel, the color of the copper oxide, was decorated with patterns and images of war horses and warriors. It was a birthday gift from Deda's colleagues. He was so proud of it, no one was allowed to touch it. I stepped over the Turkish carpet and walked past the cannon to the oak desk. As always, I ran my fingers over its jade tabletop. The feeling of its smooth and cool texture was satisfying. I sat in the leather chair and swung myself away from the desk to look at the 3 pictures on the wooden wall. On the right one, Deda was shaking hands with the president. On the left one, Deda stood in a group of Russian politicians. In the middle, Deda froze, kissing me on the crown. His hand was gripping my shoulders. I liked the fact that my photo was in the VIP row, but I didn't like that specific picture. Despite an amazing 3-story cake with 10 candles, my face looked grumpy. Hands were folded on the chest. 2 thin, messy braids hang loose. Why was I so upset at my birthday party? Looking at that picture made me nauseous. Or maybe it wasn't the picture. I was probably too nervous about the phone call. I turned away from the wall, back to the desk, and took the cordless phone off the base. My fingers pressed numbers in order that was once written on my hand. 382 4415. I waited over several anxious beeps. "Dormitory," the female voice replied.
At first, I thought I dialed the wrong number, but quickly remembered that Daniil didn't live with Karina and his mom. His home was with his dad in Kramatorsk. Here in Donetsk, he had to live in a dorm. "Hello, can I talk to Daniil Romanov, please?" "Who's asking?" the woman said. The background was noisy with voices and music. "Aliona," I said. The phone got muffled. I heard her yelling in the distance. "Daniil, it's for you, some Aliona." Then I heard his voice, much closer. "Aliona? Who's Aliona? Hello?" Quickly I pressed the off button. My heart was racing. I heard the mosquito buzzing and their voices. Of course he doesn't remember you. He doesn't know who you are. You are so stupid. Did you really think that a guy like him would fall for you? An inexperienced loser who hasn't even kissed a guy in her miserable life? No one wants you. I heard footsteps. The door opened. Deda and Uncle Gena walked inside.
"Aliona, give us some space. I've got to talk to your uncle in private. Go help your mother with dinner. We'll be back soon."
I nodded. I couldn't talk. I felt if I say anything, it will come together with the fountain of frustration. I quickly ran upstairs and jumped face down on my bed. Yana was right. Guys fall for confident women who know what they want. How am I supposed to know what I want if I'm a fucking virgin? I need a new plan. Pavlik Bielik is downstairs. He would do whatever I tell him. He's okay. A guy his age, being a motor racer, probably has had lots of girls. He could definitely teach me a couple of things. Not only teach, but practice as well. A knock on my door made me jump. "What?" I said. Mom opened the door. "It's for you," she said, passing me Deda's phone. "It's Daniil. Is he your classmate?" "Give me that." I grabbed the phone and pushed her out of the room. "Bye, Mom." I locked myself and returned to bed. I looked at the phone in my hands, staring at the 3 elongated holes at the top. If I answer, these holes will let through Daniil's voice right into my ear. So close, like I've never been to him or any other boy before. This thought rippled somewhere at the bottom of my belly. I pressed the plastic to my ear and said hi. "You made me sweat trying to find your number, I see." The sound of his deep voice and the words he said reverberated through me with such an intensity that I couldn't hold off the tears of joy that quickly flooded my face. He called, I thought. He called me. He called me. He called me.
"I see. Are you there?"
he asked. "Yes," I said. I could barely talk. "How did you find it? I mean, my number?"
"I had to ask Rita, but she didn't have your number. She gave me Yana's neighbor's number. I called them. They called for Yana, and Yana knew your number by heart. How's it going with your supernova? Do you still need some help with the music section?"
"Yes," I said. "Do you want to... I mean, can you still help me?"
"I can and I want," I heard him saying through a smile. "How about Sunday at 2 p.m.? Can you meet me by the miner statue on Kalinina Street?"
"Yes," I said.
"See you soon, Icy."
The phone fell heavy in my hands. I dropped my back on the pillow. I was so happy. Entry 10. The Grumpy Girl. Saturday, October 16, 1999. 15 days until regionals. 6 a.m. I woke up in fear. I had another nightmare.
It was the same still image of my room. Everything looked similar. The corner of my bed, the throw with intricate patterns, the bright spot and the shape of a window on the wooden floor, and the bricked-up window. But this time, when I heard the metal sound of the ball rolling, I had this weird feeling that I needed something from under the bed. I knew it was there, and I knew I needed it, but I didn't know what it was. I couldn't move, petrified of the invisible metal balls that was rolling towards me. And there was that feeling that if I won't get that thing from under the bed, I'm doomed. I felt shattered. I hope this feeling of despair wasn't a premonition of today's performance results. Today, my future is going to be decided. Am I going to continue the supernova race and make Deda even more proud of me? Or will I fail and become Deda's useless burden like my mom? Which one is it going to be? 7:10 a.m. In the car, I started to feel on the edge. I was shifting in my seat, not able to settle down. I developed this burning desire to call Lyceum and ask them about the results. I had to know right here and right now. Waiting another 40 minutes was like slowly dying, losing blood, consciousness, and dignity. Even Deda's life lectures, usually inspiring, irritated me today.
I know, Deda said to Pavlik. You're a racer. You like speed. And I get it. You, the new generation, want everything right here and right now. But life is not a race on fucking motorhome, Pavlik. Life is a steady uphill climb in a 4WD over rocks and ruts. And the higher you climb, the steeper it gets.
Deda pressed a few buttons on the climate control.
How's the temperature? All right?
He asked me. Hot, I replied, biting my fingernails and stabbing the high heels of my boots into the soft rubber on the floor. I couldn't get why Pavlik, aka the racer, was so slow on the road, slower than a handicapped turtle. Why didn't he overtake other cars like Igor used to?
But when you are at the top, son, you look at all those motor racers below who makes themselves busy with pointless lives, and you know they won't achieve anything because they just spin around in fucking circles, miserable as they are.
Gotcha, slow and steady climb. Are you fucking kidding me? I thought. Slow? Steady? What a load of crap! I stopped biting my nails and my fingers drummed against the empty cup holder in the middle of the back seat. I needed a spaceship, a rocket to shoot into Lyceum to see the results, and then shoot into the goddamn sky so far that all the race cars and 4WDs looked the same, looked like stardust. 7:55 a.m. I ran across the school hall right to the notice board. There were 3 long sheets of papers, one for Year 9 students, one for Year 10, and ours, Year 11, senior year. At the top of our list, red handwritten words read, "Confirmed supernova representative. Well done." The arrow was pointing at the average of 4.98 at the top of the list. It was against my name. Relief, excitement, joy, hope, all of these feelings quickly were covered by the sense of huge responsibility. My school believes in me. My family relies on me. Can I do it? Below me, with 4.90, was Lina. Then Yana with 4.85, Karina and Slavik with 4.70. Before I could run off to share the joy with Yana, my bag was pulled sharply. It was Kostya. "You see what you've done," he said, pointing at the list. The bold cut-off line separated all of those who had a score lower than 4.02. Kostya was the first one under, with an average of 4.01. If he was to stay in the Lyceum, He had to lift it at least by 0.01. "It's your fault, Volkova. You must fix this. If you still want to get on TV, of course." He smacked me on the butt and rushed to the class. All the lightness I felt when I saw my score now petrified and pulled me down. I was stuck in a classic catch-22 situation. If I write his essays as best as I could, Gigi would get suspicious and would investigate. If I refused to write, Kostya would tell her about the essays I've written for him already. I was going to lose my chance to represent the school in both scenarios. "Well done, Aliona," Gigi said, putting her hand on my shoulder. "How does it feel when your dreams come true?" "Scary," I said. "Elena Bogdanovna, I feel bad for the students under the red line. What if I organize a tutoring group for those who want to improve their grades? I tutored Lena, remember? I'm really good at it. You can ask her." "Aren't you going to be busy preparing for the regionals?" "I'm sure I can fit it in," I said. "Okay, what subject would you offer? Math, chemistry?" They are all pretty good with scientific subjects, but many struggle with the Ukrainian language," I replied. "You're right, Aliona. Okay, I'll help you to organize it." Instantly, I felt better. I had a plan, a solid plan, and my dream castle was still standing. 8 a.m. When I came to my desk, the first thing Yana told me was not congratulations or "I'm so happy for you." She said, "You are not going to believe it. The pictures are finally ready." Her face shone like a Christmas tree. I completely forgot about those pictures, but for Yana, they clearly represented something more important than me representing the school at Supernova Regionals. Apparently they like magicians in that photo lab and managed to retrieve most of the pictures. They were partly damaged, but were still recognizable. Yana asked me to go pick them up with her after school. I agreed, despite knowing that she didn't just need my company, she needed my money, which was going to be quite a bit for the entire film of 36 photographs. 3:50 p.m. We picked up the photographs. Yana didn't want to open them in the shop. She wanted to enjoy every moment. I bet there are pictures of a hot guy walking topless on a beach of the Black Sea. She was dreaming as we walked to the backyard of Yana's Chinese wall. "I'm going to find him to return the film, and we will fall in love at first sight." The bench was wet and sticky. We climbed over it and sat on the tabletop. The evening was beautiful. On the horizons, the setting sun painted the slack hips golden pink, deepening their wrinkles, making them look sharper, so they could pretend to be mountains. Under our feet, maples and chestnut laid a carpet with their large burgundy and mustard leaves. I held my hands in my pockets, protecting them from the cold air. "Okay, this is it, the moment of truth," Yana said, her hands shaking with excitement. "Come on, hot topless guy." She lifted the cover of the white and blue paper pocket and took out the photographs. She stared at the first one. "What the?" she said and flipped it. Then she flipped another one and another one. "That's bullshit, look!" She put photos on the table one after another, like she was dealing a weird deck of cards, where all the cards looked the same, a handwritten list of names and figures. A black stripe with an orange edge ran at the bottom of every picture where film was exposed to light. "What the hell is that?" She dropped the entire stack of photos in front of me. I took the pictures and did exactly the same, flipping them one behind another. "Looks like pages of some inventory book," I assumed. "That's bullshit!" Yana jumped off the table and lit a cigarette. "No wonder someone left this camera at that dumpster." I continued flipping the pictures, skimming the names. Some names repeated on every picture, some were different. names and numbers, until there was an actual photograph. My hands became numb because I knew the people in that photo. I recognized the grumpy girl with 2 long thin braids and the man who froze kissing her on the crown, holding her shoulders tight. But the weirder thing was not the photo itself, but the fact that it was a photo of a photo frame. A photo frame from Deda's office. Whoever took this picture has been to our house. I had no idea how this photo got mixed up with the rest of the stack. But before Yana noticed my petrified face, I flipped the picture at the back and was relieved to see that the following one was again the list of names. "You're right, that's just rubbish," I said. I put the pictures in the paper pocket. "I'll throw them out on my way back." "Sorry you wasted your money," Yana said, "and time." "When I'm with you, the time is not wasted and the money is well spent," I said. "I'm sorry it was disappointing." 5:10 p.m. I'm not sure whether to tell Deda about that photograph. If I tell him, I'd need to explain how this photo came into my possession and where we found the film and what we were doing in that bush. I have to come up with a believable lie to answer all those questions, because who knows what Deda might do if he finds out the truth. I'd be scared for those 2 guys in the green Niva. What if I won't tell him? We have better security system with new gates and CCTV. The police is monitoring our street. Whoever was in our house before will not be able to get in again. Instead of designing lies for Deda, I should probably design a study plan for the next 2 weeks to allow me to go to school, prepare for the regionals, facilitate the tutoring group, and still see Daniil tomorrow. Daniil. I'm so excited about seeing him. Or am I scared? I can't tell the difference anymore. Those 2 feelings are so alike. Entry 11. Welcome to my cave. Sunday, October 17, 1999. 2 weeks until regionals. 12 p.m. I wasn't sure what to wear because I wasn't sure if I was going on an official romantic date or on a study buddy one-off meetup. Putting mascara on, I was thinking, 2 p.m. isn't exactly a dating time, and the minor statue where Daniil asked me to meet him isn't exactly a dating place. I gathered my hair in a messy ponytail and unleashed a few strands to frame my face. It worried me that in the entire 258 square meter city with dozens of intimate alleys and cozy parks, he chose to meet by the minor statue. Where is he going to take me? I decided not to overdress and go for a more casual look. I chose charcoal Trussardi jeans and my favorite zip top, the color of Martian soil, which went really well with my oversized hoop earrings. And just in case it was going to be a romantic date, I put on my Moschino, which gave me a sophisticated final touch. 1:55 p.m. I made my way to the enormous black statue of Minor. His hand was stretched in front, offering a glistering piece of coal that looked almost too real to be made of cast iron. The statue threw its shadow over the tram stop shelter, depriving its already miserable appearance of even the weakest rays of light. Daniil wasn't there. With the tips of my boot, I swept aside the shriveled leaves, creating a small clearance to stand in. I crossed and uncrossed my legs impatiently. My eyes flicked towards the approaching tram. My lungs breathed out a heavy cloud of air. 2:05 p.m. The trams and people were coming and going, but Daniil wasn't there.
I started to feel stupid. Am I waiting in the wrong place? Did I get the time wrong? 2:15 p.m. I got very cold and very angry. I had a strong desire to leave. Did he just play a joke on me? Is he watching me from somewhere and laughing at me, this stupid school kid? Frustration bubbled inside. I'll wait 5 more minutes, I told myself. Just 5 more minutes and I'm out of here. 2:22 p.m. Seconds after I started to shiver, I noticed his ragged locks amongst the people getting off the tram. He ran his finger through his fluttering hair, searching for me. When our eyes met, it felt like something sharp traced over my skin, starting from my throat down to my belly. It felt dangerously exciting, like playing with knives of fire. "Hey, I see," he said, licking his red and dry lips. "You're here." "Still." "I didn't mean to be late. I got carried away. Thank you for waiting." He smiled, and his sunlit eyes revealed his barely detectable lure. That was enough to evaporate my anger and warm me up. "It's not far," he said, pointing at the footpath that led between 2 multi-story blocks. We started walking. "Over here," he pointed at the 5-story block on the right. "See that glazed balcony on the 2nd floor?" He leaned closer to me, making sure I looked exactly where his finger was pointing. Our shoulders touched, triggering a ripple of strong energy that left me powerless. "It's where Mom and Karina live. Where I used to live until I was 9. I nodded. I was curious about what happened and why he left his mom and Karina, but the thought of asking felt invasive, as if it would reveal a level of intimacy we hadn't yet reached. I asked another question instead. "I've been wondering, what's that word on your hoodie?" "This?" He looked down at his chest and stroked the print with his palm. "Corn. They spell it weirdly, don't they? Haven't you heard them?" "Is it a band?" I asked. "It is the band. This way," he said, stepping off the footpath and turning onto an unpaved and uneven clay road. "I'm surprised you don't know them." He looked at me from under the strands of his bangs. "What sort of music do they play?" "It's not so simple to describe with one word," he said, and silently pointed to the left. We walked through the entry of a rather unusual place. It was a maze of garages, clustered side by side, like a legion of monolithic dwarfs. All looked the same, small brick boxes with a mouth opening into a big metal gate. "It's a combo of genres that hits you right in the gut," Daniil continued. "It's pure, it's real, it's raw." I consciously tried to focus on his words. He was talking about something really important to him, but my mind was too busy figuring out where the hell he was taking me. Looking around, I noticed that each garage had a 2-digit number on its gate. Some gates looked freshly painted, but most were dirty and rusty, like they hadn't been opened for centuries. The deeper we went into that maze, the creepier it felt. That feeling took me back to the night when 2 jerks kicked Yana and me out of their car in the middle of nowhere. Daniil was as much a stranger to me as those guys. Should I trust him? Should I keep following him? And their lyrics give me chills every time, like those words described my own feelings. Those guys, they get me like no one else. You know what I mean? He glanced at me. "Yes," I said, flicking my eyes away. "I'll give them a go." He sighed, and for a few seconds The only sounds I could hear were the rustling of the gravel under our feet and the drumming of my panicking heart. I thought, if I bore this uncertainty any longer, my heart would explode. Daniel, where are we heading?
Oh, sorry, didn't I tell you? To my garage, he replied. Well, it's not exactly mine. My dad bought it just before the divorce.
There was a loud honk. My nerves were so tense that it made me noticeably gasp.
It's just a freight train, Daniel said and continued. When I moved back to Donetsk to study, Dad gave me the key. He wanted me to have a safe space to hang out, but since I started the trance, it's my band. It's short for transformation. I keep this place as our rehearsal base. All my music books are there. It's safer than keeping them in the dorm. You never know what these music nerds will use your stuff for. Sometimes they get too creative.
The train rattled past us, on top of the gravel mound right behind the last row of garages.
Here we are,
Daniel said. We stopped by number 48. He took out a weirdly-looking metal tool, inserted it into the tube on the edge of the door, and rotated it several times. With each rotation, the doors squeaked and detached further away from each other.
Welcome to my cave, I see,
he said, opening the door for me. Of course he calls it a cave, I thought. He is the dragon. Inside, it was dark and smelled of burnt coal. Daniel turned the light on. On the right, there was a couch covered with a knitted throw and a dining table. Burjuika, a little pot-belly stove, was stacked in the far corner. On the left, an electric piano on a stand, a drum kit, an electric guitar. An acoustic guitar leaned against it. Straight ahead, there was a bookshelf with dozens of books. I walked up to it.
Don't be overly excited. Not all of those books are about music and art. After the divorce, Dad relocated his collection of criminal fiction here. Let's have a look. This one is my go-to.
Daniel took a book out and slipped it into my hands.
These are good as well.
He took 4 more books, and we carried them to the table.
See what you want to take. You can keep them for as long as you need.
That's heaps, thank you, I said, my voice breaking. I wondered if he noticed that. I opened the book on music history. It covered modes and scales, chords and notations. Perfect fifths, major thirds, tritones, tones, semitones. It was frustrating. Not only because I wasn't able to understand that alien code, but also because I wasn't in the mood for studying. I thought studying was just an excuse to hang out. I hoped it was some sort of a date. Did I misread it? I glanced at Daniel. He dropped his jacket on the floor by the keyboard, opened Burjuika shutter, and threw several crumpled sheets of paper. I heard a sparkle, and then the whisper of the fire. I put the book on music theory away and opened the lives of the great composers. As my fingers turned the pages, skimming the biographies, Daniel's fingers touched the piano keys. The sound they elicited invaded my skin and hit me right into the bones with such force I felt it with my jaw. It was not one of the Korn songs. It was the starter theme from Twin Peaks. It tingled all over me, sending chills and goosebumps with every strike of the low note. Although it was the creepiest TV series of all, with scary black and white tiles, red curtains, and the dwarf, the music took me to one of the most comfortable memories of my childhood, when we still lived in the apartment block on the 9th floor. Late at night, I would sneak into the living room where Dad watched the series and climbed onto the couch beside him. He would put the blanket over me and cuddle me until the final credits. I shook off this memory before it made my eyes watery and focused on the book. I skimmed the pages with biographies of Schubert, Chopin, Wagner, Brahms, Tchaikovsky, Verdi, Debussy, Stravinsky. The small space of the garage became warm. I felt comfortable taking my coat off and continued reading until Daniil finished playing. "It was beautiful," I said.
"Thank you. You know this theme?"
"Yes, I love this show. Who's the composer?"
"Angelo Badalamenti."
"Another man," I sighed.
"Another man? What do you mean?"
Before I looked through this book, it never crossed my mind that all famous composers were men, just like all famous scientists.
"I was surprised. You live in a male-dominant world, I see,"
he said and played dramatic chords sounding like dun-dun-dun. Why is he being such a dick? I thought. He doesn't like me. Why am I still here? I was ready to leave despite I wasn't sure how to find my way back through the intricate alleyways of the garage maze. But what Daniil said next got me really curious.
"I've got a theory about that. You wanna hear?"
"Shoot away," I said with pretentious confidence.
"Once I saw this graphic in the newspaper," he started. "It was a picture divided in half. The left side showed something similar to a music mixer, with lots of inputs and outputs, channel faders, switches and buttons. And the capture read, 'A woman.' The right picture was titled 'A man.' It showed the same music mixer, but with only one big switch. Have you ever seen this graphic?"
I thought the situation couldn't get more confused, but it did. "I haven't seen it," I said. "What is your point?"
So my theory is that these switches and regulators represent different interests and passions. And so women are naturally designed to be more resilient. If one of those switches falls out, they have dozens of others to play with. But men, we have only this one big switch, and it could represent anything, your science, music, or art. But if it fails, that's it. The end. So men do everything to become the best at this one thing, because they've got nothing to lose. It's either success or death.
Are you saying that there are not many women in science or music because women are not passionate enough? I didn't give him a chance to reply and continued. But what about the fact that women were not allowed to study at universities until 1920s in this country, or that until 1917 women weren't allowed to vote, or that across the world men stole women's scientific discoveries and took credits for their achievements? "That's a shit theory you've got," I said. My heart was racing like after a sprint. Daniil stood up from the piano chair. His dragon eyes pinned me in place for the longest 7 seconds of my life as he was getting closer. My body tensed to the point when my muscles started to tremble. I heard the voices in my head. "Run, run, 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 run."
"How about," Daniil started, "you come up with another theory, and I will take credit for it."
His words all quiet. They had no chance to escape the little space that was left between us. I was paralyzed, stupidly holding the book in my hands. He took it and put it on the table behind me, giving himself an excuse to shift even closer. At that point, I felt like I entered his aura, and I don't believe in auras. It's not a scientific concept, but I did cross some sort of energy field. It was as thick and burning as lava, but I felt like I belonged. and at any cost. I wanted to stay there. He raised his hand to my face, and the bulb above us exploded, making the room dark, changing the brown color of his irises into space black. His fingers hovered over my temples, not touching my skin, but being so close, I could feel the vibration of the heat waves. Slowly, he moved to my jawline and down my neck, closely studying my reaction. He breathed out a cloud of hot air as his fingers hooked onto the zip of my top, striking me like lightning. He slowly pulled the top's zip down until he could see my bra. A strand of hair fell over his face. I reached out to touch it, but he stopped me, catching my wrist. "Hold on," he said quietly, and encapsulated my other wrist. His force frightened me, but it was like skydiving. I was scared, but I wanted to jump anyway, or at least stay on the plane long enough until it reaches a certain height and I'd be thrown out against my will. The Neil leaned closer, and I moved towards him until our lips met. At first, it was just a touch. Then I felt his tongue over my lips, over my teeth, making me feel so weak. I kissed him back, tasting his lips, wanting to be deeper, but he pushed me back onto the table. When my spine touched the tabletop, he pinned my wrist to the wooden surface by my head and climbed on top. His body weighed me down. The fear of what was going to happen felt relaxing. I didn't care anymore about anything. Still holding my wrists, he left my lips and moved to my ear. His tongue circled it around, and I heard him saying something. It was a barely audible whisper, almost like he could just transmute his words right into my brain without saying them out loud. He said, "I want to feel you inside." And that whisper had an ecstatic effect on my body. I wanted to scream, but I didn't want to show him what sort of power he had over me. I felt like we were flying with supersonic speed right into the plasma of the sun, and it was getting hotter and hotter. From my ear, his tongue moved down my neck, dancing over my tense muscles. And then, when he reached my shoulders, I felt his red-hot teeth. I twitched, maybe too sudden, because he stopped. "I'm sorry," he said, letting me go. "I got carried away." He got down from the table. I wanted to grab him and pull him closer, but I don't know if I was allowed to. As the distance between us increased, I started to shiver. "I'm not good at that shit," he said, pulling the throw from the couch. "I wish I knew how to do it right." He spread the throw in front of Burjuika. "Come here." I kneeled beside him. He put his arm on my shoulder and gathered me to his slender body so close that I could feel the ribs with my cheekbones. I could count the beats of his racing heart. He took my hand and kissed it. I noticed pink marks around my wrists as his hand burned my skin. He noticed them too. "I'm sorry," he said. I hugged him tighter, and we sat like that listening to the fire until a violent metal squeak intruded in our comfort. The door got open, and two guys tumbled inside, hitting each other with their plastic bags and laughing. "Why is it so dark, mate?" one of them said, switching the outside light. "Oh shit, is it the time already?" Daniel squinted his eyes. "Oopsie," the other guy said when he noticed me. "He's got a company." "Oh, we've got to practice today," Daniel said, standing up. "Will you stay? We could hang out later." "I've got to go. I've got to study." Thank you for the books.
I'll walk you out. He grabbed my coat and held it behind me, helping me to wear it.
Score, man,
one of the guys said when Daniil clapped his hand in greeting. The other guy pressed his index and middle finger in a V shape to his lips and stuck out his tongue, moving it quickly up and down.
Fuck off,
Daniil said, pushing him lightly on the shoulder. Outside, the daylight was dying. We walked side by side, not knowing how to start, or rather, finish our conversation.
Are all your friends jerks? I said.
Why? What's wrong with these guys?
They behaved like I wasn't there.
I noticed a smile on his pale face.
What? I sense there's another theory coming.
It's not a theory, it's a fact. Most young men don't know how to behave around women as beautiful as you are. They felt insecure.
Here is my theory, I said, slightly annoyed. Men keep this world in their hands because they feel threatened by women. They're afraid that if they relax the grip, even for a tiny bit, women will take over and never let go of it.
You will be one of them, I see. One of those women who will take over.
He pulled me closer.
It's snowing, he said.
It did. I couldn't believe it. It was only mid-October. A snowflake landed on my nose and tickled me with its soft bristles. And suddenly, heavy snowflakes were falling all around us, and I felt like I'm floating between the molecules of some solid matter. Go back, you'll be cold, I told him. He wasn't wearing a jacket.
I'll be fine, he said, pulling the hood over his already wet hair.
I hate when it snows.
I've never heard of anyone hating when it snows. Why would you hate it?
It's not only snow. I can't stand any precipitation. Rain, fog, hail, doesn't matter. It could be even a cloud of ash from an erupted volcano. Whatever is hiding the stars from me.
So it's not about the snow itself?
I guess. I considered it for a minute. I guess if you manage to create snowflakes under a sky full of stars, I would have to stop hating it. But practically, it's impossible. Do you like snow?
Let's say we have a complicated relationship.
With the snow?
Yeah, I don't know if I like it or not, but snow has become an important part of my life. It has changed me. One day I'll tell you.
We heard a train honk again. This time it didn't scare me. But when the train approached, we heard a heartbreaking scream. Without saying a word, Daniil darted towards the railway and climbed over the mound. I ran after him. Another scream. Now 2 people screamed together. I was terrified to see what was in front of us. Suddenly Daniil stopped. The train was still going. About 20 meters from us, we saw 3 girls, maybe 12 or 13 years old, standing by the railway and screaming their lungs out at the train. They didn't seem hurt. They just stood there and screamed. The train's tail finally showed its end, and it became quiet again.
"What the fuck?"
Daniil yelled at the girls through the snow. The girls laughed and ran down the mound. One of them yelled back, looking at me. "You should try it sometime, it helps. You'll see." They disappeared into the dark aisle.
"Little bitches, I almost shit myself," he laughed. "When can I see you again?"
"I've got 2 weeks before the regionals. I'll have more time when it's over." 6:15 p.m. Before I got inside the taxi, we kissed for like 20 minutes, not able to let go of each other. "I've got to go," I said, hugging his hot body.
"You know where to find me, I see," he said.
I jumped into the car, and as we drove through heavy snowflakes that instantly melted on the road, I wondered whether I'd just been on a date, whether it meant anything to him. I still wasn't sure if Rita was his girlfriend, or if he even needed a girlfriend. Was I just another one who knows where to find him? Tears just started to roll down my cheeks. I turned my face to look through the side window. I didn't want the driver to interrogate me with what's wrong, because everything is wrong. I'm not sure how I'm going to survive the next 2 weeks. It's too much.